Chapter 5105. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Feng Moyang's heart trembled, and his eyes suddenly dimmed. He's really here for the money? Feng Moyang's master coldly snorted. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling followed a few elders, passing through several mountain paths, and then came to a lightning cave. The cave was pitch black, but from time to time, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. After a glance, Lin Ling did not stop. He already walked in. This guy. The few elders' faces changed slightly. One must know that the lightning whip was formed by the universe. Although it would not cause serious injuries, it would bring intense pain to the body and soul. Not to mention disciples, even elders like them would not be able to endure it. They would definitely be able to endure 100 lashes. Not to mention that Lin Ling was punished with 30,000 lashes. Rumble. A moment later, a deafening roar came from the lightning cave. At the far end of the cave, a large number of people had gathered. They were all pointing and talking. Some admired Lin Ling's courage and some were gloating. I heard that it was 30,000 lightning lashes. When he comes out, his whole body will probably be rotten. He won't be able to recover without a year. Why are you gloating? If you have the ability, go and try it. Tiske, I'm not going. I heard that senior brother Dilan was punished with 100 lashes and couldn't recover for 3 years. He has to endure the ravages of lightning every day. Waves of voices floated out. Sai, Lin Ling, why do you have to do this? Elder Guo was also standing in the crowd. He knew that if Lin Ling admitted that he was a disciple of the temple, the punishment he would receive would not be too severe. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was so stubborn. As for those who framed Lin Ling, they were all sneering. However, their hearts were still filled with anger, and their eyes flashed with killing intent. Feng Moyang, why don't you plead for him? Although his temperament is a little cold and he doesn't talk much, he ended up like this because he married you. Feng Moyang and the rest also appeared in the distance of the cave. One of the young girls couldn't bear to see him like this and said to Feng Moyang. Feng Moyang's expression was cold. It's not like I didn't give him a chance. He just didn't want it. Besides, the chaos gems of our supreme Taoist temple aren't that easy to take. I believe that if there were 5 chaos gems, many gods would be willing to accept them. A kind of tribulation. Hearing Feng Moyang's words, the girls all sighed. As time passed, the crowd didn't leave. Instead, they watched quietly. It wasn't until a figure walked out that many people burst into an uproar. The person who walked out had tattered clothes and was covered in blood. He staggered forward and left the Taoist temple. Seeing the white-haired man, the people who had been gloating felt a sense of sympathy. They subconsciously made way for the man to leave. They didn't expect that this man would still be able to stand after being struck by 30,000 lightning lashes. Feng Moyang sighed in his heart as he stared at Lin Ling's feet. He realized that every step Lin Ling took left a scarlet footprint on the ground. It was a ghastly sight. Serves you right. Feng Moyang clenched his teeth and cursed. But for some reason he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Just like this, the white-haired man gradually disappeared into the distance and left the Taoist temple forever. Lin Ling. Elder Guo wanted to call out to Lin Ling, but in the end he gave up. He could sense that Lin Ling had given up on the supreme Taoist temple. After all, Lin Ling's personality was aloof from worldly affairs. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to provoke others. It must be those disciples who framed Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't explain. He must have given up. Unfortunately, Elder Guo didn't know that he was thinking too much. Lin Ling originally planned to leave and return to the Tao Pagoda. Therefore, he took the opportunity to accept the punishment and settle the score with the supreme Taoist temple. After all, Lin Ling was not an ungrateful person. Feng Moyang had saved him and the supreme Taoist temple had given him an opportunity. He had to repay all these favors. As for being punished by the Thunder Whip, although the process was painful, Lin Ling had experienced all kinds of pain in his life. He didn't care at all. Moreover, his body was strong. The damage caused by the Thunder Whip could be quickly recovered. Ironically, the disciples of the Taoist temple still sympathized with Lin Ling. They didn't know that Lin Ling came from the Tao Pagoda. That place was filled with cruelty and ruthlessness. Lin Ling had already experienced countless ups and downs. As for the disciples of the Taoist temple, they were safe in the chaos realm. They were like flowers in a greenhouse. After Lin Ling left the Taoist temple, he found a peaceful mountain range and began to recover. Moreover, he missed the giant ghost and little Kunlun. Therefore, he took out their sound-transmitting talismans and sent a message. 3 days later, Lin Ling had recovered to his peak state. At the same time, he received a message from the giant ghost. Lin Ling, you've come to the Chaos Realm? The giant ghost was surprised by Lin Ling's appearance. "Giant ghost, where are you?" After hearing the familiar voice, Lin Ling was incomparably happy. He also sensed a familiar sound transmission. It was little Kunlun's voice. Kunlun, big brother Lin Ling. The last time little Kunlun left, it was on the path of domination in the void of the 9 prefectures. After that, Lin Ling had not seen little Kunlun again. Now that he heard little Kunlun's voice, Lin Ling couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurried to join with the giant ghost. Originally, he wanted to return to the Dao Pagoda at Longevity Mountain. However, because of the giant ghost and little Kunlun, he decided to take a risk and leave Longevity Mountain to join up with the giant ghost. After flying out of Longevity Mountain, a vast expanse of yellow sand appeared in front of him. Lin Ling looked at the sun and found that it was in the east. After a long time, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the giant ghost. Lin Ling. The giant ghost was still wearing his white robes and his long hair draped over his shoulders. When he saw Lin Ling, he immediately smiled. Lin Ling immediately curled his lips. Although the giant ghost now gave people the impression of an immortal, he was still used to seeing the giant ghost's ferocious appearance. "Lin Ling, why did you come to the chaotic realm? Hey, what's with your white hair?" The giant ghost finally arrived in front of Lin Ling and looked at him up and down excitedly. Although his appearance was different now and he was actually one of the 8 gods, he had also merged with the giant ghost's memories. He was also a giant ghost. It's a long story. I won't talk about it. However, I came to the chaotic realm to save Taoist master of many treasures. Lin Ling said with a smile. Then he roughly explained what had happened. Son of Light? I've heard of him. After the fall of the sun god, the Son of Light was the new sun god. I didn't expect that he would be captured by the treacherous Dipankara Buddha. The giant ghost was very surprised. However, when he saw that Lin Ling was safe and sound, he was somewhat relieved. Little Kunlun is coming. It's in that direction. Let's talk as we walk. Lin Ling and the giant ghost said. The two of them seemed to have endless things to talk about as they walked in another direction. After all, they had gone through many trials and tribulations together. They were like brothers. Therefore, even though they hadn't seen each other for many years, their relationship was still extremely good. Chapter 5106. Don't worry, it won't be long before we enter the Dao Pagoda. At that time we will fight side by side again. After talking for a long time, the giant ghost laughed. Lin Ling was cultivating in the Dao Pagoda, while he and little Kunlun were in the Chaos Realm. However, the Chaos Realm would be destroyed sooner or later, so the gods of the Chaos Realm placed their focus on the Dao Pagoda. While Lin Ling and the giant ghost were moving forward, on the other side, in the endless ancient mountains of White Mountain, the sound of Buddha spread throughout the world. The earth was full of Buddhas cultivating, making this place like a pure land of bliss. Amit Ba, Lin Ling has come out. Suddenly, a solemn voice came out. In the southeast, heading towards the territory of the Bodhi Immortal Cave. This time we must capture Lin Ling. Great sorrow without tears, great enlightenment without words, and great laughter without soundless. This karma was created by White Mountain. For the sake of the universe, let us White Mountain overcome this tribulation. After the voice came out, all the Buddhas opened their eyes. Dipankara Buddha, continue your seclusion. This old monk will bring him back. A white light suddenly appeared and floated in the sky, turning into a big Buddha. It was the White Mountain Buddha. After he finished speaking, he put his palms together and silently recited the sutra. With no body, no body, no body, no mouth, no mouth, no mouth, no intention, no intention, no action, no action, no action, no action, no slander, no slander, no birth, no rise, no thought, no place, no forward, no end, no solitude, no action. Light flickered and he gradually disappeared. On the other side, in the Supreme Taoist Temple, Feng Moyang sat alone in a small courtyard, looking at the empty courtyard. For some reason she was not used to this silence. Then she looked at the pot in the corner and went to cook porridge alone without saying a word. Unfortunately, she tried several times but the taste was not right. Without him, I will never be able to eat that delicious porridge again. Feng Moyang sighed and sat down in the small courtyard again. Her small hand held her chin and her eyes flickered. No one knew what she was thinking. Oh, what is my Moyang thinking? Thinking about Lin Ling? Don't tell me you can't bear to see him leave just after he left. A few girls walked in with smiles on their faces. Seeing Feng Moyang's appearance, they couldn't help but tease. What nonsense are you talking about? That greedy person should leave as soon as possible. I've never seen such a shameless person before. Feng Moyang immediately snorted, his expression full of disdain. What are you talking about? Wei Yang, you used to be very kind. Why have you become so stingy now? Lin Ling was fined 30,000 by the lightning whip and left with injuries all over his body. If he encountered the divine beast of the Longevity Mountain, it's possible that he would be eaten. In any case, you have a fake marriage with him, so you should sympathize with him. The women frowned, not understanding why Feng Moyang hates Lin Ling so much. He deserves it. Feng Moyang sneered. Our Taoist temple doesn't owe him anything, and we haven't treated him badly either. Look, he was originally an early-stage cosmos giant god when he came to our Taoist temple, but now he's already a middle-stage cosmos giant god. Isn't this all because my revered teacher pleaded on his behalf? You must know that it's extremely difficult to break through to the deity realm, and it's extremely dependent on luck. Ah, Feng Moyang, you don't know? Hearing this, the women's expressions slightly changed and they said in disbelief, Lin Ling is with Elder Gua, but he hasn't broken through. Furthermore, Elder Gua gave him the ginseng fruit tree to comprehend. You should know how precious this ginseng fruit tree is. Even your revered teacher might not be qualified to comprehend it. What do you mean? Feng Moyang frowned immediately. I heard from Elder Gua that Lin Ling comprehended the ginseng fruit tree and not his realm. This means that your revered teacher didn't help him at all, and Elder Gua helped Lin Ling out of their personal friendship. A young woman said. Hearing this, Feng Moyang's heart exploded. She thought that Lin Ling had a fake marriage with her because he valued the Taoist temple's cultivation resources. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling didn't use the Taoist temple's resources at all. The ginseng fruit tree's comprehension was opened by Elder Gua for Lin Ling's sake. It had nothing to do with her revered teacher, and it had nothing to do with her, Feng Moyang. But he also took 5 chaos stones and he was extremely stingy. Even when he was in a life and death crisis, he was unwilling to use them. Although Feng Moyang felt that it was very strange, she still said stubbornly, "We don't know about that." All the young women shook their heads and then chatted with Feng Moyang. But Feng Moyang had a lot on her mind. She felt that Lin Ling was a little different from what she had imagined. In the end, she left alone and walked along the cobblestone path aimlessly. Unknowingly, she came to the small house where Lin Ling had recuperated. This small house was at the foot of the mountain and was relatively remote, so very few people came here. When she saw the small house, Feng Moyang was shocked. Why did she suddenly come here? Previously, she had been walking around randomly, but she didn't expect to come here by coincidence. But since she was here, she might as well go in and take a look. She pushed open the door and entered, and immediately found that the house was very clean. It seemed that Lin Ling had tidied up the place before he left. However, Feng Moyang was quickly attracted by a package at the head of the bed because it was very familiar. It seemed to be something that belonged to her revered master. She hurried forward and opened it to take a look. Immediately, rich spiritual energy rushed out. It was the spiritual energy that was unique to the Chaos realm. She saw that there were 5 Chaos stones in the package. It was because the package was a rare treasure that it could conceal the spiritual energy of the Chaos stones. Chaos stones? Feng Moyang looked at the item in her hand in disbelief. It was as if thunder was ringing in her heart. The sound was very loud, as if something had been torn apart. If she were to compare her current mood to glass, then this piece of glass would have shattered into pieces. Because these were the 5 Chaos stones that her revered master had given to Lin Ling, and Lin Ling had not taken a single one. In fact, in order to help her break through, he had not hesitated to be seriously injured and put his life in danger. Lin Ling had not been willing to use these 5 Chaos stones. But what about her, Feng Moyang? She thought that Lin Ling was too stingy and too greedy. Lin Ling, why? Feng Moyang hugged the package as tears suddenly flowed out from her eyes. She knew that she had wronged that man. Especially when she thought of that man's eyes when he looked at her in the main hall, she felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. That was probably a look of despair. Indeed, what qualifications did she have to talk about Lin Ling? Lin Ling had helped her, and it could be said that he did not want any reward. He had even helped her break through, but she thought that she had paid a great price. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this." Feng Moyang's heart was heavy. She wanted to return to the small courtyard and see the place where they had once lived together. After she left the small room, her pace quickened. But halfway through, she suddenly heard someone talking. "This Lin Ling has a strong backbone. Brother Hua instructed us to ask if Lin Ling's marriage was fake. But this fellow refused to say even if he was punished with 30,000 lashes. He deserves 30,000 lashes. He dares to attack us, he doesn't know the meaning of death." Chapter 5107. Now that he's seriously injured, it's a good time to kill him. Furthermore, he left the Taoist temple. Brother Hua also said that he would send people to capture him. Let's go and help. Yes. Although his voice was very soft, it landed clearly in Feng Moyang's ears. Those people clearly did not notice Feng Moyang as they walked and chatted as they gradually left the Taoist temple. Most importantly, they were the few people who had been taught a lesson by Lin Ling. What do Senior Brother Chen and the rest mean? Feng Moyang frowned in thought. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she seemed to understand what was going on. Senior Brother Chen was one of Hua Jichu's men. His goal was to find out if they were in a fake marriage through Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not say anything, causing Senior Brother Chen and the rest to attack Lin Ling. In the end, they were taught a lesson by Lin Ling. Senior Brother Chen and the rest attacked first, but slandered Lin Ling for attacking first. This caused Lin Ling to be severely punished by the Taoist temple and even chased out of the temple. Why didn't he explain himself? Feng Moyang hugged the 5 chaos gems tightly as tears dripped down her face. She suddenly felt her heart ache. Suddenly she recalled the way Lin Ling looked at her in the main hall. Although it was very calm, it also seemed to be filled with disappointment. This was because as Lin Ling's wife she did not believe Lin Ling and instead believed Senior Brother Chen and the rest. No wonder Lin Ling was so disappointed in her. 5 chaos gems. Elder Gui's garden cultivation. And then being punished by the lightning whip. Lin Ling had been helping her all this time without asking for anything in return. And now Lin Ling had offended Hua Jichu because of his fake marriage with her. He had no complaints and shouldered all of this alone. As for her, she only knew how to blame Lin Ling and did not know what Lin Ling was shouldering. Lin Ling, I'm sorry. Feng Moyang ran forward and kept muttering to herself. The tears in her eyes fell like pearls. Honorable Master. She arrived at your master's small courtyard and rushed in. Wei Yang, what happened? When Feng Moyang's teacher saw Feng Moyang rushing in and crying very sadly, ripples appeared in her heart. This was because Feng Moyang had been innocent and pure since she was young. She rarely cried so much. In his memory, the only time Feng Moyang cried so much was when she left the tribe. At that time she was so emotional because she was unwilling to leave. Lin Ling, he didn't take our chaos stones at all. Also, Senior Brother Chen and the others are Hua Jichu's people. They're trying to harm Lin Ling. Hua Jichu must be very angry about my fake marriage with Lin Ling. He transferred all his anger to Lin Ling. Feng Moyang continued to speak, causing the woman's eyes to narrow. She suddenly looked into the distance with a complicated expression. Had he wronged Lin Ling? Honored Master, hurry up and help Lin Ling. He's no match for Hua Jichu alone. After Feng Moyang finished crying, she looked expectantly at her master. Alas, where can we find him? Now it's too late. The woman sighed. But when she saw Feng Moyang's worry, she stretched out her right hand and drew a circle. The circle turned into a mirror. Then, the woman closed her eyes and continued to investigate. This mirror could clearly investigate the area around the temple. But the woman saw mountains and rivers, all kinds of divine beasts and many disciples. But she didn't see Lin Ling, nor did she see Senior Brother Chen and the others. Like this, the woman investigated from noon to night. Finally she sighed. They've already left the temple area. Perhaps they've already left Longevity Mountain. Feng Moyang had been waiting. When she heard this, her expression was filled with worry. Moyang, don't worry too much. The Chaos Realm is so big. Hua Jichu might not be able to find Lin Ling. And Lin Ling has his own opportunities. He's fated to meet us. Seeing Feng Moyang's depressed mood, the woman thought that Feng Moyang had a kind personality. That was why she was worried about Lin Ling. Honorable Master, I understand. Feng Moyang nodded. After leaving, she returned to her small courtyard. She looked at the quiet and empty courtyard and suddenly felt that something was missing. Although Lin Ling hadn't been in the courtyard for long and didn't speak much, he could make the courtyard more lively and stable. But now she felt as if the courtyard didn't belong to her. Why is he helping me? Feng Moyang's mind was filled with Lin Ling's figure. She didn't know if it was guilt or something else. She sat there quietly for the entire night. When dawn broke, she quietly left the small courtyard. She was going to look for Lin Ling. She couldn't tolerate Lin Ling dying at Hua Jichu's hands. Although she didn't know where to find Lin Ling, she believed in her intuition. She would definitely find Lin Ling. At this moment, on the other side, Lin Ling didn't know that Feng Moyang was thinking so much. To Lin Ling, all of this wasn't a big deal. He and the giant ghost were still waiting for little Kunlun. After one night, they talked a lot and talked about everything. But at dawn, Lin Ling and the giant ghost's conversation suddenly stopped. This was because they sensed a powerful force rushing towards them at an incomparably fast speed. Amitabha, Lin Ling, I finally found you. Why aren't you waiting to be captured? A huge Buddha suddenly appeared. It was solemn and holy, as if sitting at the peak of the sky, looking down at Lin Ling and the other two as if looking at three ants. White Mountain Great Buddha. Seeing that huge Buddha, Lin Ling's expression changed. It's one of the ancient Buddhas of the three divine gates of White Mountain. He has the strength of a deity realm giant universe god. I didn't expect this fellow to find us so quickly. The giant ghost also looked up at that huge Buddha with an incomparably solemn expression. He was now only a saint realm giant universe god in the late stage. The gap between him and a deity was too big. Lin Ling, it seems we can't wait much longer. If there's a chance later, you must escape. I'll block him for you. The giant ghost secretly transmitted. Lin Ling shook his head. It wasn't easy to find little Kunlun, so how could he leave so easily? Now, he could only stall for time and wait for little Kunlun to arrive before leaving this place. Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling shake his head, the giant ghost became even more anxious. He knew that White Mountain Great Buddha came for Lin Ling alone. He, the giant ghost, was secondary. Therefore, Lin Ling's escape was the most important thing. Just you wait. You can't escape. In the sky, White Mountain Great Buddha spat out a majestic voice. He stretched out his huge palm and slammed it down from the sky. In his palm, a swastika appeared, emitting a holy white light. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The air and space shattered as a giant palm smashed down from the sky. It was like an island. The power of God was incomparably terrifying, beyond imagination. Moreover, there was a powerful universe in the power of God. Being enveloped by the huge palm, it was as if one had entered a universe of mountains. One could see endless mountains. Lin Ling, be careful. Chapter 5108. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive explosions sounded as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Then 2 giant palms collided in the sky. However, the giant palms with 8 rays of light were obviously no match for it and were retreating. 8 gods, I didn't expect you to be resurrected. In the sky, the giant White Mountain Buddha seemed to know the giant ghost. He muttered something, causing the palm to become even larger and crazily pressed down. Under the giant palm, Lin Ling and the giant ghost could clearly sense that they were surrounded by layers of ancient mountains that drown the earth. This was the universe of mountains. Lin Ling, hurry up and leave. The giant ghost's entire body was breathing in and out. His white hair danced wildly as he activated his own universe. This was the 8 gods' celestial palace. 2 great godly powers and 2 universes collided crazily. However, the giant ghost's realm was too low and could only be suppressed. Giant ghost, I'll help you. At this time, Lin Ling also activated Lin Ling's universe. It rushed into the sky and 9 continents appeared, floating in the void. The power of the universe was extremely powerful. What? 6 worlds universe. The White Mountain Buddha's expression changed because his mountain world was also a 6 worlds universe. Although it was more powerful than Lin Ling's universe, it was not that powerful. Lin Ling, your universe, this is the void of Jiuzhou. The giant ghost was also extremely shocked. He did not expect Lin Ling to use Jiuzhou as his own. Moreover, his universe was incomparably powerful. Since ancient times, evil has never triumphed over good. Amitabha. Although Lin Ling's universe was only slightly weaker than the White Mountain Buddha's, the latter's realm was too high. His godly power was beyond imagination, causing the giant palm to still press down. Its speed was only slightly slower than before. What a powerful force. Even the giant ghost and I together can't stop him. There are probably 3 such gods in the White Mountain, 3 divine sects. White Mountain, Burning Heart, Lamp Heart, and the strongest, Dipankara Buddha. The White Mountain 3 divine sects are indeed the 8 great godly generations. Lin Ling activated his universe with all his strength and constantly evaluated in his mind. He had encountered Burning Lamp Buddha God twice and had managed to escape both times. However, he now knew that Burning Lamp Buddha God had not used his full strength. Giant ghost, let me help you. Seeing the huge Buddha palm coming down, Lin Ling was also prepared to use his full strength. Why aren't you leaving? He's coming for you. Giant ghost grumbled. He saw that Lin Ling was only a middle-stage cosmos giant god, so he did not think that he would be of much help. Although Lin Ling's strength could not be seen on the surface, even if he fought across realms, it was still impossible for him to be a match for a deity cosmos giant god. It's rare for us to meet here. How can I leave so easily? Lin Ling shook his head and fused his innate talents. Pangu's true body was also activated, transforming into a giant. Together with the giant ghost, they fought against the giant palm in the sky. Boom. Lin Ling punched out and actually made it difficult for the giant palm in the sky to suppress it. This power. Not far from Lin Ling, giant ghost's expression changed drastically. He clearly saw that the surface of the Buddha palm had caved in when Lin Ling punched out. It was terrifying. However, he also sensed that Lin Ling's power of divinity was only 800 billion. Although this amount of power of divinity was second to none among King Cosmos giant gods. But how could this mere power of divinity resist the palm of a deity cosmos giant god? Could it be the power of his fleshly body? Giant Ghost suddenly thought of something. When he had fought side by side with Lin Ling, he knew that Lin Ling's fleshly body had always been very strong. As he thought of this, he carefully sensed and immediately sensed that Lin Ling's fleshly body was different from before. That destructive aura was even denser. Pangu's body. At this moment, White Mountain Great Buddha saw through Lin Ling's origin, and his expression became more solemn. But no matter how powerful his origin is, it's useless. How can he be a match for a deity cosmos giant god? White Mountain Great Buddha had obviously not used his full strength before. Now that he saw Lin Ling unleashing his full power, he once again mobilized his power of divinity to suppress him. There's still the power of divinity. Sensing the terrifying power pressing down from the sky, Lin Ling once again felt the pressure. Suddenly a thought arose in his mind. White Mountain Great Buddha still had not used his full strength. A deity was too strong. He did not need to use his full strength to suppress small cosmos giant gods like them. The suppression of this Buddha palm can only force us to defend passively. We can't attack White Mountain Great Buddha at all. If this continues, both of us will die. Lin Ling roared, reminding Giant Ghost. Giant Ghost's expression was ferocious. He was also using his full strength, but he still felt like he was in a violent storm. Both of them were not ordinary giant gods. If they worked together, they would not be afraid of any King Cosmos giant gods, but they could do nothing to White Mountain Great Buddha. Amit Ba, you evildoers, die quickly. White Mountain Great Buddha also sensed that Lin Ling and Giant Ghost could no longer resist. He closed his eyes and silently chanted the Rebirth Sutra. At this moment, the Buddha palm was one step closer to suppressing Lin Ling and Giant Ghost. But at this moment, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared and swept toward White Mountain Great Buddha from the sky. Its speed was incomparably fast. Voila! Gusts of wind blew and the black shadow surged. White Mountain Great Buddha sensed it immediately. He let out a low roar and white light gushed out from his body, forming a huge Buddha light shield that blocked the black shadow from sweeping over. Voila! However, what shocked everyone was that the black shadow actually penetrated the Buddha light and swept fiercely on White Mountain Great Buddha. White Mountain Great Buddha immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed dramatically. What kind of attack was this that could actually break through his defense? One had to know that his Buddha light defense might not be broken even by a deity early-stage giant god. Not good. Afterward, White Mountain Great Buddha sensed that the power in his body was draining away, and the universe was unstable. He finally turned to look at the huge black shadow and discovered that it was an ancient tree, and the person holding the ancient tree was a young man. He seemed to have the strength of a saint giant god, but his origin seemed to be extremely extraordinary. Little Kunlun. At the same time on the ground, the giant ghost shouted excitedly. Lin Ling, who was beside him, was very surprised. That young man was Little Kunlun? Wasn't Little Kunlun a vine? How did it become a young man and even hug a tree? Big brother Lin Ling, I'm here. And at this moment the young man also saw Lin Ling and Giant Ghost. He was so happy that he laughed, revealing his white teeth. Little Kunlun continued to sweep him. Lin Ling also laughed excitedly. He still had 2 trump cards, Universe 3 Extreme Breaks and Sword of Faith. It was just that he couldn't use them because of the suppression of the Buddha palm. If Little Kunlun could distract White Mountain Great Buddha, Lin Ling was confident that he could attack White Mountain Great Buddha. Big brother Lin Ling, I got it. Little Kunlun immediately nodded happily. He hugged the ancient tree with both hands and swept toward White Mountain Great Buddha again. Lin Ling, I'll hold on for you. Although the giant ghost didn't know what Lin Ling wanted to do, the 3 of them had fought side by side many times. Therefore, with one sentence from Lin Ling, he guessed that Lin Ling had a plan. Ha ha ha. Chapter 5109. Voila. Under Lin Ling's laughter, little Kunlun also became inexplicably excited. It held the huge god tree and swept it towards the huge White Mountain Big Buddha. Evil creature. White Mountain Big Buddha roared angrily. He put his palms together and transformed into a huge white stone statue. It was the stone statue of a Buddha. He floated in the sky as if he was delivering all living beings. Endless Buddhist light appeared in the sky. It was extremely dazzling. However, little Kunlun's huge tree swept over and actually ignored the Buddhist light. It ruthlessly smashed onto the stone statue of Buddha, causing the entire statue to sway slightly. All the godly power and universe continued to weaken. Lin Ling. That huge ghost roared. He sensed that the pressure had weakened. He used all his strength to block the Buddha palm that was pressing down from the sky. Lin Ling shot out. His body kept shrinking until he returned to his normal appearance. The sword of faith appeared in his hand. At the same time, he activated his powerful soul power and transformed it into the three extremes of the universe to break the seal on White Mountain Big Buddha. If it were any other time, with White Mountain Big Buddha's powerful strength, such an attack would not be able to get close to him. But now, White Mountain Big Buddha was dizzy from being swept by the god tree. All his strength was weakening. Lin Ling, how dare you? Of course, White Mountain Big Buddha saw Lin Ling's attack. He roared angrily. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored him and continued to activate the three extremes of the universe to break the seal. The dazzling white sword in his hand also ruthlessly slashed out. The sword of faith gathered the faith of countless believers. It was also the most mysterious force in the current universe. It had the power to cut through everything. Shwa. This sword slashed down from the top, from the center of White Mountain Big Buddha's forehead all the way down. Finally, a straight sword slash appeared. Lin Ling. Great Buddha Baishan took a deep look at Lin Ling. His body trembled as countless amounts of divine essence leaked out. Finally, his body exploded, causing the Buddhist light above the firmament to disappear. It turned into endless brilliance that scattered down to the ground. He's dead. The huge ghost was the first to feel his body relax. His aged face revealed a smile. The three of them joined forces and actually killed a god-level giant universe god. Every god-level giant universe god in the primal chaos realm was the oldest god. They were experts who had survived the great calamity of the world's will. Big brother Lin Ling. That youth carried the tree and flew over excitedly. He was wearing a green robe. His hair tied behind his head. His face looked very young, tender, and the smile on his face gave off an innocent and lively feeling. He's still not dead. At this moment, Lin Ling frowned slightly as he looked at the Buddha's light that was constantly sprinkling down. He could clearly sense that the White Mountain Great Buddha had escaped. It seemed that the god-level giant universe god was indeed stronger than he had imagined. If the three of them had not joined forces this time, perhaps all of them would have died. However, with this injury, Great Buddha Baishan would probably have to go into seclusion for many years. Little. Putting aside his thoughts, Lin Ling quickly flew to the youth. The youth also put away the tree and rushed over excitedly. He then hugged Lin Ling, big brother Lin Ling. The youth hugged Lin Ling and his eyes became moist. To him, Lin Ling was the person closest to him in the world. Back in Qing province, Lin Ling met little Kunlun when he was repelling the ancient power. At that time little Kunlun had just sprouted. In the years that followed, Lin Ling brought little Kunlun to fight all over the 9 prefectures. They were invincible. Little Kunlun also continued to grow. It even saved Lin Ling from death many times. Although the two of them were not blood-related brothers, they were closer than blood-related brothers. Little Kunlun. Lin Ling was also hugging the youth. He could feel the familiar aura on his body. He was also gradually getting used to it. Little Kunlun had finally grown up. Long time no see, big brother Lin Ling. I missed you so much. Little Kunlun became more and more excited. The White Mountain Great Buddha was defeated. Maybe there will be stronger gods coming later. Let's leave this place first. Lin Ling patted little Kunlun's shoulder and greeted the giant ghost. The three of them flew into the distance. Along the way, the three of them seemed to have endless things to talk about. They talked about the past and about their current lives. Little Kunlun also asked about Yu and the others. Lin Ling also told them one by one. However, when he talked about Yu, Lin Ling's face dimmed slightly. The giant ghost already knew about Yu. He comforted, "Don't worry. We will find her sooner or later." Big brother Lin Ling, can you not sense Yu now? Little Kunlun asked. Lin Ling shook his head. When I first entered the Chaos Realm, I could sense her. But now I can't sense her at all. However, I am sure that she is still alive. She is somewhere in the Chaos Realm. Unfortunately, the Chaos Realm is too big. It is impossible to find her. It seems like someone has blocked Big Brother Lin Ling's search. Little Kunlun immediately said regretfully. Let's not talk about this. How have you been all these years? Lin Ling smiled and changed the topic. Little Kunlun immediately nodded and said happily, I'm cultivating in Master's Cave of the Slanting Moon and 3 stars at Bir Fangsuan Mountain. Master, senior brothers and junior brothers all treat me well. Among them, senior brother Sun often mentions you in front of me. Senior brother Sun? Could it be Brother Monkey? Lin Ling was surprised. Little Kunlun said, yes, it is Brother Monkey. He said that he saw you some time ago in the Chaos Realm. He helped you escape from Dipankara Buddha's White Mountain 3 Divine Gates. Lin Ling suddenly understood. Previously, when Dipankara Buddha wanted to refine him, it was Brother Monkey and Guangchengzi who helped him escape. He did not expect senior brother Sun, who was in Mount Fangsuan, to know about this. But on second thought it made sense. They came from the same original body. Oh yes, this time I came out, Master said that he also wants to see you. However, he is not going to Mount Fangsuan. Little Kunlun suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Ling as he said. Lin Ling was shocked. However, Patriarch Bodhi had helped him before, so he could not refuse. He immediately nodded. Follow me. Seeing that Lin Ling had agreed, Little Kunlun led Lin Ling forward in the direction of the Bodhi Immortal Cave. However, they did not reach the Bodhi Immortal Cave. After a long time, a bamboo forest appeared in front of them. The bamboo forest was quiet, and there was a small river beside it. The scenery was very beautiful. Little Kunlun suddenly stopped in his tracks as if he had sensed something. He smiled at Lin Ling and said, Brother Lin Ling, Master is waiting for you in the bamboo forest. We won't go over. The giant ghost also nodded at Lin Ling. He did not dare to get too close to a legendary figure like Patriarch Bodhi. He could only give him enough respect. Then you guys wait for me here. Lin Ling quickly instructed. He suddenly felt nervous and asked, Little Kunlun, is your master strict? Are you going to eat me? He won't. My master is very easy to talk to. Little Kunlun was speechless. Chapter 51:10. Moreover, Patriarch Bodhi had taught Lin Ling the Bodhi Testimony divine art, which allowed Lin Ling to produce a Saraira. Later on, the 3 extremes of the universe was also cultivated with this foundation. In addition, Xian Envy of the 9 heavens had helped Lin Ling obtain the square prison, and Pure Sun had saved Lin Ling twice. It was said that it was Patriarch Bodhi who had instructed him to do so. Therefore, Lin Ling only had deep gratitude towards Patriarch Bodhi. After he entered the bamboo forest, he smelled the fragrance of the plants, which made him feel relaxed and happy. As he walked along the bamboo forest, he could even hear the chirping of birds. It was really a paradise. Lin Ling, you're here. Not long after, a farmer walked towards him. He was wearing cotton clothes and carrying firewood. When he saw Lin Ling, he couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling was shocked. This person knew him? He immediately walked forward and took a closer look. It was actually Monkey King. Haha, you don't recognize me? When the farmer saw Lin Ling's shocked expression, the smile on his monkey face became even wider. Of course, Lin Ling couldn't recognize him. Apart from his appearance, the farmer looked nothing like Monkey King. His every movement was calm and confident. His eyes, in particular, were calm as if he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. This might be Monkey King's true body. The one left in the square prison was a doppelganger, which was also the wildest Monkey King. Monkey King. Lin Ling scratched the back of his head and greeted him with a wry smile. Go, master is already waiting for you. The farmer patted Lin Ling's shoulder and left with the firewood. Lin Ling looked at his back and muttered to himself. He still felt that the carefree and unrestrained Monkey King was more amiable. He looked in the direction the farmer pointed and saw a figure sitting by the river beside the bamboo forest. He was wearing cotton clothes and a straw hat and seemed to be fishing. Although that figure looked ordinary in Lin Ling's eyes, it was filled with layers of mist. Lin Ling took a deep breath and slowly walked forward. Speaking of which, although he had seen Patriarch Subhuti once, this was the first time he was meeting him face to face. Lin Ling, you've come. Just as Lin Ling was walking forward, a kind voice suddenly sounded. When the voice landed in Lin Ling's heart, it actually caused endless echoes. Senior, Lin Ling is here. Lin Ling came behind the old man and bowed slightly. Speaking of which, you have learned my Bodhi Testimony divine art. You can be considered as half my disciple. You should also learn from Wukong and call me master. The old man was still fishing and said with a smile, "Master." Lin Ling hurriedly replied and was overjoyed. He knew that this casual form of address had changed a lot and gave Lin Ling a powerful backer. One had to know that in the Chaos Realm, there were countless experts. A god without a backer would be bullied by all the experts. Now that Lin Ling was on Patriarch Subhudi's side, others would have to think twice before touching him. "Have a seat." The old man slowly turned his head and smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was filled with respect. This was the first time he had seen Patriarch Subhudi, and it was as he had imagined. However, after looking at him from a close distance, he felt very kind. "Do you know how to fish?" Patriarch Subhudi asked again. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Back in the void of the 9 states, he had fished for 3 years. He immediately sat down, picked up the bamboo pole beside Patriarch Subhudi, and learned how to fish. The two sat quietly and fished. Since Patriarch Subhudi did not speak, Lin Ling naturally did not dare to speak. Even when his fish took the bait, Lin Ling did not dare to casually pull it up. This was because he saw that Patriarch Subhudi was the same. Even when the fish took the bait, he was still indifferent. Lin Ling, now that the Chaos Realm is about to collapse, the birth of a new universe will definitely be of the Tao Realm. Therefore, the powerful gods of the Chaos Realm all want to enter the Tao Tower and obtain the Tao Realm. However, the Tao Tower has restrictions. Ancient rulers cannot enter. Perhaps only the future can. Therefore, the Tao Tower depends on you little gods. Among all the disciples in my sect, you have been with me for the shortest amount of time. Originally, since you were my disciple, I should have kept you by my side to cultivate bitterly for a few years. But now, I'm afraid even I can't keep you. After sitting quietly for a long time, Patriarch Subhudi said indifferently. His voice was still very kind. Lin Ling did not speak and listened respectfully. Patriarch Subhudi seemed to be very satisfied with Lin Ling's attitude. He continued, "Master can't teach you any magical abilities, but I can guide you in the power of the world will." Lin Ling's pupils shrank. All along, his world will had relied on the faith of others to improve. Although his progress was not slow compared to the enemies he had encountered, it was still too weak. Faith, everyone has it. You can only rely on yourself to improve this power. Master can't help you much. However, your control of the power of faith is still weak. You can't condense all the power of faith. Patriarch Subhudi seemed to know what Lin Ling's world willpower was. He slowly said, "You have the universe, and the universe has countless living beings. As long as the living beings of the universe revere the heavens, that is your faith power. But this faith power, you still can't control it." Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression changed. Indeed, all this time the power of faith he controlled mostly came from Lei Gong's hall. Although he could sense the power of faith of others, he always felt that it was difficult to condense it. To put it bluntly, Lin Ling's sort of faith mostly came from passive condensation. It was very rare for Lin Ling to take the initiative to condense this power. And Patriarch Subhudi's suggestion was to let Lin Ling take the initiative to condense it. "Thank you, Master. I understand." Lin Ling's heart seemed to have been lit by a lamp. Patriarch Subhudi revealed a look of admiration and stood up. "You can stay here and comprehend. Fishing can make you more patient, and the condensation process will be smoother. Your world will is now at the universe level. If you can step into the ancient level, you will leave. After leaving here, Master has something to entrust to you. I hope you can do it. Now condense it well." Hearing this, Lin Ling wanted to turn around and thank Patriarch Subhudi, but Patriarch Subhudi had already disappeared. Lin Ling immediately collected his mind and began to condense all the power of faith in the Lin Ling universe. In the Lin Ling universe, the strongest power of faith came from the hundreds of thousands of gods in Lei Gong's hall and the Yellow Emperor's side. But apart from these people, the Lin Ling universe actually had a population of 100 billion. It was just that these people were very weak, so their power of faith was very weak. The power of faith also seemed very weak. In the past, Lin Ling had ignored this power of faith. But now he was going to condense it. As if he was fishing, Lin Ling patiently sensed. Gradually, he could sense that the entire Lin Ling universe was filled with dense threads. These threads were all connected to the power of faith in his body. Some threads were thick, some were thin, and they represented the power of faith. The strength of the power. Chapter 51:11. In the end, all the threads condensed together and turned into a huge beam of light that surged into Lin Ling's soul. Lin Ling could clearly sense that this power was so strong that it seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth and cut off all the universes. This was the power of the immemorial world will. This power is filled with determination and bravery. This is faith. A person's strength is ultimately limited, but faith is invincible. I once read a story about an old woman in her 60s who witnessed her grandson being crushed in a collapsed house. She relied on the power of faith to lift the collapsed house and finally saved her grandson. Her son came out. This is faith. A person's faith can be strong or weak, but not everyone can use faith and be firm in their beliefs. Lin Ling stretched out his palm and a ball of light condensed in his palm. It did not look big, but it suppressed a powerful force. The strange thing was that this force was not ferocious. Instead, it gave off a gentle feeling. However, Lin Ling knew that when he needed to use it, this gentle force could turn into an invincible force. The power of the immemorial world will is indeed powerful. Now that I am among several world will hosts, I don't know their strength ranking, but the great god of the spirit kingdom I saw last time gave me a very strong feeling. The world will hosts devour each other. Now, the strongest world will host could be the Grandmaster of Heaven. Next would be Dipankara Buddha. Dipankara Buddha wants to devour us, but the Grandmaster of Heaven has been missing. Perhaps he wants to devour Dipankara Buddha. No matter what, this chaos realm is not very safe. It can't be compared to the Tao Tower. At least the Tao Tower doesn't have such a dominator god. Lin Ling withdrew the power of the world will in his hand, looked at the slowly flowing river in front of him, put down the fishing rod and left. After turning and walking into the bamboo forest, Lin Ling did not see Patriarch Bodhi. This made him feel strange. Could it be that Patriarch Bodhi had left? He continued walking. At this time, Monkey Bro, who was dressed in farmer's clothes, came over and said with a smile, "Congratulations, junior brother. Success." Monkey Bro. Lin Ling immediately smiled, then corrected himself, "Junior brother greets senior brother." Now that Patriarch Bodhi had acknowledged Lin Ling as his disciple, it meant that Monkey King was also his senior brother. With the support of a powerful sect, Lin Ling also felt different. Even his back was a lot stronger. When Master left, he told me to give you a task. He wants you to help a god called Bayushing. Apparently, Monkey King was very familiar with Lin Ling, so he didn't bother to be polite. Bayushing? Lin Ling was a little curious, but Patriarch Bodhi had indeed instructed him to do so before he left. He nodded at once. This Bayushing is actually the reincarnation of a descendant, and he bears a great responsibility. He is now on the 4th floor of the Tao Pagoda. Master said that you and Bayushing are fated, so he asked you to help him. Brother Monkey said. Lin Ling nodded, expressing his understanding. He suddenly thought of the mysterious maiden of the 9th heaven and Taoist Pure Sunday. They had also helped him several times. It was probably arranged by Master. Master seemed to have the ability to predict the future. Nothing that was about to happen could escape his senses. Junior brother, you're right. As long as someone has an opportunity and encounters trouble, Master will arrange for us to help. For example, you and Bayushing. Of course, junior brother once asked Master to personally help. This is also among the disciples. It's unique. Brother Monkey seemed to be able to guess what Lin Ling was thinking and continued, and these people who are helped will have great achievements in the future. Master can't bear to see him fall here, so he helped. So that's how it is. Lin Ling suddenly understood and deeply remembered the name Bayushing. Right now, you are the closest to the 4th floor of the Tao Pagoda, so you are the most suitable to help him. After the 5th floor of the Tao Pagoda, the powerful gods from all sides will be fighting. In the second half of the Monarch Descent Tao Pagoda, at that time, you will also meet the senior brothers. At present, the strongest rulers of the 8 great deities can't enter the Tao Pagoda, so we can only rely on the people in their sections. Junior brother represents the Bodhi immortal cave lineage. I hope you won't disgrace our lineage. Brother Monkey continued. Lin Ling was suddenly very curious about the last half of the Tao Pagoda. That was the strongest world of the cosmos gods. Not long later he would also step into it. Furthermore, in the current era the various great gods are rising. There are the 9 great cosmos stars, the world will hosts and the 7 great god clans. Who is the world exterminator and who is the world creator is not important now, because the gods of our 8 great god sects all recognize the world exterminator. Because the true world exterminator god is actually Tong Tian sect leader. And Tong Tian sect leader also wants to obtain the Tao realm. In addition, the great gods are also eyeing covetously, so the last few floors of the Tao Pagoda are extremely difficult to pass. Brother Monkey and Lin Ling chatted for a long time before Lin Ling bid farewell and left. Lin Ling, if you encounter any trouble, you must let my avatar help you. Brother Monkey reminded Lin Ling before he left. Lin Ling came out of the bamboo forest and saw little Kunlun and Giant Ghost. They had been waiting here for quite some time. Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling, they happily came over and asked about meeting Patriarch Bodhi. Lin Ling did not hide anything and told them about him becoming Patriarch Bodhi's disciple. Haha, from now on you will be my senior brother. That's not right. I entered the Bodhi Immortal Cave earlier than you, so you should be calling me junior brother. Little Kunlun was incomparably happy, but he was confused by himself. Lin Ling, was he his senior brother or his junior brother? Haha, that's not important at all. Let's call each other our own. Seeing little Kunlun's appearance, Lin Ling could not help but laugh. That's right, let's call each other our own. I'll still call you big brother Lin Ling. Little Kunlun's eyes suddenly lit up. Alright, I should leave. After all, I've been in the chaotic realm for so long. I wonder how the Yellow Emperor and the others are doing. Then Lin Ling looked into the distance and said, in this trip to the chaotic realm, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. It was not in vain. Big brother Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, little Kunlun and Giant Ghost were somewhat reluctant to part. Don't worry, it's not like we won't meet. Didn't you say that you were about to enter the Dao Pagoda? At that time we can reunite again. Moreover, the Yellow Emperor, Lei Gong, everyone will be very happy to see you back. Lin Ling was also somewhat reluctant and comforted them. Little Kunlun and Giant Ghost nodded. Alright, you guys go back. I'll go to Longevity Mountain first and then leave from there. Lin Ling patted their shoulders and then flew forward. Although Giant Ghost and Giant Ghost were reluctant, they knew that this separation was inevitable, so they all waved goodbye to Lin Ling. Chapter 51:12. After a long time, a grand and ancient mountain appeared in front of him. It seemed that he was about to reach the Longevity Mountain. But at this moment, several figures flew across the sky. After seeing Lin Ling, they all flew towards Lin Ling. Looking at them, it was obvious that they were pleasantly surprised. Lin Ling swept his gaze and found several familiar faces. Weren't they the ones from the Supreme Taoist Temple who wanted to teach him a lesson? Besides them, Lin Ling also found 3 unfamiliar faces. These 3 were not weak, they were middle-stage St. Cosmos giant gods. Unfortunately, now that Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly, he was confident that there would be few who could be his match among middle-stage St. Cosmos giant gods. He stopped flying and landed on the ground, waiting for the arrival of these people. Wuchang Monarch, he is the one who married Feng Mo Yang. Those people looked excited as they walked away, pointing at Lin Ling as they spoke. The 3 strongest people narrowed their eyes and sized up Lin Ling. From Lin Ling they could only sense the strength of a King Realm giant god. Haha, Lin Ling, how have you been? I didn't expect us to be so fated to meet each other in the vast primal chaos realm. I don't know if it's your bad luck or our good luck. After those few people landed on the ground, they walked towards Lin Ling casually. Cold light bloomed in their eyes as if they were certain that they could defeat Lin Ling. The 3 strongest people frowned slightly, looked at each other and said, "You are Lin Ling. Why does your name give us a sense of familiarity?" Not only did they feel that Lin Ling's name was familiar, but they were also surprised by Lin Ling's calmness. Could it be that Lin Ling knew that he couldn't escape and was planning to beg for mercy? Wuchang Monarch, Lin Ling is such an insignificant person. How could you have heard of his name? You must have remembered it wrongly. Brother Qin and the others from the Supreme Taoist Temple were displeased. In their eyes, Lin Ling was a country bumpkin who had taken over the Supreme Taoist Temple. However, the 3 strongest cultivators did not say anything. They clearly had extraordinary backgrounds. They had been called here by Hua Jichu, so Brother Chen was extremely respectful to them. Cut the crap. Why are you looking for me? At this time Lin Ling could not be bothered to talk nonsense. Senior brother Hua asked us to ask you what's going on between you and Feng Moyang. Are you really married or are you faking it? Among the 3 strongest people, the one who seemed to be the strongest asked indifferently. We were really married, but now we are separated, Lin Ling said. Since he had helped Feng Moyang, he naturally wouldn't cause trouble for her. He could just tell Hua Jichu to look for him if he needed help. Are they really getting married? Hearing those words, the expressions of the Wuchang Monarch and the others turned cold. Although Lin Ling had already separated with Feng Moyang was already married and her reputation was no longer there. With Brother Hua's face, how could he have the nerve to look for Feng Moyang? Of course, Feng Moyang was actually a small matter. The important thing was that it would be difficult for the 2 gods to be together. Do you know that you have ruined Brother Hua's big matter? You can bear the responsibility, one of the experts said angrily. The two gods were almost able to get together, but because of this cockroach, it was ruined. This kind of destruction could be said to be a disaster for 10,000 years. Now what do you want to do? Lin Ling did not expect that Hua Jichu's background was not small. You still dare to ask us what we want to do? Now come back with us to see Brother Hua. Let me tell you, Brother Hua will not let you off. You better watch out. Wenchang monarch immediately said cold words. Aha, Lin Ling, now you know regret. In the Taoist temple, when we asked you, you should have obediently answered us. Then you wouldn't have ended up like this. Hearing Wenchang monarch's words, Brother Qin and the others rejoiced in his misfortune. Enough with the nonsense. Lin Ling already knew the other party's intention. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. The sword did not seem very powerful, but after it was slashed out, its power was extremely terrifying. Brother Qin and the others were still laughing, but after sensing the terrifying power, their expressions froze. They were so frightened that they forgot to resist. With a single slash, Brother Qin and the others were killed. Their god essence poured out, and they could feel their life force draining away. At this moment, they realized that Lin Ling was actually so much stronger than them. You are courting death. However, his senior brother Qin was saved by someone. It was the Wenchang monarch. A glazed pagoda appeared in his hand, blocking Lin Ling's slash. After that, he frowned. You are so powerful? It seems that we have underestimated him. With his strength, I estimate that he can be ranked as a middle-stage giant god at the king level. The other two said coldly. Wrong. He is a middle-stage giant god at the king level, an invincible existence. Lin Ling growled. He did not fuse with his innate talents. Instead, he activated Pangu's true body and slashed out with the tyrannical song sword. Ong long long. The earth shook as the terrifying slash hit the two strongest people, causing their expressions to change drastically. This Lin Ling actually attacked them? And they felt that it was very strange. They could not sense any godly energy in this slash. Insignificant skill. They were giant gods at the saint level, so how could they put Lin Ling in their eyes? Hong. But just as they finished speaking, a slash that did not seem to contain any godly energy killed them. Moreover, it killed two of them with one slash. You. Wenchang monarch was shocked. He could not believe it and his eyes trembled. Go. He activated the glazed pagoda with all his strength and ruthlessly pressed down on Lin Ling. The godly energy was incomparably terrifying. Unfortunately, although he was a middle-stage giant god at the saint level, he was not one of the strongest. His strength was still insufficient to fight against Lin Ling. Lin Ling took a step forward, and Lin Ling activated his universe to resist the glazed pagoda crashing down from the sky. With a kacha sound, the glazed pagoda shattered instantly, as though it was destroyed by a powerful universe law. One had to know that this glazed pagoda not only contained a powerful godly energy, but it also contained a universe within it. But it was destroyed by Lin Ling in one move. Could your universe be the Seven Realms universe? Wenchang monarch's mouth trembled as he looked at Lin Ling walking over with his sword. He was so frightened that he lost the ability to resist. Beside him, senior brother Qin had just been saved by Wenchang monarch and was feeling lucky. But after seeing this scene he was speechless. Lin Ling was actually so strong. He suddenly felt that meeting Lin Ling again was his bad luck. Lin Ling, right, you are the host of the world, will Lin Ling. Wenchang monarch stared at Lin Ling and finally roared. He had felt that Lin Ling's name was very familiar. So it was this legendary person. Wenchang monarch Lin Ling. Who is Lin Ling? Senior brother Qin also felt that something was wrong. He is an extremely famous character in the bottom 3 levels of the Dao Pagoda. I heard about him because a friend of mine told me that he came from the Silver Moon clan. He told me that all their clan members on the 3rd level of the Dao Pagoda were killed, and the murderer was Lin Ling. Wenchang monarch said solemnly. I didn't expect that my name would spread to the primal chaos realm. But you all still have to die. Lin Ling activated the Universe 3 Extremes break. Lin Ling, wait, we can talk. Wenchang monarch immediately roared. Chapter 51:13. Only senior brother Qin was left. At this moment, the corner of his mouth was trembling. Was this the Lin Ling who had taken advantage of the Supreme Taoist Temple? He was originally a celebrity. Senior Lin Ling, so you are the host of the world's will. Senior brother Qin said nervously. He suddenly felt that the people of the Supreme Taoist Temple in the main hall were very sarcastic. They actually evaluated Lin Ling from above. Yes. Lin Ling nodded and walked over step by step. Lin Ling, can you? Senior Brother Chen's mouth trembled. Swoosh. Lin Ling slashed out and split Senior Brother Chen in half. Then he plundered their treasures and strode away. Hua Jichu, you sound very powerful. If you have the ability, come find me at the Dao Tower. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he entered the area of the Longevity Mountain. Then he found a dense forest and sat down cross-legged. He took out the jade bottle given to him by the sun god race and gently opened it. Immediately, a strand of golden sunlight floated out and surrounded Lin Ling's body. At the same time, Lin Ling sensed that his Dao had returned to the third level. Moreover, this feeling was getting clearer and clearer. Waves of golden sunlight lingered around his body, causing him to gradually become illusory. At the same time, in the distant sky, an old man rode on a lion and quickly moved through the sky. His palms were pressed together, and his eyes flickered as if he could see the distant Longevity Mountain. Lin Ling seriously injured by Shan and Deshan, and now he has returned to the Longevity Mountain. This time, I must capture him even if I have to offend the Earth Immortal Ancestor. I will waste this clone and let the Earth Immortal Ancestor kill him. If the Earth Immortal Ancestor goes to the three divine sects of Baishan, then let Dipankara Buddha face him. Amit Ba, for the sake of the universe, I must do this. His speed seemed to penetrate the void. In the blink of an eye, the mountain range of the Longevity Mountain appeared in front of him. At this moment, Lin Ling was still sensing the Dao Regression Celestial Seat. But at this moment he felt a powerful aura surging over. He lifted his head and saw Buddhist light shooting up into the sky. He could faintly see a huge lion galloping in the sky, disappearing and reappearing. In the blink of an eye, it was already at the edge of the Longevity Mountain. What a powerful aura! Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He knew that after the failure of the White Mountain Great Buddha, the three great sects of the White Mountain sent out their experts again. From the looks of it, the three divine sects of White Mountain seemed to have thrown caution to the wind and dared to invade Longevity Mountain. But I'm leaving. However, Lin Ling smiled. He could sense a mysterious power. The sun's divine light was taking effect. With that thought in mind, Lin Ling suddenly looked at the Buddhist light in the distance. He saw an old man on the lion and the corners of his mouth curled up. He was mocking the old man. His body gradually became illusory. Not good. At this moment, the expression of the old man on the lion changed. He could clearly sense that Lin Ling was about to escape. Damn it. It wasn't easy for him to go all out and attack Lin Ling in Longevity Mountain's territory, but Lin Ling was about to leave. If he had known this would happen, he would have captured Lin Ling alive at Longevity Mountain. Lin Ling, don't go. He grabbed out with his hand, and a terrifying universe seal surged out, wanting to seal Lin Ling within. However, as the force approached Lin Ling suddenly disappeared. The place where he sat cross-legged was only left with endless sunlight. Lin Ling, Amit Ba. The old man rode the lion and rushed to the foot of Tsang Mountain. Looking at the constantly circling sunlight, he pressed his palms together and the corners of his eyes twitched. He was clearly extremely angry. Lin Ling. At this moment, in the distant forest, a beautiful figure appeared. Looking at the disappearing Lin Ling, she rushed over anxiously, but in the end she fell down halfway, because she knew that Lin Ling had finally left. Lin Ling, don't go. I still owe you an apology. She powerlessly sat on the ground, tears flowing out of her eyes. She was none other than Feng Moyang. During this period of time, she had been constantly searching for Lin Ling. She had almost walked through the entire Longevity Mountain, but she still hadn't seen Lin Ling. When she finally found Lin Ling, it was already too late. And when she saw Lin Ling disappear with her own eyes, her heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. This was because she really wanted to personally apologize to Lin Ling. Kid, you know Lin Ling? At this moment, the old man opened his eyes and looked at Feng Moyang indifferently. Previously, he had seen this girl shouting for Lin Ling, and from the looks of it, their relationship was not shallow. This old monk is the Burning Heart Ancient Buddha. You have already strayed onto the wrong path. The old man smiled kindly and walked towards Feng Moyang step by step. Since this girl was related to Lin Ling, then after capturing her, Lin Ling might enter the Chaos Realm again. However, Feng Moyang ignored the old man and continued to cry in incomparable grief. Seeing this, the old man's eyes turned cold and he immediately attacked Feng Moyang. His large hand grabbed out, wanting to imprison Feng Moyang. Amit Ba, this old monk will bring you out of the wrong path and ascend to the other side, freeing you forever. But at this moment, a vine suddenly rushed out from the ground and ruthlessly smashed onto the large hand. The terrifying thing was that after the seemingly ordinary vine ruthlessly smashed into the large hand, it instantly collapsed and endless Buddhist energy poured out. What kind of monster is this? The burning heart ancient Buddha's eyes were filled with anger after his attack failed. It was fine if he couldn't capture Lin Ling, but he couldn't even capture this girl? This old monk. A calm voice suddenly sounded out and it actually carried waves of anger. Whoosh. Around the burning heart ancient Buddha, vines rushed out from the ground and ruthlessly whipped towards him. Ignorant. Seeing these vines, the burning heart ancient Buddha shouted in disdain. With a flick of his finger, Buddhist flames shot out, wanting to burn these vines. Unfortunately, he had forgotten whose territory this was. The vines ignored the Buddhist flames and continued to lash at ancient Buddha burning heart. With a crisp snap, the old man's kasaya was torn apart and his flesh was torn apart. He was in so much pain that he sucked in a breath of cold air. Lost? The voice sounded again. Slap. Another heavy whip came and this time, it hit the burning heart ancient Buddha's chest, causing him to cry from the pain. Wait, who are you? The burning heart ancient Buddha roared. Reach the other shore? However, the mysterious voice ignored him and allowed the countless vine whips to continue lashing out. Pa pa pa. Scorching Heart was in so much pain that he was tearing up. He kept shouting and his eyes suddenly narrowed. You're an earth immortal ancestor. Eternal release? His voice was filled with disdain as he continued whipping the ancient Buddha with his vines. The ancient Buddha, who was originally a Buddha god, could only roll on the ground as he hugged his head. He was in an extremely sorry state. In the distance, the azure lion was trembling at this moment. It lay on the ground and didn't dare to move because it noticed that the owner of this voice was incomparably terrifying. In the end, Azure Lion could only watch as Burning Heart Buddha was whipped to death. Go back and tell Dipankara Buddha that if he has the ability, come and find me, an earth immortal. Chapter 51:14. Scram. It wasn't until the voice gradually became cold that it reacted and hurriedly fled like a wisp of smoke. At this moment, Feng Moyang had already woken up from her sorrow. She had been witnessing the scene in front of her and was incomparably shocked. This was because she had not sensed anyone's arrival at all. Nuwa clan girl, you were almost taken away by the people of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. At this moment, an old voice came from the forest, but it carried a touch of kindness. Who are you? Feng Moyang raised her head and looked around in shock. I am the ancestor of the Earth Immortals. The person you were searching for was Lin Ling. Unfortunately, you came too late. He has already returned to the Dao Tower. The voice sounded. I know he is Lin Ling, but I did come too late. Speaking of Lin Ling, Feng Moyang's eyes dimmed again. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes focused and she gritted her teeth and said, I want to enter the Dao Tower and find Lin Ling. I must find him. Girl, the Dao Tower is not like the primal chaos realm. Without the protection of the 8 gods, the massacre there is incomparably terrifying. Have you really thought about it? The voice sounded again. Feng Moyang nodded heavily. I owe him an apology. If I don't say it, I feel that I will feel uneasy for the rest of my life. Sai, perhaps you don't know who Lin Ling is. He is the host of the world's will and is very famous in the Dao realm. He has offended many ancient gods and killed many powerful gods. Even in the primal chaos realm he is extremely famous. And if you want to find him, it will probably be somewhat difficult. The voice sounded again. In fact, when Lin Ling stepped into the Longevity Mountain, I already knew. I also knew that the 3 divine gates of White Mountain were chasing after him. He came here to take refuge. Hearing this, Feng Moyang was stunned. She thought that Lin Ling was just an ordinary god. She didn't expect him to be so famous. However, if you want to go to the Dao Pagoda, I can help you. Let me speak for your supreme Taoist temple. At this moment, the voice sounded again. Then a small sapling floated over and landed in front of Feng Moyang. This sapling can save your life 3 times. Take it with you into the Dao Pagoda. Of course, I hope that you will never have to use this sapling. It's hard to fathom a person's heart. Be careful. Senior earthly immortal ancestor, why are you helping me? Feng Moyang was incomparably shocked, but he still received the sapling. Because the 2 of you are fated. That's all there is to it. After a moment of silence, the voice suddenly spoke. Feng Moyang's brows furrowed. Fate? Her heart suddenly became heavy. She thought of that man who spoke very little. Could it be that she really knew that man? Go back to the Supreme Taoist Temple first. The voice floated again. Feng Moyang nods and quickly runs towards the Supreme Taoist Temple. The Nuwa clan? After Feng Moyang disappeared, the voice once again mysteriously floated up. At this moment, on the other side in the Sun God Temple, light condensed and then turned into a figure. Was Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling, who had just returned, did not leave. Instead he frowned. What was extremely strange was that after he left the primal chaos realm, he immediately sensed Yu Yu's soul. Unfortunately, this kind of feeling came too late. Why is this feeling disappearing and reappearing? Who is stopping me? Or is it that Yu Yu is not an ordinary existence in the primal chaos realm? Lin Ling frowned, constantly guessing where Yu Yu had reincarnated to. Unfortunately, I have already left the primal chaos realm. Moreover, even if I enter the primal chaos realm again, that feeling will probably disappear. It's better not to think too much about it now. In any case, the primal chaos realm will be destroyed sooner or later. This means that the gods of the primal chaos realm will all enter the Dao Pagoda. At that time Yu Yu might also enter. Lin Ling said to himself. Only then did he look at the Great Hall and discover that it was the Great Hall he had come from. Moreover, many people were looking at him. They were the people of the Sun God race. Are you Lin Ling? Finally, someone shouted. That's right. Lin Ling nodded. Lin Ling, you're finally back. After seeing Lin Ling admit it, many people of the Sun God race were very excited. Back then, Lin Ling had saved the Son of Light, and now he had become the benefactor of the Sun God race. Everyone was very grateful to him. Facing these enthusiastic Sun God race, Lin Ling was somewhat surprised. Lin Ling, you're back. At this moment, a woman walked over with a few people from the Sun God race. It was the 12-winged Sun God. After she saw Lin Ling, she seemed to be more excited than anyone else. 12-winged Sun God, where is this? Lin Ling also happily walked over. After a conversation, Lin Ling found out that this was the Sun God race's temple. It was located in a universe, but he could return to the 3rd floor of the Dao Pagoda through this universe. After knowing where he was, Lin Ling and the 12-winged Sun God moved forward towards the 3rd floor of the Dao Pagoda. Along the way, Lin Ling also knew that the great gods of the Spirit Nation had left once again and entered the 4th floor of the Dao Pagoda. On the 3rd floor of the Dao Pagoda, there weren't many gods left behind by the Yellow Emperor and the others. Most of them had entered the 4th floor of the Dao Pagoda. It seems that I've been gone for quite some time. The Yellow Emperor and the others should have recovered their strength and made some progress. Lin Ling nodded. After walking out of the Sun God Temple, a burst of light flowed and the surrounding scenery quietly changed. It was already on the flat ground. It was on the original land. And this was the 3rd floor of the Dao Pagoda. Let's go to the Sacred Ocean City. Who is guarding there now? Lin Ling asked. Taoist Master Duo Bao. The 12-winged Sun God said. His strength has already recovered and he has also made some progress. However, compared to the Yellow Emperor and the others, he is still a little weaker. Of course, the power of his world's will is not weak. Among the king-level universe gods, there should be very few who can match him. Let's go. Hearing this, Lin Ling sighed inwardly. The world's will host was indeed unique. In such a short period of time, his strength had actually recovered to the level of the past. One must know that if it were an ordinary god, they might not be able to recover their strength from the past. The few of them flew towards the Sacred Ocean City, but before they arrived they heard a series of loud shouts. Lord of the Sacred Ocean City, get out here. In the distance at the edge of the ocean, a large number of gods stood there, shouting. However, there were also whispers that could be heard. I heard that the experts of the Sacred Ocean City have all left, leaving behind an old man and a few weak gods. Alright, there's also the 12-winged Sun God of the Sun God race. However, the Sacred Ocean City is not the territory of the Sun God race. If we take this city, the Sun God race probably won't interfere. Are you sure that the experts of the Sacred Ocean City have left? I heard that the Yellow Emperor and the others are there. They are extremely powerful. Actually, the Yellow Emperor and the others are not scary. The most terrifying one is still the old monster Lin Ling. Chapter 51:15. The more the gods spoke, the louder they became and the braver they became. They came from the 2nd level of the Dao Pagoda, so they knew about the taboos of the City of Myriad Gods. Among them, the one who had heard the most was the old monster Lin Ling. It was said that this Lin Ling was so fierce that he even dared to exterminate the Silver Moon clan. But now that Lin Ling had left, there was nothing to be worried about. Ocean Saint City still hasn't opened its gates. It seems that they are forcing us to take action. The gods then looked at the ocean holy city in the distance. One of the gods roared and released a stone conch. The stone conch released a spiraling light that rushed towards the ocean holy city. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the majestic ocean holy city began to tremble. Waves of seawater soared into the sky. Taoist conch, good technique. Your godly power is estimated to be in the 4,000 range. The others were full of praise. With their hands behind their backs, they looked at Ocean Saint City with faint smiles. At the same time, Ocean Saint City finally opened, and a large number of gods walked out. The one leading them was Taoist Master Duo Bao. His face was ashen as he stared coldly at the gods in front of him. There were many gods in front of Ocean Saint City, including late-stage King Universe Giant gods and early-stage Saint Universe Giant gods. If there was only one Saint Universe Giant god, Taoist Master Duo Bao wouldn't be afraid. But there were more than a dozen of them and many late-stage King Universe Giant gods. It seemed that this battle was going to be a tough one. Previously he had already discovered the gods outside Ocean Saint City, but he chose to ignore them. But in the end he found out that these gods who were trying to seize the city had no intention of leaving. Taoist Master Duo Bao, let's fight. Behind Taoist Master Duo Bao were Sakura, and Yuer, and Xian Yuange. Their strength grew slowly and at some point they had reached their limits, so they didn't go to the 4th level of the Dao Pagoda. In fact, if they hadn't followed Lin Ling and obtained some rare treasures to cultivate, they wouldn't have been able to reach the 3rd level of the Dao Pagoda. So now, most of them were cultivating in Lin Ling universe, and they only entered the Dao Pagoda occasionally. After all, the battles in the Dao Pagoda were more difficult for them to get involved. Okay. Taoist Master of Many Treasures nodded. Hearing this, Indra took out the coffin lid, and the moment this treasure appeared, the eyes of the gods in the distance all lit up. They all sensed the extraordinariness of the treasure in Indra's hands. However, after they clearly saw the strength of Sakura and the others, they all revealed disdainful smiles. The strongest is none other than Taoist Master of Many Treasures. He's a middle-stage king-class cosmos giant god, yet he dares to obstruct us with this level of strength. This is akin to a mantis blocking a chariot. The god holding the stone conch smiled faintly. Taoist Master of Many Treasures, hand over the holy city of the ocean and leave. We won't make things difficult for you. Someone also shouted, although you are the host body of the world's will, there will naturally be people who will deal with you. We will not lower ourselves to make a move on you. Now the various great world will hosts had been exposed. There were very few people who didn't know about them. However, they didn't plan on attacking the world will hosts. After all, there would be even stronger people who would attack and kill the world will hosts. Their goal was the holy city of the ocean. You make it sound so powerful. Why didn't you dare to come to the ocean holy city 100 years ago? Taoist Master of Many Treasures said disdainfully. The faces of the gods suddenly turned cold. 100 years ago the old monster Lin Ling's name was too famous. How would they dare to come? I know you want to use the old monster Lin Ling to scare us. Unfortunately, the old monster Lin Ling has already been eliminated. Now, there are even more gods entering the Dao Pagoda, and each is stronger than the last. The waves in front of the Yangtze River surpass the waves behind. Lin Ling is nothing. The god holding the stone conch said proudly. He didn't know how strong Lin Ling was, but he reckoned that an outdated god was only powerful in the rumors. Taoist Master of Many Treasures snorted coldly and was about to speak when his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw several gods descending from the sky. The leader was a white-haired man, and beside him was a golden-haired god. They seemed to be from the solar god race. However, Taoist Master of Many Treasures and the others recognized the white-haired man and couldn't help but be delighted. What are you laughing at? The gods only frowned. At this time, Taoist Master of Many Treasures and the others could still laugh? Suddenly they all looked behind them and saw several figures walking over. Of course, the first to cry out was from the solar god race. Solar god race, don't tell me you want to intervene in the matter of seizing the city? You must know that seizing cities in the city of myriad gods is a very normal thing. A god said coldly. This person looked ordinary, but his strength wasn't weak. He was an early-stage Saint Giant Universe god and held a small stone mill in his hand. It was very mysterious. Don't worry, we won't intervene. The 12-winged sun god said with a smile. Everyone was surprised. If the solar god race wasn't going to intervene, what were they doing here? They looked at Taoist Master of Many Treasures and the others and found that they were all laughing. The dignified and angry look from before had disappeared, as if nothing had happened. However, they were already planning to attack the city. How could Taoist Master of Many Treasures and the others be so relaxed? Could it be him? Everyone's eyes quickly fell on the white-haired man. Not good, he's Lin Ling. Suddenly someone shouted. His face was pale and he sat down on the ground with a plop. Lin Ling? How is that possible? Didn't he go to the 4th floor of the Dao Pagoda? How could someone walk back to the 3rd floor? Everyone's heart trembled inexplicably. Their previous arrogance suddenly disappeared. Although they didn't know how strong Lin Ling was still a taboo in the city of myriad gods. It would be a lie if they said they weren't afraid. Duan, god of fortune, how can you be sure? A god asked. I used to be a god in Green City. The green-robed ancestor was killed by Lin Ling, so I've seen Lin Ling before. The god said nervously. Hearing his words, everyone no longer had any doubts and looked at Lin Ling with a frown. Lin Ling smiled and ignored everyone. Instead, he looked at Taoist Master of Many Treasures and the others. I'm back. Lin Ling. And Yuer and the others were very happy. Although they were in the Lin Ling universe and had always been by Lin Ling's side, Lin Ling hadn't entered the Lin Ling universe during this time, so they were very worried about Lin Ling. Hee, second brother. Sakura also smiled as he watched Lin Ling walk over. After Lin Ling walked over, he told them about his encounter with the giant ghost and little Kunlun, causing Yuer and the others to be incomparably happy. The giant ghost and little Kunlun were very familiar with them. Now that they heard that they were fine, everyone was relieved. The little skeleton finally transformed into a human. I wonder how that kid looks like. Sakura and young Master Yao laughed and chatted, looking forward to seeing little Kunlun. Chapter 51:16. Looks like he's just a king-level giant universe god. No matter how powerful he is, he's just a king-level giant universe god. We have so many people here and there's even a saint giant universe god. That's right. If we join forces, Lin Ling might not be able to resist us. The gods were enraged and they communicated secretly with each other. Their eyes were filled with coldness. After Lin Ling talked for a while, he finally looked at the gods. With just one look, the gods who were ready to make a move fell silent again. Although they said it simply, when Lin Ling looked at them they immediately felt the pressure. Lin Ling them. Taoist Master of Many Treasures said. Don't worry, I'll do it. Lin Ling nodded to Taoist Master of Many Treasures and walked toward the gods. Seeing Lin Ling coming, the gods' eyes narrowed. They secretly gathered their godly essence, preparing to prevent any unexpected incidents. Lin Ling is an extremely powerful existence among the world wills, but I don't know how powerful he is. Looks like he's just a king-level giant universe god. The eyes of the god holding the stone conch flashed. But at this moment, space fluctuated and time seemed to freeze. When Taoist Master Tian Conch reacted, Lin Ling had already appeared in front of him. His white hair was white and his figure was not tall, but it seemed to cover the sky. It was as if he blocked the entire sky. Shio. Lin Ling stretched out his hand, and the stone conch in Taoist Master Tian Conch's hand was grasped in his hand. It was too fast, so fast that no one could react in time. Taoist Master Tian Conch's body was protected by godly energy, but Lin Ling seemed to be able to ignore it. Taoist Master Tian Conch's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was so powerful? At the same time, a crisp sound was heard. The stone conch in Lin Ling's hand exploded. This was Taoist Master Tian Conch's great universe. Even though it was only an 8-realm universe, it was still a stable universe. There were not many gods with universes in the Dao Pagoda, and even if there were, they were not complete universes, not even 9 realms. Taoist Master Tian Conch's 8-realm universe was naturally extremely rare. Lin Ling, I'm from Zhangjian, Taoist Master Tian Conch said. Zhangjian is one of the 9 universe stars and it's the nemesis of the world wills. Now that the Dao Pagoda is in chaos and the gods are rising, you don't want to offend one of the 9 universe stars. Taoist Tian Luo's face turned pale. He quickly mentioned his background because he knew how powerful Lin Ling was after Lin Ling broke his universe. Taoist Master Tian Conch, Taoist Master Tian Conch, Taoist. Don't worry, I won't kill you, Lin Ling said indifferently. These words made Taoist Master Tian Conch feel relieved. The 9 universe stars were the nemesis of the world wills. Lin Ling really did not dare to provoke them. Thinking of this, Taoist Master Tian Conch sneered. Lin Ling, let me tell you, Master Zhangjian is on the 4th floor of the Dao Pagoda. He entered before us. Although you don't dare to touch us now, I'll still complain to Master Zhangjian about you. Bang. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's hand reached out and pierced through Taoist Tian Conch's stomach, entering his dantian. Lin Ling clenched his fist, shattering Taoist Tiankong's dantian and absorbing all of his divine yuan. This? All the gods gasped. This was the first time they had seen such a method. They saw Taoist Master Tiankong's divine essence dissipating as if he had turned into a cripple. Even a god was crippled? They had cultivated for many years and had seen gods being refined and killed, but this was the first time they had seen a god being crippled. Moreover, it was done by such a simple and crude method. Although I won't kill you, it doesn't mean I won't teach you a lesson. Lin Ling withdrew his right hand. Previously he had indeed crippled Taoist Master Tiankong. His body was strong, and his universe power had reached the level of the Six Realms universe. Naturally he could use more methods, so it was not difficult for him to cripple a god. Of course, the premise was that the opponent was much weaker than Lin Ling. However, Taoist Master Tiankong was only an early-stage Saint Giant god. With such strength, Lin Ling would not be afraid of him even if he had not entered the Chaos Realm, let alone now that he had returned from the Chaos Realm. A lesson? Hearing Lin Ling's words, all the gods were shocked. A small lesson was enough to cripple someone. What if it was a big lesson? Wouldn't that mean the extinction of their race? Sure enough, the forbidden old monster Lin Ling of the City of Myriad Gods was as ferocious as the rumors said. At this moment, many people regretted it. Many of them had dared to attack the oceanic sacred city because they had been bewitched by others. In addition, the old monster Lin Ling had indeed disappeared for a long time. They all thought that Lin Ling had entered the 4th level of the Tao Pagoda. Lin Ling, Master Zongjian, is very strong. He has only been in the Tao Pagoda for 10 years, and now he has reached the 4th level. If you dare to touch his people, be careful of Master Zongjian's revenge. Another god said. It was the god holding the millstone. He was also an early-stage Saint Giant god, and his strength was not weak at all. Rumble. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's palm slapped down heavily. The seemingly calm palm tore the void apart, causing endless rumbles. You dare to touch me? The god's face darkened. He immediately activated all his strength, causing the millstone to become huge to resist Lin Ling's palm. But could he resist? A clear explosion rang out as the millstone was shattered by the palm strike. Moreover, the palm strike didn't stop there. It landed on the deity's body and directly smashed him to death, turning him into a pile of flesh and blood. Ah! All the gods were so scared that they covered their mouths. That was a Saint Giant god and he was killed with one slap. It was too easy. They were not fools. They instantly saw how strong Lin Ling was. It seemed that there was a reason for Lin Ling to become a taboo in the City of Myriad Gods. It was not without reason. Do you know how to make a blood oath? All of you make a blood oath. As long as you are in the City of Myriad Gods, you will protect the ocean sacred city for me. What do you think? Lin Ling suddenly looked at the crowd with a polite smile. But his white hair fluttered slightly, and coupled with his previous heroic actions, no one dared to resist. They all smiled and nodded. I swear. Me too. Of course, they knew that if they didn't swear, Lin Ling would kill them. Of course, with the old monster Lin Ling's character who dared to exterminate the Silver Moon clan, he didn't kill them now. This was not because he was kind, but because he felt that the holy city of the sea lacked some bodyguards. And they were the bodyguards. This was the value of their lives. Lin Ling calmly took their blood oaths and brought them all into the Lin Ling universe. Then he looked at Taoist Tiankong in his hand and asked, "What is this Zongjin you mentioned earlier?" Taoist Tiankong had seen Lin Ling's every move, and he had completely lost the will to resist. At this moment he smiled bitterly and said, Zongjian is a god who awakened 100 years ago. After knowing that he has 9 universe stars, his goal was to defeat the world will hosts. To prove his strength. Because Master Zongjian has always thought that he is the strongest of the 9 universe stars, he attacked the world will hosts. Now he knows that the Yellow Emperor and the others have entered the 4th level, so he chased after them. As for Taoist Master Duo Bao, he is fine because Master Zongjian did not see him when he came to the 3rd level. Chapter 51:17. It seems that when Zongjian came to the 3rd level, Taoist Duobao was still recovering his strength in my Lin Ling universe, so Zongjian missed him. However, the stars of the 9 universes? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. So far he had met a few of the 9 universes stars, orthodoxies, Ning Qingxin, young Master Ming, god of the underworld, son of light, and so on. These people were all famous people or the reincarnation of powerful gods, but Zongjian was different. He seemed to have a very ordinary origin. Maybe it's because his origin is ordinary that he wants to make a name for himself. So the world's will hosts are his targets. Among my friends, the world's will hosts are the most, so he has his eyes on me. He thought I was on the 4th level, so he entered the 4th level. If he couldn't find me, he would definitely make things difficult for the Yellow Emperor and the others. Lin Ling muttered to himself, then looked at Taoist Tianluo in his hand. Taoist Tianluo looked at Lin Ling in fear, as if he was afraid that Lin Ling would kill him. However, Lin Ling sneered and didn't kill Taoist Tianluo. Instead, he pushed Taoist Tianluo into the ground, leaving only his head outside. Then he ignored him. Taoist Tianluo had been crippled by Lin Ling. If no one saved him, he wouldn't be able to come out. Of course, in order to prevent Taoist Tianluo from dying, Lin Ling also asked people to feed him some sweet dew every day to maintain his life. No, you can't do this. Taoist Tianluo was buried in the ground, screaming in pain, but he couldn't resist. The gods in the distance shivered and looked at Lin Ling in fear, not daring to say a word. From now on, the Ocean Holy City is in your hands. How about it? Lin Ling looked at everyone with a smile. Okay, the city will live if you die. No, the city will die if you die. The gods quickly smiled. Now that they had made a blood oath, how could they resist Lin Ling? Even if they didn't make a blood oath, they didn't dare to have any objections because Lin Ling could kill them immediately. Thank you. Lin Ling waved his hand slightly and led Taoist Duo Bao and the others into the Ocean Holy City. At this moment there were many gods in the city. They had paid the money to enter the city to cultivate. They had witnessed Lin Ling's tyrannical suppression of the gods, so they didn't dare to say a word. Senior Lin Ling. When Taoist Tianluo walked out, they were afraid that Lin would treat them as rebels and kill them. Lin Ling glanced around and frowned slightly. He did not expect there to be so many people in the city. Senior. With just one glance, everyone was shocked and didn't dare to raise their heads. Old Monster Lin Ling was a formidable person who dared to exterminate the Silver Moon clan. Taoist Duo Bao. Was that Taoist Dao? Was that Dao Bao? At that moment, Taoist Duo Bao explained. His explanation caused everyone to heave a sigh of relief, and they finally dared to sneak a glance at Lin Ling. Soon after, they discovered that Lin Ling remained indifferent and continued forward. They were finally relieved. You have taken care of the Ocean Holy City very well. This was the second time Lin Ling had been here. The first time was when he was being chased by the Silver Moon clan. Now he had a good look at the Holy City of the Ocean. He had to admit that the Holy City of the Ocean was well managed by the Silver Moon clan. It was very reasonable. After the Yellow Emperor and the others took over, they didn't need to change anything. They just needed to collect money and cultivate. Lin Ling, that was the Silver Moon Palace. After we entered the city, we obtained a lot of treasures. The Yellow Emperor and the others used them to cultivate. It seems to be the Silver Moon clan's collection. That is the holy water well. It is formed by the essence of the sea. A drop of it takes 10,000 years. It took a lot of time to form the holy water well. That is the Sea Fog Land. You can comprehend the great law of the universe there. I heard that it is the closest place to the Grand Mist Aura. Lin Ling walked while Taoist Duo Bao introduced the place. Grand Mist Aura? Lin Ling nodded. He already knew that there was Grand Mist Aura under the City of Myriad Gods. Because of this Grand Mist Aura, the cultivation speed in the City of Myriad Gods was very fast. He suddenly stopped and stared at the coast. He saw that it was a cliff. There was a sea aura pervading the air. Standing there, he could see very far. The blue sea seemed to be in his eyes. The scenery here was very beautiful. That is the Sea Fog Land. Taoist Duo Bao pointed to the distance and said when he saw Lin Ling stop. Lin Ling nodded and walked to the cliff. Suddenly, a strange feeling spread throughout his body. He looked at the sea aura that was constantly forming whirlpools. It was as if he was watching the birth of a universe. It was a very strange feeling. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling's universe appeared around him. It was as if it had merged with the sea. I can really comprehend the great laws of the universe here. Lin Ling was shocked. After sensing carefully, he discovered that the sea was emitting 5-colored mist, evaporating into the sky like water vapor. This seemed to be weak Grand Mist Aura. After all, if the Grand Mist Aura was too strong, ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. And this 5-colored mist couldn't be detected by ordinary people. Only Lin Ling, who had 6 universes, could sense it. It can upgrade my universe. Lin Ling quickly fused his Lin Ling's universe with the sea. Gradually, he discovered that the Grand Mist Aura was forming whirlpools. Although they were simple whirlpools, they seemed to contain the laws of the universe. This was an indescribable feeling. Lin Ling was like a sponge, crazily absorbing the laws of the universe. Even if he couldn't comprehend them, he would deeply remember them and bring them into his Lin Ling's universe. Lin Ling's universe was also gradually becoming stronger. Originally, Lin Ling had upgraded his universe in the Supreme Taoist Temple. However, that place only strengthened the universe itself. It didn't increase the attack and defense. But here Lin Ling's universe was constantly getting stronger. Most importantly, its attack and defense were getting stronger. Time quietly passed. Gradually that feeling faded. Lin Ling finally opened his eyes and looked forward again. He discovered that he could see even further. It was as if the entire sea was in his eyes. He knew that the Grand Mist aura could no longer block his vision. This is really a good place. Lin Ling smiled. Suddenly he felt that there were so many cities in the city of myriad gods. Every city had Grand Mist aura. What if he could comprehend all of them? Thinking of this, he stood up and went to find Taoist myriad treasures to bid farewell to them. Lin Ling, you're leaving? And Yuer and the others were obviously reluctant to part with him. Lin Ling immediately looked at them with guilt. After all, he hadn't returned for many years. It was rare for him to come back, but he was cultivating. He didn't accompany them at all. How about this, I'll leave tomorrow. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and finally said with a smile. Hearing Lin Ling's words, everyone was incomparably happy. That night, the Oceanic Saint City was extremely lively. A banquet was held. All kinds of wine, meat, and food were free. The Oceanic Saint City didn't even charge any fees. Anyone could enter, and it was free for 3 consecutive days. Chapter 51:18. Enjoying and cultivating at the same time, this was an incomparably rare opportunity. Therefore, people joined in the lively banquet, and more people came to the holy city of the ocean. The holy city of the ocean was heavily guarded. Usually, gods only needed to enter carefully, but at this moment, it welcomed an unprecedented bustle. Haha, come everyone drink. The streets were full of people. Lin Ling stood on the highest building, looked at the densely packed people and picked up his wine glass. In the past, every time he went back to Ancestor Taiyin, he would hold a banquet with the purpose of livening up the atmosphere. This was the first time he did this in the Tao Tower. Although he didn't know these people, as long as they were happy, it was fine. As for holding a banquet, it was also a kind of recognition of victory. After risking their lives and returning from a hard battle, how could it be so simple? Only after being happy would they have the motivation to fight again. Ha ha ha. Sakura and the others were also incomparably happy. They drank with Lin Ling, and then accompanied the unfamiliar gods to drink. Lin Ling and Yuer and the others seized the hard-won time to accompany Lin Ling. Lin Ling kept drinking wine, and at the same time he also talked to Guang Qingzi and the others, bringing them wine and food. Everyone was happy. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lin Ling noticed that his power of belief was constantly increasing. This made him a little surprised because he found that these beliefs came from some gods in the holy city of the ocean. Although not every god was born with beliefs, as long as they were born with beliefs, their beliefs would not be weak. This is also possible? Lin Ling was speechless for a while and then no longer paid attention to it. After all, in such a happy occasion, the matter of cultivation should be thrown aside. The banquet lasted until midnight, and then Lin Ling also said goodbye to everyone and accompanied Yuer and the others. Yuer and the others had rarely been by Lin Ling's side since their resurrection. Today Lin Ling greatly satisfied them. The feeling of being alive is so good. Perhaps it was because of these happy and relaxed moments, but Lin Ling also cherished these days very much. This was also the motivation that kept him alive every time he was on the brink of death in battle. In other words, this might also be his belief. The night passed quietly. Lin Ling didn't sleep at all. He kept talking to Yuer. When he woke up, Yuer, Shen Yuange, and the others all helped Lin Ling put on his clothes and combed his white hair. Lin Ling, go. The Yellow Emperor and the others are waiting for you on the 4th level. Go and help them. Yuer and the others all knew why Lin Ling wanted to leave. Lin Ling nodded and kissed each of his wives on their foreheads. Then he continued on his journey. This time, Lin Ling felt that the battle wouldn't be too far away because he was getting closer and closer to the top of the Tao Tower. He didn't leave the 3rd level. Instead, he went to other cities to find ways to improve Lin Ling's comprehension of the universe. Your Excellency, you must be someone, Lin. Let me borrow your cities. After arriving at the cities of myriad gods, Lin Ling didn't line up according to the rules. Instead, he flew directly to the top of the city and said indifferently, Your Excellency, how dare you? You think you can borrow just because you want to? Wait, are you that old monster Lin Ling? At first, the City of Myriad Gods owners were dissatisfied. However, after seeing Lin Ling clearly, their faces changed. How could they dare to stop him? Haha, so it's Sage Lin. How affectionate. These city lords were all powerful. They personally came out to greet Lin Ling. Lin Ling casually exchanged some pleasantries with them. Then he began to search for the grand mist aura in the city. However, the grand mist aura emitted from each city was different. Therefore, Lin Ling's harvest was different. Even Lin Ling didn't dare to get too close to some of the grand mist aura in the cities of myriad gods. Later, he realized that it was difficult to comprehend, so he could only give up. In this way, Lin Ling visited many of the cities of myriad gods on the third level. Under constant comprehension, Lin Ling's universe transformed again and became a 5-realm universe. A 5-realm universe, which meant that Lin Ling could bring 50% of the invincible power of Lin Ling's universe into other universes. Unknowingly, Lin Ling's universe had become his second trump card after the Sword of Faith. With this universe, Lin Ling was confident that he would be invincible even in the middle stage of the Saint Universe Giant God. At this moment, no one in the Sacred Ocean City didn't know about the appearance of the old monster Lin Ling. They were all confused. Did Lin Ling go to the 4th level? With one real and one illusory, they didn't dare to touch the Sacred Ocean City. After all, Lin Ling was too elusive. On this day, Lin Ling finally decided to leave the cities of myriad gods. Before leaving, he went to find the 12-winged sun god. Lin Ling, you're finally here. The 12-winged sun god was very happy to see Lin Ling because she knew that Lin Ling was finally going to leave. She smiled as she looked at the white-haired man. She subconsciously thought of Lin Ling, whom she had met in the 2nd level. At that time, Lin Ling had been very ordinary. He had fought against the 4 Dao realm emperors. However, when they reached the 3rd level, this man had become even more terrifying. He became stronger, killed Yin Wangguang, annihilated the Silver Moon clan, and stirred up a bloody storm in the Chaos realm. All of this was unbelievable. One could imagine how terrifying Lin Ling's future would be. Lin Ling is worthy of being the host of the world's will. He is as dazzling as the other hosts of the world's will and the 9 stars of the universe. Perhaps he is also the most promising man to overthrow the middle and later stages of the Tao Pagoda. The 12-winged sun god thought. Why didn't you leave? You can't be waiting for me, right? Lin Ling didn't know what the 12-winged sun god was thinking and asked with a smile. Yes, I'm waiting for you. Do you believe it? The 12-winged sun god tucked her long golden hair behind her ears and said with a smile, let's go to the 4th level of the Tao Pagoda together. The Son of Light told me that in order to repay you, I must personally take you to the 4th level of the Tao Pagoda. Lin Ling was a little surprised and asked, the Son of Light went to the 4th level of the Tao Pagoda? Now, the Son of Light should be on the 5th level of the Tao Pagoda, fighting with the various god clans. The 12-winged sun god explained, now the gods of all eras are attacking the top of the Tao Pagoda, including the oldest rulers of the Chaos realm. Before us, many ancient gods had already entered the Tao Pagoda. They spent countless years to pass through the 5th level of the Tao Pagoda and gradually created their own forces, as if they were the rulers of the world. If we want to pass through these places, we must overthrow those ancient gods, and they are the 12 god clans. Only by overthrowing them and replacing them can we reach the top of the Tao Pagoda. Chapter 51:19. These 12 clans are the Decaying Race, the Solar God Race, the Silvermoon Race, the Ya Race, the Divine Ox Race, the Universe's number 1 Toad Race, the Giant God Race, the Fengshui Race, and the Mountain Pushing Gang. The 12-winged Yang God introduced them. Lin Ling was slightly shocked. The Solar God Race is also one of them? That's right. In fact, these 12 clans are the oldest and most ancestral races in the universe. Any cultivation ability and divine embryo are more or less related to them because they were born along with the universe. Now, we know that there are actually 9 clans, and there are 3 clans that even we don't know because they are already in the second half of the Tao Pagoda and are preventing anyone from approaching. The 12-winged Yang God continued. Lin Ling sucked in a cold breath. Even you don't know which 3 clans they are? The 12-winged Yang God shook his head. Because they are all the oldest clans, we really don't know. Therefore, if you want to reach the top of the Tao Pagoda, you must surpass these ancestors. Okay, I understand. Lin Ling nodded. He felt that the competition in the second half of the Tao Pagoda would be extremely fierce. The powerful gods would definitely be as bright as fireworks and their names would shake the era. At this moment, the will of the world did not seem to be the number 1 enemy. Let's go. Lin Ling looked at the 12-winged Yang God. The latter nodded and smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, with your current strength, 90% of the people on the 4th floor of the Dao Pagoda are no match for you. You already have the qualifications to enter the 5th floor of the Dao Pagoda. 90%? Lin Ling secretly shook his head. After returning from the Chaos Realm, he had upgraded 2 of his trump cards. One was the Sword of Faith and the other was the Lin Ling universe. According to this calculation, he should be an invincible existence on the 4th floor of the Dao Pagoda. Follow me. The 12-winged Yang God led Lin Ling forward and arrived at a mountain range. Then, the 12-winged Yang God took out the Dao Realm fragment and handed it to Lin Ling. If one wanted to go to the next floor, the Dao Realm fragment was indispensable. However, for gods, the Dao Realm shard was no longer of much help. The treasures that could be exchanged for in the celestial realm were also not enough for cultivation. After all, after reaching the rank of giant gods of the universe, it was extremely difficult to advance by a whole realm. Lin Ling felt a sensation that he hadn't felt in a long time. Then he realized that his body was dispersing, turning into specks of yellow essence. Like sunlight, they floated towards the sky. When he came to his senses again, Lin Ling's body began to reassemble. They had arrived at the 4th level. A gust of fresh air rushed over. Lin Ling raised his head to look and discovered that the biggest feature of this place was the green mountains and clear waters. What he could see was actually an ancient mountain range, and these mountain ranges were verdant and lush, hazy and misty, very ethereal. This is the 4th floor. The voice of the 12-winged Yang God came from the side. In the hazy fog, the 12-winged Yang God's delicate body was alluring, like a goddess of a generation. The Yellow Emperor and the others are here too? Lin Ling asked. He discovered that in the distance, in the mountain range, there were all kinds of powerful auras hidden. This level did not seem simple. They're all here. Lin Ling, I've already brought you here. Next, I'm going to the Solar God race. After you're done with your task, you must come find us. We'll take you to the 5th floor. The 12-winged Yang God said, actually, under the leadership of the Sun God, our Solar God race had already dominated the second half of the world. Later, the Sun God and the Decay God fought, and the Sun God was defeated. The Child of Light took over the Solar God race, so he opened from the 1st floor. Let's move forward. Okay. Lin Ling nodded and said goodbye to the 12-winged Yang God. The 12-winged Yang God glanced at Lin Ling and finally left. With Lin Ling's current strength, she was not worried about Lin Ling's safety. Lin Ling walked forward alone, then took out a sound transmission talisman to inform the Yellow Emperor and the others. However, this place was too big, and with the fog in the sky, Lin Ling could only roughly tell the direction. Along the ancient mountain range, the journey was peaceful. However, after a long time, divine power fluctuations began to appear in front of him, and deafening sounds could be heard. Lin Ling frowned slightly. He could see that there was a great battle in the mountain range ahead, but he shook his head and did not plan to pay attention to it. He wanted to leave. However, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It was the primordial aura. This piqued Lin Ling's curiosity. He took a step forward and walked towards the mountain range. Not long after, he saw an ancient pond with a radius of a few hundred meters in front of several majestic mountains. The ancient pond was filled with frost mist, and a huge demonic dragon was floating. Now, the demon dragon's entire body was green, and its body was covered in moss. The dragon's upper body was above the ancient pond, and its lower body was below the ancient pond. It was very terrifying. And beside the ancient pond, several figures were still in a state of battle, staring at the demon dragon with solemn expressions. They were gasping for breath and their bodies were covered in injuries. It seemed that they had just experienced a great battle. Looking at the ground, it was extremely messy and there were traces of blood. On the other hand, the demon dragon above the ancient pond was unscathed. Its cold eyes stared at the gods with disdain. Attack! The gods shouted angrily. They unleashed their full power and joined forces to suppress the demon dragon again. They were all giant gods of the Saint Realm, and 2 of them were even middle-stage giant gods of the Saint Realm. However, their combined strength was no match for the demon dragon. Long. Any powerful attacks that rushed toward the ancient pond turned into nothingness. Not only was the demon dragon unscathed, but the water of the ancient pond did not even move a bit. Look at my universe! Roared a powerful old man as he activated his universe to suppress the ancient pond. Long. With a loud boom, the universe crashed into the ancient pond, but it was torn apart. The old man's universe, which was originally 8 worlds, was forcibly destroyed into 9 worlds. What? The old man retreated several steps. Although the destruction of the universe would not injure him, he could not help but feel a pang of pain in his heart. After all, the improvement of the universe was much harder than the improvement of one's realm. Teacher, why can't we hurt the demon dragon at all? Is it because of the primordial energy? That's right. The primordial energy is known as the most mysterious energy of the universe, and it has been refined by the demon dragon. That's why it can block our attacks. Unless we have the power to cut through everything, we can't hurt it. Then we won't be able to get that bead. These gods all had anxious looks on their faces. At this moment, the demon dragon floating above the ancient pond let out a loud roar and spat out a black bead. The moment this bead came out, a gust of strong wind blew, causing the gods to sway unsteadily. The terrifying thing was that the strong wind could not blow them away. Their bodies were disappearing piece by piece as though they were being corroded. Teacher. Someone shouted with difficulty. Everyone, unleash your godly power. Chapter 51:20. This dragon pearl is interesting. However, at this moment, an ethereal voice suddenly sounded. Then the old man and the others saw a white-haired man walk over. He actually ignored the demonic wind and walked step by step toward the ancient pond. Little friend, be careful. Seeing this, the old man instinctively shouted because he knew that the demonic dragon had the primordial energy protecting its body. Ordinary attacks were completely ineffective against it. Madman. The others' pupils constricted because they saw the white-haired man walk toward the ancient pond just like that. What else could it be but a madman? At the same time, the giant demonic dragon also saw the white-haired man. It let out a low roar, its voice full of disdain. It already had intelligence and could sense that the white-haired man's cultivation level was even lower than the others. With such strength, he dared to court death? It didn't attack the white-haired man. Instead, it urged the demonic wind with all its might to attack the gods. In its opinion, it should first kill the gods and then deal with this little god. At this moment, the white-haired man finally arrived in front of the ancient pond. He jumped up and grabbed with his hand. Everyone saw Lin Ling's action and their eyes widened. Little friend. The old man almost cursed out loud. The white-haired man probably saw that the black pearl was a treasure and wanted to take it for himself. However, he didn't see it. Previously, their combined attacks couldn't break through the primordial energy, let alone the white-haired man who just grabbed it. Do you really think it's a fruit on the roadside that you can pick as you please? However, before they could cry out in alarm, the white-haired man had already grabbed the dragon pearl in his hand. His hand directly passed through the primordial energy as if it could ignore it. The demonic dragon also roared loudly when it sensed that the dragon pearl had been taken away. However, the most terrifying thing was that the white-haired man's hand turned into a knife. With a light slash, the connection between the dragon pearl and the demonic dragon was severed. The demonic dragon roared 3 times in a row. Its huge body fell down as if it had lost all its strength. Looking at the other gods, they all escaped at this moment as if they had just survived a disaster. After all, if the white-haired man hadn't suddenly seized the dragon pearl, they might have all died here. He actually ignored the primordial energy? After they escaped, they all looked at the white-haired man in shock. The white-haired man ignored them. He held the dragon pearl and sized it up. Sometimes he stroked it and sometimes he held the dragon pearl to look at the sky. The hidden power of the dragon pearl seemed unable to escape his eyes. The white-haired man was Lin Ling. Previously, Huang Xiaolong could ignore the Grand Mist aura mainly because he had comprehended the Grand Mist aura many times in the City of Myriad Gods. Thus he had already come into contact with some weak Grand Mist aura. Whereas this Dragon Pearl's Grand Mist aura was very weak, it naturally couldn't stop him. Of course, besides his ability to disregard primordial energy, the energy of faith possessed the might to slash through everything. As for this Dragon Pearl, it could not be considered a precious treasure, but it was still extremely rare. This was because it contained an incomparably powerful energy and was very suitable for cultivation. Most importantly, it contained a strand of primordial energy. That feeling was similar to the Chaos Gems. Of course, it was much weaker than the Chaos Gems. If I want to open the 9th Dantian, I'll definitely need a lot of energy. In addition, I also need energy for my breakthrough. I'll collect these treasures first. Lin Ling put away the Dragon Pearl and left. The gods stared at Lin Ling with their mouths agape. They couldn't see through Lin Ling at all. However, they immediately looked at the demonic dragon. Seeing that the demonic dragon was on the verge of death, They hurriedly rushed over to kill it and obtain the treasures on its body. Although these treasures were very precious, they were only ordinary to Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling's cultivation not only depended on quantity, but also quality. Let's go and thank that Lord. After the old man collected the demonic dragon's treasures, his eyes looked into the distance and rushed over with the crowd. While the old man was flying, his eyes were constantly flickering. The image of the white-haired young man appeared in his mind, and then his face quietly changed. "Senior, wait." The old man's disciples saw Lin Ling and shouted. Lin Ling frowned slightly, but he still stopped in his tracks. "Senior, thank you for saving our lives." After the gods caught up with Lin Ling, they all cupped their hands and bowed to Lin Ling. "Your Excellency, these are my disciples. Thank you for your help." The old man also smiled politely at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flashed slightly. In the first 3 floors of the Dao Pagoda, the gods were prey to the strong. It seemed that the 4th floor was much easier to talk to. Of course, Lin Ling was not a greenhorn. He wouldn't treat others as close friends just because they said a few polite words. "No need to thank me. I'm just interested in the dragon pearl. So even without you, I would have competed for it." Lin Ling replied with a smile. "Anyway, thank you, Lord." The old man was still very polite. He suddenly asked, "Are you alone? We are quite familiar with the 4th floor of the Dao Pagoda. Is there anything we can help you with?" Hearing this, Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "I'm looking for someone called the Yellow Emperor. Do you know him?" Although he was still wary of these people, Lin Ling still asked casually, "It's Senior Yellow Emperor." The old man's disciples were immediately overjoyed and hurriedly looked at the old man. The old man smiled and nodded, "So it's fellow Taoist Yellow Emperor. Not only do we know him, but we are also very familiar with him. If you want to find him, we can take you there as repayment for saving our lives." "Okay, thank you." Lin Ling immediately nodded. He was glad that he could meet an acquaintance of the Yellow Emperor. Lin Ling followed the old man and the others. Along the way they kept talking. Through the conversation, Lin Ling gradually became sure that these people did indeed know the Yellow Emperor. This was because they mentioned the Yellow Emperor's characteristics and even mentioned the Emperor Shun and the others. Along the way, other than mountains, there were more mountains. Through the old man's introduction, Lin Ling learned that flying too high in the 4th floor was not allowed because there was a lot of primordial energy. Moreover, flying too high was also very dangerous. There were many powerful demonic dragons on the 4th floor, and there were many of them. They were comparable to peak Saint Stage Universe gods. But other than that, there was nothing else. However, the path from the 4th floor to the 5th floor was very difficult to find. One had to use a Dao realm fragment at the corresponding location. Not long after, the old man flew down and looked around. There were also endless mountains here, but there were 8 mountains in the surroundings. The most amazing thing was that they were all exactly the same, and they surrounded everyone in the middle. "Ha, Lin Ling, you've been fooled." The old man's expression suddenly changed and he roared. The situation suddenly changed, and the old man's disciples were unable to react. They all looked at the old man in shock. "Master, this? He is the old monster Lin Ling, the one who annihilated the Silver Moon clan. He just came here from the 3rd floor." The old man's expression was ferocious as he retreated with his disciples. Looking at them, even Lin Ling was very surprised. However, he did not care about the old man because he realized that a large number of gods had suddenly appeared on the 8 mountains in the surroundings. Chapter 51-21. "Ha, old monster Lin Ling, how have you been?" Several hundred gods were standing on top of the 8 enormous mountain peaks. What was terrifying was that all of them had the strength of middle-stage universe giant gods at the Saint Realm. There was even a late-stage Saint Universe giant god overseeing each mountain peak. At this moment, they were all sneering at Lin Ling, who was standing in the middle of the mountain range. They were all clear about Lin Ling. He came from the 3rd level of the Dao Tower and had once annihilated the Silver Moon clan. Even Yin Wanguang had died at his hands. Moreover, this Lin Ling was being targeted by many big shots. Someone had issued a bounty for Lin Ling if he came to the Dao Tower. The reward for killing Lin Ling on the 4th level was generous. To be able to attract the attention of so many gods, I thought Lin Ling was some kind of 3-headed and 6-armed fellow. But it turns out that he is just a middle-stage King Universe giant god. Yes, it seems that this reward will belong to none other than us. The 8 late-stage Saint Universe giant gods on the mountain peaks were all smiling. They looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of disdain. Who would have thought that Lin Ling was so much weaker than the rumors? What's going on? So many gods have gathered together. I heard that they are besieging a person called Lin Ling. Old monster Lin Ling. I heard that many people on the 4th level want to kill him. In the distance, the gods passing by were also discussing spiritedly. Soon after, a mocking smile appeared on their faces. How could Lin Ling be a match for these gods? This was because they had already recognized quite a number of famous gods with a single glance. That is Old Monster Copper Mountain. He is extremely famous on the 4th level. I heard that when he first arrived, all the mountain peaks were destroyed by him. He fought with 19 mountain masters for a year and defeated them all in the end. Other than Old Monster Copper Mountain, that is Great God Hengshan. I heard that his universe has reached 7 realms. He was once attacked by 49 mountain masters for 3 years and was fine. What? 7 by 7 49 mountain chieftains and they are being surrounded and attacked? As they conversed, quite a few people sucked in a breath of cold air. The mountain masters represented the masters of the great mountains in the 4th layer. They had occupied this place for many years and had always been searching for the path to the 5th layer. Their strength was incomparably powerful. Furthermore, being besieged by 49 mountain lords, he was only defending and not attacking. How could an ordinary person have such strength? This was enough to show just how strong God Hengshan's cosmic defense was. Just a single one of these powerful gods was terrifying enough, but now they were all gathered here. At this moment, no one believed that Lin Ling could still be alive. Master, why did you betray Lin Ling? The old man left with his disciples, but his disciples were very dissatisfied. After all, Lin Ling saved them. What can we do? Lin Ling offended the Rotten Race and the Silver Moon clan. Someone from above has already issued a warrant for his arrest. On top of that, there is also a great being called Zhang Jian who is looking for Lin Ling. This great being's strength is heaven-defying, and he can defeat 90% of the gods on the 4th layer. However, the middle-stage universe giant gods are no match for him. Even the late-stage universe giant gods are no match for him. Even if we don't betray Lin Ling will die sooner or later. Why don't we let Lin Ling get away with it? The old man sighed. But his disciples still couldn't bear it. This wasn't because they were good people. Generally, the gods who could appear in the Tao Pagoda basically had their lives in their hands. It was because they were more principled. After all, Lin Ling had saved them, yet they betrayed Lin Ling. It was against their principles. Of course, although they couldn't bear it, when they saw so many great beings besieging Lin Ling, they knew that Lin Ling's momentum was gone. Teacher, who is that great being called Zhang Jian? One of the disciples asked. It's normal for the Rotten Race and the Silver Moon clan to want to kill Lin Ling. They are qualified to do so, but where did Zhang Jian get the qualifications to do so? This person is rumored to be one of the 9 great universe stars. His strength is only at the late-stage King Universe Giant God level, but he has too much deity energy. He also controls all kinds of powerful forces. His strength is terrifying. The old man said. A late-stage King Universe Giant God? All the disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling, you should obediently wait to be captured. If you wait for us to make a move, your soul might scatter. You can only dream of being resurrected in the underworld. Finally, a voice rang out. The one who spoke was a one-armed old man, and this person had the strength of a late-stage St. Cosmos giant god. Lin Ling, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. The other 7 strongest gods were also speaking. Looking at the gods around the mountain peak, they were all looking at Lin Ling with contempt. Lin Ling was an incomparably famous old monster on the 3rd level, but he was only a newcomer on the 4th level. Lin Ling's gaze swept across all the gods and he calmly said, Are you so confident that you can kill me? Killing you is as easy as slaughtering chickens and pottery dogs. The one-armed old man laughed and his expression was full of arrogance. Now, within the 8 great mountain ranges, there were actually 8 great universes. They were connected from head to tail, sealing off all paths of retreat. In addition, there were so many great beings present. Even if Lin Ling could fly, he wouldn't be able to fly anywhere. In terms of deity energy, they could crush Lin Ling. In terms of deity energy, they could crush Lin Ling. In terms of universe, they could crush Lin Ling. They were so confident. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes as he looked at them. Among this group of people, only the 8 of them were a little more powerful. The others were like paper. He lightly said, Who invited you? There's no harm in telling you. Before you came here, someone had already issued a reward. It was the Rotten Race and the Silver Moon Race. By the way, there was also a great being called Zhang Jian. Of course, this person's name was unfamiliar, and the 4th level didn't give him face at all. However, this person is very strong. In less than a year he defeated all the great beings on the 4th level. That's why everyone listens to him. Linling, oh Linling, you're just a little god from the lower realm. How dare you provoke the rotten race in the Silver Moon race? Let me tell you, this Tao Pagoda is very deep. Many ancient god races can scare you. The powerful gods crossed their arms and reprimanded Linling. You're right. Linling nodded. The 12 god races in the second half of the Tao Pagoda were indeed not something that Linling could win against at present. Of course, this did not include the gods present. Since you know your limits, then just surrender and wait to be captured. Seeing Linling nod, a god immediately sneered. It seemed that they could catch Linling without much effort. Of course, even if Linling really wanted to resist, that was all. In their opinion, it would only take a little more time. With your mediocre skills, I don't think you can subdue me. At this time Linling spoke again. He was also ready to fight. What a big tone. The gods on the 8 sacred mountains were all angry. The gods who were watching a good show in the distance were very surprised because the gods on the 8 mountain peaks represented the strongest fighting strength on the 4th level. Although they were not invincible, there were definitely not many people stronger than them. This new little god Linling, just one person actually dared to speak such arrogant words. Chapter 51-22. Okay. A god holding a gigantic chained hammer flew out and swung it in midair, forming a fiery wheel that descended from the sky. Instantly, the sun, moon, stars, and space fragments appeared on the fiery wheel that he swung. It looked incomparably mighty. What power! He's a Saint Giant Universe god, but his power of god has already reached 10,000. The gods in the distance were all exclaiming. Generally speaking, an ordinary Saint Giant Universe god's power of god was 2,000, and the more powerful ones had 3,000. Every time they advanced by a major realm, their power of god would double. And the god holding the hammer was a universe god. Middle stage deity god, logically speaking, having 6,000 power of god was already not bad. But he had 10,000. It seemed that he had been stuck at this realm for many years, and his power of god was constantly increasing. Long. The gigantic hammer, as though it was splitting the heavens and earth, descended from the sky and smashed the earth. Linling looked up. Panga's true body was activated, and an ancient gust of wind gushed out from the surface of his body. The entire earth seemed to sink a little. Linling's fist was sent flying into the sky. What? He actually dares to meet force with force. This Linling seems to only have the power of a king-level giant universe god. I reckon that arm is going to be broken. Not only that, he's going to be smashed into a meat patty. Waves of exclamations rang out, and the eyes of the god controlling the hammer narrowed. Linling was killed so easily? In his opinion, Linling should be unwilling to be captured and should be trying his best to escape, avoiding his sharpness. However, if Linling were to throw his life away, it would save them some time. However, if he wanted to smash Linling to death with his hammer, could he do it? Linling's current fleshly body was not something he could imagine. Long. The seemingly small fist collided with the gigantic hammer in the sky, and an explosion rang out. The terrifying thing was that the gigantic hammer was actually blocked by a fist. That seemingly thin and weak fist seemed to have an indescribable power. At the moment of collision, where the fist and the hammer met, a circular wave of air gushed out in all directions and hit the 8 mountains, causing the mountains to rumble continuously and a large amount of gravel to fall down. At this moment, everyone's eyes were wide open. The god holding the hammer sucked in a breath of cold air, and veins popped out on his forehead. He was furious. This was too embarrassing. Linling's hand was behind his back, and he looked incomparably calm. Panga's body was incomparably powerful, so he could easily block a mere 10,000 power of god. Moreover, he had yet to unleash all of his physical strength. Otherwise, he would have shattered the divine hammer with a single punch. After all, as far as he was concerned, these people were all going to die. It made no difference whether they died sooner or later. I say, all of you are not qualified to kill me, Linling said nonchalantly. Kid, don't be arrogant. The god holding the giant hammer roared and activated his divine ability. 9 giant hammers formed in the sky and smashed down layer by layer. Boom, boom, boom. 9 consecutive booms sounded. The power of god exceeded 10,000, but when it landed on Linling's fist, Linling still didn't move an inch. Chi. Everyone in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this still a king-level giant universe god? As for the gods on the 8 mountains, they narrowed their eyes. They didn't expect Linling to be so strong. Come at me together. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out from below. Although it was very calm, it sounded sarcastic to everyone's ears. There were so many of them. Could it be that they couldn't subdue a king-level giant universe god? Let me. A god floated up and waved his hands. He actually brought out endless godly mountains, which fell from the sky and suppressed Lin Ling. Me too. On the other side, a mirror appeared in the hands of a god. It absorbed the light of the universe and turned into a beam of light that shot toward Lin Ling. Let's attack together. More and more gods made their moves. They exploded with powerful godly power and attacked Lin Ling. Ping ping ping. Deafening sounds were also heard. The whole world seemed to be collapsing. That terrifying shock wave affected the gods in the distance. They were all sent flying backward, and their expressions were extremely solemn. Is he dead? Someone asked anxiously after stabilizing his body. With so many giant universe gods making their moves, he should be dead. The others were certain. Too weak. But at this moment, a soft voice was heard. Then on the ground a gust of wind blew. A powerful force surged toward the sky, causing all the power suppressing the ground to be sent flying. Then, a figure grew crazily and gradually turned into a giant. Judging from its size, it wasn't much smaller than the surrounding mountains. The gods who had made their moves were all sent flying backward. However, their eyes were all fixed on the giant, and their expressions changed. So many of them had joined forces, but they were the ones who were repelled. Ants like you dare to try to kill me? You really don't know what's good for you. At this moment, the giant let out an incomparably deep voice. It was filled with arrogance and disdain. His huge palms slapped out like a battering ram in the sky. The god who had held the godly hammer at the beginning was hit by the palm. Ping ping ping. The godly hammer in his hand was the first to explode. Then his entire body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that scattered on the ground. A king-level middle-stage giant universe god died just like that. Don't think you still have a chance to reincarnate. Even more frightening was that the giant's other hand grabbed out. As if it had some magical power, it actually grabbed the soul of that god and crushed it. This time, it was impossible to reincarnate even if he wanted to. Everyone stared. What kind of ancient godly embryo was this? It was too powerful. However, the giant didn't stop. His other hand grabbed out fiercely. Ping 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 sounds could be heard. The gods who were facing the giant's palm activated their powerful divine abilities, but when their divine powers landed on the giant's palm, they were all shattered. On the other hand, the giant was like scooping up sand in the ocean. With a single grab, more than 10 gods were caught in his hand. They couldn't resist at all. It's the power of the fleshly body. Only an old man shouted. He had activated some strange divine abilities previously, but none of them were effective. Thus he finally confirmed it. The power of the fleshly body? Everyone's faces trembled. What kind of power of the fleshly body could be so monstrous that it could actually ignore the power of the gods? One had to know that Lin Ling had only activated the Panga's body. He hadn't used the Panga's strike or the Panga's finger. Otherwise they would have known what terror was. Although Lin Ling had improved his sword of faith and universe in the primal chaos realm, after he had broken through, the power of his fleshly body had more or less improved as well. Walala. All of a sudden Lin Ling's 2 hands clasped together. It was as if he was twisting a towel. The god in his hand was forcefully twisted into a fried dough twist and was crushed. Pop-pop. Large amounts of blood flowed out from Lin Ling's palm. Chapter 51-23. The giant was indomitable like a divine dragon in the sky. He was invincible. The gods on the 8 mountains rushed out one after another, but none of them could stop the giant's palm. Could Lin Ling have the bloodline of the giant god clan? Otherwise his body would be so strong. At the peak of the 8 mountain peaks, the 8 middle-stage sacred cosmos giant gods solemnly said. They had seen gods who cultivated their bodies before, but none of them were as freakish as Lin Ling. Any godly power that landed on him couldn't hurt him at all. It's just a small trick. A true god's body is even immune to the power of the gods. His physical strength is probably only at the level of a half-baked bucket of water. Let me deal with him. At that moment, a one-armed old monster leaped into the sky and grabbed at the sky with both hands. A copper mountain flew over from the distant horizon. The mountain was so huge that it was astounding to see it held in his hands. Old Monster Copper Mountain used his universe to move the godly mountains of the 4th level here. Seeing the one-armed old man's awe-inspiring appearance, many people exclaimed, One had to know that the fourth level had countless divine mountains. This was the biggest characteristic of this place. A powerful god could only occupy a single divine mountain and become the king of a mountain. Don't underestimate these godly mountains. They suppressed a powerful force that could increase a god's power by 30%. For example, Old Monster Copper Mountain was a middle-stage universe giant god. With the help of Copper Mountain, he could unleash the power of a peak middle-stage universe giant god. Lin Ling, let's see if you can still take this. Old Monster Copper Mountain looked down at Lin Ling majestically. He threw Copper Mountain in his hand and suppressed Lin Ling. 3 giant vortexes appeared in the sky, stacked on top of each other. At the bottom was the colossal Copper Mountain, followed by 1,000,000,000,000 strands of the power of divinity, and lastly, a universe. The 3 forces suppressed the giant, and the gods and Buddhas in the sky were about to be crushed into dust. Long. Lin Ling raised his head and punched, but he couldn't stop Copper Mountain's suppression. He punched again and both fists were still in the posture of punching the sky. However, Tong Shan continued to press down on Lin Ling, making it impossible for Lin Ling to resist. Bang bang. 2 violent explosions rang out. Lin Ling's legs sank deep into the ground, and the 8 mountains around him also swayed because of Lin Ling. What a powerful killing move. Can even wipe out gods and Buddhas. Old Monster Copper Mountain's strength is so powerful that he's probably unrivaled even among the late-stage universe giant gods. Someone stared ahead and said solemnly, Old Monster Copper Mountain is already strong enough to enter the 5th level. According to rumors, the 5th level is filled with experts like Old Monster Copper Mountain. Even middle-stage universe giant gods at the saint level are rarely seen. It's a pity that the path to the 5th level is too difficult to find. It's probably because of this that most of the experts are trapped in the 4th level. The crowd also began to discuss spiritedly. Lin Ling, the Dao Pagoda is not so easy to enter. Back then this old man was the same as you. I thought I was very strong, but after entering the Dao Pagoda, I kicked an iron plate and almost died. After that, I learned that the universe is vast and boundless. When you think you are strong, you are actually just a drop in the ocean. Old Monster Copper Mountain pointed at Lin Ling with his broken arm and said in a domineering tone, Now that you've died in my hands, I'm sure you have nothing to say. Remember, you're a mantis trying to stop a car. If you're a mantis trying to stop a car, you're the mantis. No one thought that Lin Ling could still raise his head and speak. Suddenly, an ancient gust of wind gushed out of Lin Ling's body, and an aura that could split the sky and earth erupted. Panga's Strike, Panga's Sky Splitter, Earth Splitter. All kinds of abilities belonging to Panga's bloodline were activated by Lin Ling. Bronze light gushed out of his eyes, and complex marks appeared on his upper body. Bang! He threw a punch into the sky, creating a deafening echo. Tong Shan, who was above him, was sent flying into the air. Oh my God! Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. They couldn't believe it at all. Boom! Lin Ling threw another punch and Old Monster Copper Mountain flew higher and higher. At the same time, Lin Ling rushed out like a giant and reached for Old Monster Copper Mountain. What's going on? Old Monster Copper Mountain was scared out of his wits. The power of his universe, Old Monster Copper Mountain, and the power of divinity couldn't suppress Lin Ling? You want to kill me? In your dreams. Seeing Lin Ling's giant hand reaching for him, Old Monster Copper Mountain roared in anger. His voice was like a tsunami. He summoned a powerful universe, and his spiritual essence formed waves that crashed into Lin Ling's giant hand. This wasn't Old Monster Copper Mountain's power of divinity, but his universe. He had the universe of 7 realms, and he was one of the few gods present who had a complete universe. After all, there were quite a few gods who had universes, but it was very rare to have a complete universe. And if one wanted a complete universe, then the birth, aging, sickness, and death in the universe had to be complete. Whoosh! Wave after wave covered the sky, and their momentum and might were extremely shocking. I've been studying the universe for 300 million years. If anyone can break my universe, I'll use my universe on you. Do you accept it? Old Monster Copper Mountain's voice could be heard in the rolling waves. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a giant hand rushed through the waves and came straight for Old Monster Copper Mountain. This palm was like a large ship in the ocean, like a white cloud in the sky, and even more like a star in the universe. How is this possible? Old Monster Copper Mountain's eyes widened again when he saw the black palms coming at him. Bang! The giant hand hit Old Monster Copper Mountain's body like a battering ram, and the sound of bones breaking was heard. I'll slap you with my palm. Are you convinced? A deep voice came from the giant's mouth. Old Monster Copper Mountain was smashed into the ground like a shooting star. However, another hand came at him in midair. With a boom, Old Monster Copper Mountain's body flew into the sky. All his bones were broken and his flesh was smashed into a paste. The reason why he could maintain his human form was mainly because of his skin. Everyone stared at the scene in shock. To think that the gigantic palm could actually slap a god into such a state and not kill him. It was simply too amazing. I'll kill you with 3 palms. Are you convinced? Old Monster Copper Mountain was severely injured. He felt like he was about to explode, but a deep voice came into his ears. He looked around and saw the giant not far away. The giant's eyes were full of contempt as he looked at him calmly. That's right, calmly. It was as if the giant could kill him as easily as killing an ant. Old Monster Copper Mountain would never forget that look. However, what he saw next was a huge palm that fell from the sky like a blanket and slammed down on him. To Old Monster Copper Mountain, this palm was enough to destroy the world. But to the people in the distance, this palm was like swatting a fly. Bang! The power of the palm was so great that it was beyond imagination. A late-stage St. Cosmos giant god was smashed into pieces by this powerful palm. Chapter 51-24. Rumble. At the same time, the copper mountain in the sky began to fall, but it was caught by the giant with one hand. With a ruthless slap, the copper mountain was smashed to pieces with a bang, filling the air with dust. The 8 majestic mountains were deathly silent. Legend has it that after one's physical body becomes strong, one will be invincible with the power of a god. I thought it only existed in legends in the giant god clan. I never thought I would have the fortune to see it today. The god who had mocked Lin Ling before was trembling at this moment. He actually had the fortune to see this legendary thing, and it came from a god who had just arrived at the 3rd level. You're ganging up on me, but don't you know if you have the strength to do so? At this moment, a deep voice spat out from Lin Ling's mouth. The clouds were shaken by his voice, forming a vortex. Formed the formation. On the 8 divine mountains there were still 7 powerful gods left. At this moment all of them roared. Even though there was one less person and the power of the 8 godly mountains was greatly reduced, the remaining 7 people were still powerful. They struck out with the sun, moon, and stars. The 8 godly mountains suddenly moved and turned into universes that revolved around each other. At first, this speed was not fast, but gradually, it became dazzling. This is the divine ability of the Mountain Push Gang of the 12 great god clans. Someone roared, his eyes filled with excitement. They were instantly certain that one of the 7 people present must be from the 12 great god clans. Otherwise, they would not have known of such a powerful divine ability. Legend has it that this powerful divine ability has the power to destroy the universe. When the universe was first born, the Mountain Push Gang relied on this powerful divine ability to fight against the Pangu clan and seal the Pangu. Although they failed in the end, it shows how terrifying the Mountain Push Gang is. The 8 divine mountains they used are just the tip of the iceberg of the Mountain Push Gang's divine ability. But they still have the power to destroy the universe. More people were talking, feeling like their horizons had been broadened. The 12 great god clans were too ancient, born at the same time as the universe. Now they reigned in the second half of the Dao Pagoda, like 12 dazzling emperors. According to ancient legends, during the great calamity of the world's will, all the gods of that era had died. Only the 12 god races were left behind. They hid in the depths of the universe and avoided the calamity. After that, for some unknown reason, the great calamity of the worlds will completely disappeared. The host bodies were reincarnated, and it was only then that the 12 divine races gradually surfaced. It was said that in the most ancient area of the Chaos Realm, the 12 god clans had once entered that place and joined forces to fight against the strongest world will host. It was only when the Chaos Realm was about to be destroyed that they were the first to enter the Dao Tower. But now the Chaos Realm still had a powerful ruler fighting against the strongest world will. The voice continued to float out, causing Lin Ling to be a little absent-minded. Because back then he had also thought that the strongest will of the world had not disappeared, and was being suppressed by the powerful gods in the Primal Chaos Realm. However, he had gone to the Primal Chaos Realm twice, but he had not discovered such a thing. After being reminded by these people, Lin Ling finally remembered. Lin Ling's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of Patriarch Bodhi and the others. Could it be that they were working together to suppress Tongtian? The god clan cannot be humiliated, and the gods from the Chaos Realm cannot be humiliated even more. An ancient voice floated out of the 7 spiraling mountain peaks. carrying a strong sense of arrogance. This sentence fully indicated that one of the remaining 7 gods was from the god clan. Kill him. Of course, the other hundreds of gods were also exerting their strength, urging the divine power to make the 8 mountains spin even more crazily. Most of them were from the Chaos Realm. To them, a mere god like Lin Ling could not humiliate their dignity. This time Lin Ling has completely angered them. I guess even the Daluo immortals can't save him. In the distance, the old man who had been saved by Lin Ling kept shaking his head. He knew that the power of the 8 divine mountains could forcibly turn Lin Ling into nothingness. According to legend, only one lineage could break the powerful divine power of the Mountain Push Gang, and that was Pangu's lineage. Wait. However, at this moment, a woman's voice rang out. Upon seeing this woman, the expressions of the 7 powerful gods changed as if they were afraid of her. Qingzhu, what are you doing here? An old man shouted. Although he was afraid of the woman, he was also unhappy with her sudden appearance. He can't be killed? After the woman appeared, she said anxiously, he has a strong background. He is from the same sect as me. What? The expressions of the 7 powerful gods changed because they knew which sect the woman was from. She was not to be underestimated. Moreover, his strength is not as simple as you think. The woman shouted again. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was in the middle of the spiraling divine mountains, finally made his move. He pointed a finger, and a huge finger shot out as if it could tear the universe apart. The most terrifying thing was that the 8 divine mountains were spinning crazily around him. They were like vortexes that could tear the universe apart. When the finger collided with them, it was like a mantis trying to stop a car. However, the truth was the opposite. When the finger shot out, something strange happened. The spiraling divine mountains were penetrated by the finger. The finger glided across the ground and broke through countless mountains, causing the spiraling divine mountains to stop spinning. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, 8 consecutive booms sounded. The towering divine mountains that looked like giant universes exploded one by one. The powerful supernatural powers from the Mountain Push Gang were all broken. Boom. The 7 great gods spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang, bang. Hundreds of universe giant gods retreated. Some even fell to the ground as if they were seriously injured. Their eyes were fixed on the giant, and their pupils were trembling. Even their hearts were filled with fear. What kind of technique was this? I knew it would be like this. Only the woman sighed. She wasn't surprised at all because she knew that this new junior brother of hers possessed the powerful Panga body. At this moment, the giant seemed to be overlooking the world. The aura emitted from his body was noble and ancient. It was as if he was looking at a group of ants dancing. I am also half a god from the Chaos Realm. A deep voice floated out from the giant's mouth, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. Lin Ling, who came from the 3rd floor of the Dao Pagoda, was also a god from the Chaos Realm? Wasn't he a newcomer? Wasn't he a minor god? Wait, Green Bamboo, did you say that he is your junior brother? Among the 7 gods, an old man asked anxiously. Yes, he is my master's new disciple. The woman nodded. As soon as she finished speaking, the expressions of the 7 gods changed at the same time. When they looked at Lin Ling again, their gazes were clearly filled with intense fear. They all knew that Green Bamboo's master was one of the 8 great gods of the Chaos Realm, Patriarch Subhuti. Chapter 51-25. Now, after executing Pangu's strike, Lin Ling's speed had undoubtedly doubled. Coupled with the invincible godly energy and the earth-shattering Pangu's finger, this was his most powerful fleshly body strength. A gigantic fist smashed down, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The airflow was so terrifying that it was like steel needles. The 7 powerful gods were sent flying in all directions. As for the weaker gods who were closer to them, they were instantly caught in the crossfire. The gigantic fist had the power to ignore the godly energy. Even if it touched the skin of the gods, they would immediately be implicated by the powerful force. If it was light, their limbs would be broken, and if it was heavy, they would be smashed into pieces. Seeing this scene, the people in the distance were in an uproar. He really had the legendary fleshly body strength, and he could be said to be invincible. Damn it. The god from the Mountain Push Party was livid. To him, he who was from one of the 12 dignified god clans, was actually forced to retreat by a king-level giant universe god. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. Of course, other than him, the other 6 gods were completely beaten into submission. They had not expected Lin Ling to have such a terrifying background apart from his powerful strength. They could not afford to provoke such a character, especially when they thought of how high and mighty they were at the beginning. Now they immediately felt that it was ironic. Lin Ling looked down at everyone and he could see fear in their eyes. Only the god from the mountain push party seemed to be unresigned. This made Lin Ling yell angrily, "Seems like you still don't know what you've encountered. If you're not convinced, I'll beat you until you're convinced." Lin Ling kicked out and swept away a large number of gods. His fist once again descended from the sky. Although the 7 of them were late-stage giant universe gods, it was obvious that they were only ordinary giant universe gods. "With just you?" On the ground, the god from the mountain push party shouted angrily. He activated all his godly energy to resist Lin Ling's gigantic fist. A thin film appeared in the sky, like a ripple that separated the land from the bottom of the water. Lin Ling's fist smashed down fiercely, causing the ripple to spurt out. But the fist still smashed down and penetrated that layer of ripple. Could it be that his physical strength has reached 1 trillion? But how could anyone have such a strong physical body? Seeing the gigantic fist smashing toward them, the expression of the gods of the mountain push party changed drastically. Only after personally facing Lin Ling's punch did he realize how domineering it was. Previously, all 7 of them had faced it at the same time. "You want to convince me? In your dreams." With a loud roar, he activated his universe. A huge universe surrounded Lin Ling, and when Lin Ling's fist came crashing down, the universe was like a huge bubble that blocked Lin Ling's punch. Lin Ling's eyes flickered and he threw out 3 punches in a row. Booming sounds rang out continuously, but the universe was so tough that his fists couldn't break it. It said that great god Hengshan's universe was continuously attacked by 49 mountain masters for 3 years without being broken. Everyone suddenly recalled the legend. They didn't know if Lin Ling could break such a powerful defensive universe. If he could, it would mean that Lin Ling was definitely the strongest god in the 4th layer. It shouldn't be possible. A complete universe has a complete set of laws that are connected from head to tail. Life, old age, sickness and death, flowers blooming and withering. When this place is attacked, the laws of other places will come to help. It's simply invincible. It shouldn't be broken. This is the 7-realm universe, and it's a universe that's good at defense. Many people didn't blink, not willing to miss a single thing. "Universe." Lin Ling suddenly smiled. His huge arm lifted the sky and the wind and clouds rolled. The powerful universe energy turned into a storm vortex that was held by Lin Ling as if he was holding a huge ball. Then he smashed it down fiercely. This was the 6-realm universe, which was more complete and comprehensive. The huge storm vortex shot down. Not only was it like the universe, but it was also like a huge meteor. On the ground, God Hengshan's eyes trembled. A strong sense of fear rose in his heart. He never thought that the power of a universe could be so powerful. Lin Ling's universe seemed to be stronger than his. Rumble. Before he could react, a huge pressure pressed down on him. When he looked up, he could see the void, stars and 9 huge continents. Sure enough, this was Lin Ling's universe. Pop, pop, pop. The 2 universes crazily collided, and the sound of fireworks erupted. However, when Lin Ling's universe pressed down, God Hengshan's universe was constantly crumbling like glass. God Hengshan's body spurted out blood. He activated his universe and resisted with difficulty. However, even when his teeth were crushed, the universe in the sky still pressed down on him. Everyone witnessed the collision of the 2 black balls of light. The ball of light above was huge and the ball of light below was tiny. It was as if the big ball was eating the small ball. The small ball was constantly being devoured. The defense that couldn't be broken even after 3 years was broken by Lin Ling in 1 move. At this moment, many people forgot how to breathe. Bang. There was a loud bang. God Hengshan's universe was completely shattered. Billowing smoke and dust filled the air. Suddenly, an arm reached over and grabbed God Hengshan in the smoke and dust. Then it lifted him up. On the ground, Lin Ling had appeared there without anyone knowing. His body had transformed into the size of an ordinary person. He grabbed God Hengshan's neck and looked at him with a faint smile. "I don't think so. How can the dignity of the god race not be insulted?" When Lin Ling's voice sounded, people also reacted. God Hengshan had said that the god race was not to be insulted. But in the end, God Hengshan was still completely suppressed. It could be said that he couldn't fight back at all. "Take my punch." Lin Ling threw God Hengshan and punched out. With a bang, God Heng Shan crashed into the mountain range in the distance at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. He broke through countless mountains, but before people could react, a figure flew over from afar. It was still the same figure. God Heng Shan. He was actually sent flying again like a human sandbag. I thought how amazing the 4th level was, but it turns out that it's just trash like you. Looking at Lin Ling again, the tyrannical and unruly God Heng Shan was like a dog. In fact, when Lin Ling killed the Silver Moon clan on the 3rd level, his strength on the 4th level was above average. After that, he went to the Chaos Realm and improved 2 of his trump cards. His cultivation level also increased by 1 level. His strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Boom. After an unknown amount of time, Great God Heng Shan was forcefully torn apart. Awesome. Lin Ling roared. After returning from the Chaos Realm, this was the first time he was so happy. After all, there were countless gods stronger than him in the Chaos Realm, and he still had to hide. But on the 4th level he was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. It's your turn. When Lin Ling's eyes looked at the remaining gods, everyone shuddered. They wanted to escape, but for some reason their legs were weak and they couldn't control themselves. Chapter 51-26. Boom. While they were thinking, Lin Ling arrived in the blink of an eye with his sword in hand. He slashed out with his sword, causing the air to explode. What was even more terrifying was that there wasn't any fluctuation of divine energy. It was pure strength. He'd killed over a dozen gods with a single slash of his sword. Even a dozen mountains in the distance had been sliced apart. Ganging up on me? You're courting death. Lin Ling didn't hold back in the slightest, and he slashed out again and again. His body was truly too strong, and any divine energy that descended onto him was blocked off. According to his estimation, it was impossible to harm his body without at least 20,000 divine energy. If he used Panga's strike, then it was needless to say. He was directly immune to divine energy. The sky, green mountains, wild winds, and fresh blood formed a tragic scene. Hundreds of gods had ganged up on Lin Ling, but in the end, not a single one of them was left alive. In less than an hour, only a few had escaped. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. He gazed indifferently at the unfamiliar woman. Suddenly, his gaze moved and it fell on an old man in the distance. This old man was the one who'd tricked him to come here. To be honest, Lin Ling had no enmity with him. In fact, he'd even helped them. Who would have thought that they'd actually set up Lin Ling? Lin Ling couldn't figure it out. After all, it was normal for them to do this if there were great benefits. But now, it seemed like they probably wouldn't get many treasures from setting up Lin Ling. Master, leave? The old man and the others wanted to leave. They'd witnessed the brutal scene from before, and they were so scared that their legs gave out. Unfortunately, could they leave? In the blink of an eye, Lin Ling appeared before them and blocked their path. Ah! They exclaimed when they saw Lin Ling. Even though Lin Ling had returned to his usual size, Lin Ling was like a pitch-black giant in their eyes. Lin Ling, it's not their fault. It's my idea. The old man suddenly gritted his teeth and spoke. Is that so? Lin Ling looked indifferently at the old man, and then at his disciples. To be honest, they'd been chatting along the way and their conversation had been quite good. Fine, kill yourself. I'll spare them. You don't have any objections, right? Lin Ling's final decision after some thought. No. The old man nodded and sighed as he looked at his disciples. Originally, I attracted Lin Ling here not because of the reward, but because I felt that Lin Ling would definitely die on the 4th level. That's why I did this. But, he sighed. I can only say I was wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, he detonated his dantian, and his entire body exploded, leaving behind a wisp of his soul that flew toward the netherworld. Everyone shouted, and their eyes became moist. Yes, but not very much. The disciples cried for a while, then looked at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling couldn't see any hatred in their eyes. Perhaps they also knew that their master was in the wrong first. Take care of yourselves. Lin Ling said and left. Perhaps the old man was right. He thought that Lin Ling couldn't survive on the 4th floor. However, even if he couldn't survive, his life was Lin Ling's. It wasn't up to the old man to decide. It was fate that brought them together. It was because of this that Lin Ling didn't kill his disciples. Otherwise, with Lin Ling's temperament, he would have killed them all. There probably aren't many people on the 4th floor who are Lin Ling's match. The gods in the distance shook their heads after witnessing the battle. The previous battle was very valuable. After experiencing this battle, Everyone knew that with Lin Ling's strength, he could do whatever he wanted on the 4th floor. Let's go. They didn't dare to stay. They left one after another, feeling very uncomfortable in their hearts. After all, there were 9 floors in the Dao Pagoda. Each floor was difficult to reach. For a newcomer like Lin Ling to dominate a floor as soon as he arrived was extremely rare. Of course, they didn't know that every floor was very difficult for Lin Ling. However, on the 3rd floor he experienced a trip to the underworld and the primal chaos realm. His strength had increased crazily, so the 4th floor was very easy. You know me? Lin Ling walked directly towards the white-clothed woman. She looked very ordinary, but her temperament was somewhat different. She gave people a very comfortable feeling. My name is Jianghu. I was transformed from a green bamboo. I was enlightened by my master and stepped into the ranks of the gods. Of course I know you because you and I came from the same sect. The white-clothed woman smiled. Hearing this, Lin Ling's pupils shrank. He felt that it was a little strange that the white-clothed woman had spoken to help him, but he didn't expect that she was related to him. Your master is Patriarch Subhuti? Lin Ling asked. The white-clothed woman also knew why Lin Ling was so surprised. She smiled and nodded. That's right. Lin Ling couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. After all, Patriarch Subhuti didn't have many disciples. Brother Monkey was one, the woodcutter was another, and the rest were unknown. Even the mysterious maiden of the 9th heaven and Taoist pure sun only listened to Patriarch Subhuti's instructions. Already. Then should I call you senior sister? Lin Ling asked. According to seniority, yes. The white-clothed woman nodded. She had seen Lin Ling's battle before, but she didn't expect that Lin Ling's strength was stronger than she imagined. According to the style of the primal chaos realm, if Lin Ling was stronger than her, she should call him senior brother. Senior sister Jianghu. Lin Ling didn't hesitate and directly bowed. He could be considered Patriarch Subhuti's newest disciple, so it was normal for him to call her senior sister. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Senior brother asked me to help you complete a mission, to help a god called Ho Yuxing. Jianghu smiled. Lin Ling naturally knew about this mission. His original intention was to find the Yellow Emperor and the others before completing this mission. Senior sister, what do you know about Ho Yuxing? Lin Ling asked. He's on the 5th level and has offended the 12 divine tribes. He's now on the run, so we have to help him escape this calamity. Jianghu explained, every person who is fated with Master, when they are at the end of their rope, Master will help them transcend the tribulation. This time it was the same for you. Taoist pure sun and the mysterious maiden of the 9th heaven helped you. Now it's time for you to help others. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. He felt as if he had graduated from his master's tutelage. Back then he was still weak, so Master had asked others to help him. Now that he was gradually getting stronger, it was his turn to help others. Chapter 51-27. Of course, with junior brother's current strength, it's not difficult to find them. You just need to ask them one by one. Oh right, on the 4th floor the Divine Mountain is an excellent place to cultivate. All the gods are looking for the way to the 5th floor. It's just that it's hard to find and takes a lot of time. Yes. There are powerful gods of any era on the 4th floor, and there are also disciples of the 8 great gods. If you ask them in the name of Master, they'll give you some face. Yes. Jianghu continued. Hearing Jianghu's words, Lin Ling nodded. To be able to mobilize more than half of the 4th floor's experts to help, this was extremely good. I still have some influence on the 4th floor. Let's go, I'll take you there. Of course, the process may be a little troublesome. You need to show your strength. On the 4th floor there are 9 most ancient gods. If you can get half of them to speak, you can do whatever you want on the 9th floor. After all, they've been here for almost 100,000 years. The two talked as they walked. Hearing Jianghu's words, Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. 100,000 years on the 4th floor? No wonder they had so much influence on the 4th floor. They had all become old monsters. Not long after, Jianghu brought Lin Ling to a 3-pronged mountain. This mountain was like the head of a trident, and it towered into the clouds. It was very majestic. Elder Yunxing, are you here? Jianghu calmly shouted at the mountain. Oh, it's Jianghu. What's the matter? An old voice came from the mountain. I'm here to ask you something. Do you know where the Yellow Emperor and the others are? Jianghu asked on behalf of Lin Ling. The mountain was silent. After a while he said, I don't know. You can leave. Jianghu frowned and looked at Lin Ling. This Elder Yunxing is one of the 9 divine mountains. Although he gives face to the Bodhi Immortal Cave, no one from the Bodhi Immortal Cave has entered the Tao Pagoda, so it's not easy to talk to him. Lin Ling nodded and said, I'll do it. He flew up and looked down at the Trident Mountain. He said indifferently, Elder Yun Xing, I'm here to ask for advice. Who are you? Qing Zhu didn't even say anything. What right do you have to speak? Get out. The god in the sacred mountain clearly did not expect that Lin Ling would dare to speak to him in such a manner. He was clearly displeased. I am Patriarch Bodhi's newest disciple. I have come to pay you a visit on behalf of my master. Lin Ling didn't waste any time. He fused his innate talent and Pangu's body appeared. He unleashed his strongest state, and his palm slammed down on the Trident Mountain. His might was shocking and the entire sky was like boiling water. When his huge palm pressed down, the mountain also let out a deafening roar. What a powerful force. Then, a short and stout old man appeared at the top of the mountain. He looked at the sky in shock. In his eyes, a huge palm was like a meteor sweeping through the wind and clouds. Moreover, at the edge of the divine mountain, a figure had appeared at some point. A giant. The most terrifying thing was that the palm was extremely difficult to withstand. Even if he could, he would have to use his full strength. He didn't know that Lin Ling had unleashed his full strength. With the innate talent fusion in Pangu's body, the basic strength of his body was extremely terrifying. And this was before he used the 3 ultimate breaks of the universe, Lin Ling's universe, and the Sword of Faith. If the old man dared to refuse, Lin Ling would use his trump card again and completely suppress the old man. So you're Patriarch Bodhi's disciple. I've heard so much about you. What do you want to ask? Suddenly, the short and stout old man's expression changed, and he became extremely polite. He cupped his fists and bowed with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Lin Ling's huge palm finally stopped. He cupped his fists and bowed with a smile on his face. I've heard of Elder Yun Xing's fame. Now that I've met you today, I can see that you're still vigorous despite your age. I'm here to ask if you've seen the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor? I'm sorry, I haven't seen him. How about this, you go to the Big Dipper Mountain in the southeast and ask. The short and stout old man smiled. That's good. However, if I can't find the Yellow Emperor and the others, I guess I'll still need your help. When I ask for help, I hope you'll give me some face. Lin Ling said again. Sure. The short and stout old man agreed without hesitation. He even threw a voice transmission charm to Lin Ling. However, he was cursing in his heart. This white-haired man's strength was so strong that it defied the natural order. If they really fought, he might not be able to gain the upper hand. Most importantly, this man's background was not small, and he couldn't afford to offend him. If he injured him, Patriarch Bodhi would not let it go. Well, with this man's strength, he could probably hurt him. Since he wasn't a human, why not do him a favor? Thank you, Elder Yun Xing. Lin Ling took the voice transmission charm and landed on the ground. He and Qing Zhu looked at each other and the two of them left. Last time there was a guy called Zhang Jian and now there's another expert. None of them are easy to deal with. However, this guy is even more terrifying than Zhang Jian. His strength is probably stronger than Zhang Jian, and his background is even stronger. Elder Yun Xing sighed inwardly as he watched Lin Ling leave. He had been here for 100,000 years, and he knew all the gods on the 4th floor. However, he was most afraid of meeting a god like Lin Ling, who was powerful and had a strong background. Previously, he had been beaten into a confession. Junior brother Lin Ling, you're really something. You made Elder Yun Xing agree to help you so quickly. Lin Ling and Qing Zhu walked forward. Qing Zhu couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling also smiled and nodded. He continued to visit the ancient gods on the 4th floor with Qing Zhu. Taoist Beidou, I'm here to visit you. Get lost. I don't know who you are. Ignorant kid, if you don't know the rules, I can send you back to your hometown. After a conversation, Lin Ling appropriately burst out a bit of strength. So you're Patriarch Subhudi's disciple. I've heard a lot about you. We hit it off at first sight. Come in and have a seat. The other party instantly became polite. Next, they went to the next divine mountain. So it's you, Lin Ling. I've heard of your name. If you need any help, just say it. Tao Lord will definitely help. Thank you. In this way, Lin Ling established a relationship with the 7 ancient gods on the 3rd floor of the Tao Pagoda. The remaining 2 gods missed him because no one was on the divine mountain. However, the strongest gods on the 4th floor of the Tao Pagoda didn't know where the Yellow Emperor was. They were at the peak of the 4th floor of the pyramid. Apart from the powerful gods, Unknown gods like the Yellow Emperor were not qualified to be remembered by them. Speaking of which, the Yellow Emperor and the others were very famous in the past. However, after the great calamity of the world's will, people valued their current strength, not their past identity. Chapter 51-28. So it's green bamboo. You're looking for Yellow Emperor? I can help you ask. The masters of these godly mountains were quite easy to talk to. They agreed immediately and even took the initiative to help Lin Ling and the others. Of course, the premise was that they were giving face to Patriarch Subhoodie. Furthermore, green bamboo was powerful, so they had to give her some face. However, not everyone was so easy to talk to. However, after Lin Ling revealed his strength, the other party became obedient in the end. Moreover, they were as shocking as a celestial being. This was because it was extremely rare for an unfamiliar god like Lin Ling to possess strength comparable to a late-stage Saint Universe giant god. Yellow Emperor, I know. They're in the northernmost region. Finally, someone knew the whereabouts of the Yellow Emperor. In fact, when you mentioned the Thunder God Palace, we must have already known about it because the Yellow Emperor is also in the Thunder God Palace. However, when you mentioned the Yellow Emperor, many people have no impression of him. I see. Lin Ling and Green Bamboo looked at each other and finally smiled. At this moment, Zhang Jian has brought a large number of gods and surrounded them on a godly mountain. I heard that Zhang Jian is going to the 5th floor, so before he leaves he wants to teach the people in Lei Gong Palace a lesson and make Lin Ling hate him and settle the score with him. I heard that he's been looking for Lin Ling and wants to crush Lin Ling, but he hasn't found him. Your Excellency Lin Ling. You're also called Lin Ling. Could it be that Zhang Jian is looking for you? After chatting for a while, that god exclaimed in surprise. Lin Ling nodded. It seems that Zhang Jian has indeed come looking for me. However, if he dares to touch my people, I'll make sure he'll never be able to reincarnate. As soon as he finished speaking, a chill that penetrated into one's heart pervaded the air, scaring that god. Even Green Bamboo was the same. Previously, she had been watching Lin Ling reveal his strength and thought that Lin Ling's strength was only at this level. However, when Lin Ling inadvertently revealed a cold aura, she suddenly realized that this little junior brother seemed to be stronger than she had imagined. Your Excellency Lin Ling, don't worry. Zhang Jian didn't come to seek revenge. He came to become famous and prove himself. Therefore the people in the Lei Gong Hall are fine now. That god quickly waved his hand and said, now he has invited many ancient gods and powerful magnates of the 4th level to testify. He wants to prove himself and gain more respect from the 9 stars of the universe. That's right, I heard that you're the host body of the world will. That's why he wanted to attack you. The more the god spoke, the more his heart pounded. He had never thought that Lin Ling was actually the host body of the world's will. Lin Ling snorted coldly. He had no enmity or hatred with Zhang Jian. In order to prove his position in the 9 stars of the universe, this fellow actually dared to attack him. Was he picking on the weak? I will beat him until he is too ashamed to show his face. Now that he knew the direction, Lin Ling didn't intend to stay any longer. Junior brother, I'll go with you. Qingzhu suddenly smiled. When she thought of that arrogant Zhang Jian, she was extremely displeased in her heart. Even though it was the first time she had met Lin Ling was still her junior brother. How could she watch as her junior brother was humiliated by an outsider? Therefore, she secretly took out those voice transmission jade talismans and notified them one by one. Elder Yun Xing, I wonder if you have time to go to the northernmost part of the 4th level, where Zhang Jian encircled Lei Gong Hall? Qingzhu has spoken. I have to give her face. Taoist Beidou, I wonder if you have time. I'll give you face. Qingzhu notified them one by one. What surprised her was that everyone agreed. It was as if the entire 4th level of the Dao Pagoda had been invited. This made Qingzhu secretly smile. In this way the 4th level of the Dao Pagoda would be lively. At this moment Lin Ling's speed was very fast. He didn't pay attention to Qingzhu behind him. He was very worried about the Yellow Emperor and the others. Not long after, an isolated mountain appeared in front of them. This mountain was clearly different because there was no other mountain around it. Of course, if one looked carefully, they would find that it was not this mountain that stood out, but rather, there were 4. All the mountains around it had been destroyed. Looking at the surroundings of the mountain, it was actually densely packed with gods. The scene was incomparably spectacular. On top of the mountain, the Yellow Emperor and hundreds of thousands of gods were encircled and suppressed there. They were tightly sealed, and all of them had anxious expressions on their faces. Brother Yellow Emperor, what should we do? Lei Gong frowned as he looked down the mountain. He knew that if these people wanted to attack here, they would be razed to the ground in half an incense stick's time. However, they didn't. They were only arrogant at the foot of the mountain. It was obvious that they were trampling on them. Most importantly, they didn't know these gods. They only knew that they came for Lin Ling. That Zhang Jian is very strong. He's one of the 9 stars of the universe. We can't win. What's hateful is that if he wants to find Lin Ling, he should find him himself. What's the point of venting his anger on us? The Yellow Emperor frowned. It's better to fight with them. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Xingyi suddenly said coldly, holding the Eastern Emperor bell in his hand. There are so many of them. If they really want to fight with their lives on the line, we'll be the ones to suffer. Endure it. Treasure God Nanhua Fingyu suddenly said, since they came for Lin Ling, they probably just want to humiliate us. After all, if they really wanted to kill us, they would have already done so. There's no need to encircle us. We'll just endure it. I agree with Treasure God Grandpa's words. After all, this is the 4th level of the Dao Pagoda. It's not easy for us to come here. We should cherish it. Pure White Maiden also said. Everyone clenched their teeth and finally chose to swallow their anger. At this time, Lin Ling finally landed on the ground and walked toward the sacred mountain. The Yellow Emperor and the others were overjoyed when they saw Lin Ling. Lin Ling is here. The Yellow Emperor and the others were very surprised because they thought that Lin Ling was still in the Chaos Realm. Lord Lin Ling. Especially Xingyi and the others, their eyes were wet with excitement. Who is this person? Lin Ling's appearance undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. They all stared curiously at the white-haired man with an extremely arrogant expression. So you're Lin Ling. At this time, a man suddenly laughed. This person was wearing cotton clothes and had a head full of white hair. He looked extremely thin and tall, but his strength seemed to be extremely impressive. This was because the gods around him were obviously much more respectful to him. And he was the 9 States Universe's star, Zhang Jian. Generally speaking, those who were reborn with the universe's star on their shoulders were bound to be extraordinary in the future. And this was indeed the case. Zhang Jian carried the heavy responsibility of the universe's star on his shoulders, and after his return, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. He also had many fortuitous encounters and was now a king-level giant universe god. But his strength was so strong that even late-stage giant universe gods at the saint level were not his match. Opponents? Now, the gods around him were giving him face because of his great strength and identity. Unfortunately, he had always been proud and arrogant, so how could he care about ordinary gods? If he wanted to provoke someone, he would provoke someone as famous as Lin Ling. Chapter 51-29. Let him come over. At this moment, Zhang Jian spoke indifferently. He did not allow the gods to attack Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling belonged to him. Moreover, he wanted to suppress Lin Ling in all aspects. This way he would be respected among the 9 universe stars. The surrounding gods immediately opened up a path for him, but they continued to sneer at Lin Ling. They discovered that Lin Ling was only a king-level middle-stage universe giant god. With such strength he would probably be humiliated miserably. I was wondering what kind of strength he had. So he's only a king level. How dare he come to the 4th level like this? How dare he fight against Zhang Jian? He's really reckless. Whether it's cultivation, strength, identity, or anything else, he can't compare to Zhang Jian. Perhaps he is feeling inferior now. The gods were all pointing at Lin Ling. They all knew that Zhang Jian's goal was to obtain a status among the 9 universe stars. And Lin Ling was the host of the world will. If he stepped on Lin Ling, it would definitely cause a sensation among the 9 universe stars. Lin Ling, you've been shot while lying down. Thinking of this, everyone laughed even louder. Lin Ling ignored the surrounding voices. When he arrived at the foot of the Divine Mountain, he first looked at Yellow Emperor and the others on the mountain. Seeing that they were fine, he looked at the white-haired man. Although it was the first time he saw him, if he guessed correctly, this should be Zhang Jian. Lin Ling, you want to save him, right? Zhang Jian was also sizing up Lin Ling. When he discovered that Lin Ling's realm was lower than his, the disdain on his face became even stronger. Then, seeing that Lin Ling did not speak, he continued, I'm a very easy person to talk to. Lin Ling, I just want to know, what right do you have to save him? As long as you can convince me, I'll let you take him away. Lin Ling still did not speak. Ah! Suddenly, mocking laughter came from all around. The gods looked at Lin Ling with contempt. World will host Lin Ling, do you know who he is? Zhang Jian, one of the 9 stars of the universe, had destroyed the 4th level in a year. He was an invincible great god, but what about you? Who do you think you are? Lin Ling, we've all heard of you. Rumor has it that you're the #1 monster on the 3rd floor. Unfortunately, you were killed by Yin Wangguang. Even though you came back to life afterward, how long did it take? Just based on this point alone, you can't compare to Zhang Jian. Admit defeat and kneel down. Sounds of mockery and ridicule rang out again. All the gods knew what Zhang Jian wanted, so they were all speaking up for him. Of course, in their opinion, Lin Ling was indeed incomparable to Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian put his hands behind his back and enjoyed all of this with a proud expression. He needed reputation, and the gods on the 4th level were reputation. Through them, he could suppress Lin Ling and achieve an extraordinary position among the 9 stars of the universe. Lin Ling, I'm one of the 9 divine mountains on the 4th level. I've been on the 4th level for 100,000 years. At this moment, an old man less than a meter tall walked out and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Over the years, countless gods have passed through the 4th level. Some respect us, some don't fear us, but Zhang Jian is the most talented god we've ever seen. Our god, we submit to him. That's right, we submit to him too. Another 2 powerful gods walked out. Yes, Elder Lao. Seeing the 3 gods walk out, the people around bowed. These 3 were one of the 9 divine mountains on the 4th level. They had been here for many years and were highly respected. They were extremely familiar with the 4th level. Any gods who had just arrived had to visit them if they wanted to find the way to the 5th level. And now, the 3 divine mountains were polite to Zhang Jian, which showed Zhang Jian's identity. Ihi Lin Ling, your world will host doesn't seem to be much. Now that you've been suppressed by me, do you have anything to say? After Zhang Jian waited for everyone to finish speaking, he raised his chin high with an arrogant expression. He wanted to hear Lin Ling admit defeat and submit to him. In this way he could hold his chest high and speak among the 9 stars of the universe. Lin Ling glanced at Zhang Jian indifferently, shook his head, and walked toward the mountain in front of him. In the eyes of the people, most of them thought that Lin Ling had admitted defeat. Zhang Jian naturally thought so too. However, Lin Ling did not say a word, which made him feel a little angry. That was because he wanted to hear Lin Ling admit defeat and willingly submit to him. Lin Ling, are you that afraid of me? You're so afraid that you don't even dare to say a word? Zhang Jian laughed and said, if you want to save them you can. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Kowtow 3 times and I'll let you take them away. However, the next time you see me you'll still kowtow. Every time you see me you'll kowtow once. Lin Ling ignored him and continued forward. Seeing this, Zhang Jian frowned. Did Lin Ling look like he was admitting defeat? This Lin Ling is really stubborn. He's clearly inferior to others, but he still wants to save face. In my opinion, let's teach him a lesson. When the gods saw this, they also cursed angrily. Zhang Jian sneered. He felt that he was too easy to talk to. He wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a large number of gods suddenly appeared in the distance. They were densely packed and formed a large cloud that was heading over in a mighty manner. Lin Ling's cry seemed to have spread throughout the entire world. Among this group of people, Jianghu was among them. There was a disdainful smile on the corner of her mouth. Who was afraid of who when there were more people? The sudden arrival of this voice stunned Zhang Jian and the others as they stared at the group of people. This is Elder Yunxing. Why is he here? There's also Taoist Beidou. Heavens, this is the oldest divine mountain among the 9 divine mountains on the 4th floor. No, the other divine mountains are all here. I didn't expect to see the 9 divine mountains gathered here today. Everyone gradually came to their senses and began to shout. The 9 divine mountains were the oldest Mount Tai and Big Dipper on the 4th floor. Usually, it was rare to see the 9 divine mountains gathered together. It's Brother Yunxing and the others. The 3 divine mountains on Zhang Jian's side were also shocked. Could it be that they're here for me? I remember that I once challenged them. They were very nice to me. Zhang Jian suddenly smiled. He had seen Elder Yunxing and the others before. That day, Elder Yunxing and the others were very polite to Zhang Jian, so he guessed that Elder Yunxing and the others had come for Lin Ling. Elder Yunxing, you... Thinking of this, Zhang Jian immediately said indifferently. However, before he could finish his words, he saw Elder Yunxing and the others greeting Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I've been invited by you to help. Elder Yunxing was the first to speak. Haha, I'm sorry for being late. However, as long as you, Lin Ling, say the word, I'll come to help even if I'm at the end of the world. Taoist Beidou also said with a smile. Lin Ling, if there's anything you need help with, just say it. Chapter 5130. They're here for Lin Ling? The gods around Zhang Jian widened their eyes, deeply afraid that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Other than the three on their side, the rest of the 9 great divine mountains on the 4th level had all come for Lin Ling. Apart from these titans, more than half of the 4th layer's lords of the divine mountains had come. What was going on? Lin Ling seems to have just come to the 4th level. How does he know these gods? A god said nervously, feeling that his mind was in a mess. Could it be that Lin Ling knew them before? But that couldn't be right. The gods on the 4th level came from various eras, so it was impossible for him to know all of them. If he wanted them to smile politely, he had to have something that made them fear him. But that couldn't be right. Lin Ling had only been on the 4th level for such a short time. How could he make them submit in such a short time? They're here for Lin Ling? Zhang Jian's face turned red. He couldn't understand what was going on. He had already fought all over the 4th level, and these people were actually helping Lin Ling? Do you know who Lin Ling is and who I am? Zhang Jian said angrily. He wanted Elder Yun Xing and the others to see the reality clearly. With this shout, everyone looked at them. Elder Yun Xing shook his head with a smile and ignored him. Instead, he flew toward Lin Ling. Lin Ling was incomparably surprised. Why were Elder Yun Xing and the others here? Suddenly he saw Qing Zhu and immediately understood. It seemed that this senior sister of his was helping him. Unfortunately, she didn't know that he didn't care about this at all. Comparing numbers, comparing prestige, comparing status, these were all empty. Only comparing strength was real. This was also the reason why Lin Ling didn't say anything before. It was because there was no need. I'm so angry. Seeing that Elder Yun Xing and the others ignored him, Zhang Jian stomped his feet in anger. He had visited these people before, and they were incomparably polite to him. However, after meeting Lin Ling, they actually dared to ignore him. Zhang Jian, didn't you find so many people and do so many things just to become famous among the 9 stars of the universe? However, can your people compare to Lin Ling? Right now, there are only 3 people from the 9 great divine mountains supporting you. 6 people are helping Lin Ling. Don't you think that's embarrassing? Face. At this moment, a mocking voice sounded. Qing Zhu sneered at Zhang Jian Dao. Qing Zhu. Zhang Jian was so angry that he was about to lose his cool, his dignity, his arrogance, his confidence. At this moment, all of them were being crushed. He suddenly clenched his fists and trembled. However, when he saw the woman who spoke, he restrained himself because he knew who she was. She wasn't someone he could casually offend. In terms of connections, you've suffered a crushing defeat. My junior brother has only just arrived at the 4th level, but he's already subdued more than half of the people here in a short period of time. As for you, you only need a year. Qing Zhu added. She wanted to bully her junior brother? Dream on. Lin Ling must have done something. Zhang Jian replied, unwilling to admit defeat. However, just as he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly narrowed. Your junior brother? Lin Ling is your junior brother? What? Lin Ling is Qing Zhu's junior brother? When Zhang Jian said this, many people reacted. The people present were all veterans of the 4th level, so they naturally knew the background of the white-clothed woman. She was a god from the Chaos Realm, and her master was Patriarch Subhuti, one of the 8 great gods. And Lin Ling was her junior brother? Could it be that Lin Ling's master was Patriarch Subhuti? I can't afford to offend him, I can't afford to offend him. Thinking of this, the corners of many people's mouths trembled. After pondering for a moment, they quietly left Zhang Jian. Although they were gods who were not afraid of anything, they were not the powerful gods of the 12 god clans and the second half of the Tao Pagoda. They were still extremely afraid of the 8 great gods of the Chaos Realm. At this moment, Zhang Jian was dumbfounded. He had never expected that in terms of connections, Lin Ling would crush him. In terms of identity, Lin Ling would crush him again. Then, when he saw the gods that were constantly scattering around him, he was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. Today he had lost a lot of face. Today he had been slapped in the face very happily. Lin Ling, you. He roared 3 times in a row. Unfortunately, at this time, there was no one around to help him, making his voice sound very isolated. On the other hand, on Lin Ling's side, countless gazes were looking at Zhang Jian with mocking expressions. Zhang Jian immediately felt even more embarrassed. He really could not understand why a mere Lin Ling would suddenly erupt and turn the situation around. Strength is everything. Identity and connections are nothing. Zhang Jian flew into a rage out of humiliation and suddenly pulled out his sword. He held the scabbard in one hand and the sword hilt in the other as he stared at Lin Ling with boiling anger. His hands were slowly pulling out the sword. The strange thing was that the aura on his body was not strong. Furthermore, he was only a king-level late-stage universe giant god. And in terms of godly power, he did not surpass his peers by much. However, when a sword light slowly emerged from his sword, the gods in the distance were all trembling with fear. They seemed to know how terrifying Zhang Jian's sword was. Is it the buried universe? Someone said with trembling lips. It seems to be the power of the universe, but it also doesn't seem to be. According to my guess, this is a power that he used to become one of the 9 great stars of the universe. It's a kind of buried power. A powerful god mountain master said solemnly. It was precisely because they were afraid of Zhang Jian's sword that they had to give him face. Zhang Jian's sword was very powerful, and it could ignore deity energy and kill them easily. Even a late-stage universe giant god at the saint level could not block a single strike from him. The power of the stars of the universe, Barry. Green Bamboo narrowed his eyes. The 9 great stars of the universe were the nemesis of the host body of the world's willpower. According to legend, they were the only ones in the entire universe who had the means to kill a world's willpower. At the same time, Lin Ling also sensed a mysterious power. This power was very strange. It seemed to be able to ignore godly power. Lin Ling also began to feel the world's willpower in his body becoming restless. At first it was in awe, but gradually, it became very excited. The world's willpower wanted to fight. It seemed to want to challenge its nemesis. The 9 great stars of the universe can restrain the world's willpower, but it should be relatively speaking. Now that my power of belief has reached the ancient level, let me try the power of the stars of the universe. Lin Ling's eyes were burning. He stretched out his hand and light condensed, quietly turning into a light sword. This was the sword of faith. Zhang Jian, you're still too young. I, Lin Ling, have seen a few stars of the universe. There's Tao Child, Ning Qingxin, Young Master Ming, Rotten God, and Underworld God. Compared to them, you're like a newborn baby. Lin Ling shouted and leaped over. The sword in his hand maintained the state of assassination. Zhang Jian was still pulling out his sword. More and more swords appeared in his right hand, and they became brighter and brighter. Finally, with a clang, the same dazzling light appeared. Blue veins appeared on his forehead as he went to fight against Lin Ling. Lin Ling had actually seen so many stars of the universe and thought so little of him. He was not convinced. Chapter 51-31. Boom. A deafening sound rang out, and the entire sky lit up. It was as if the sun and moon had collided. Whoosh. A strong gust of wind gushed out in all directions, and 2 unfathomable forces were constantly fighting. Upon closer inspection, there were 2 faint swords within these 2 dazzling forces. You want to fight me? Lin Ling, you're courting death. Zhang Jian's sword was obviously different. It was longer and wider, and there was a white sea urchin on its surface. Lin Ling's sword was thinner, and its outline looked very ordinary. The 9 stars of the universe carry the most ancient power of the universe, and it specializes in restraining the power of the world will. Zhang Jian shouted in a low voice, and the sword light in his hand became even stronger. Lose. His sword began to suppress Lin Ling. As expected of a nemesis, Old Man Yun Xing and the others knew about the relationship between the stars of the universe and the world will's host body. Now it seemed that they were indeed nemesis. What a powerful force. At this moment, Lin Ling sensed that the sword of faith was very heavy, and it was being suppressed by a mysterious force. One had to know that his sword of faith had the power to cut through everything. It could cut through the universe, barriers, formations, illusions, and so on. This was the first time he had experienced the feeling of his sword of faith being suppressed. Although the power of the world will has been suppressed, I still have power that I haven't used up. My power can be stronger. If I have to make an example, then I have more power, and the quality of Zhang Jian's power is better. Lin Ling's heart suddenly trembled as he sensed the difference between the 2 powers. His current world will power was at the immemorial level, while Zhang Jian's had definitely not reached the immemorial level. This meant that if they were at the same level, even if Zhang Jian was slightly weaker than him, Zhang Jian could still win. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's world will power far surpassed Zhang Jian's. Lin Ling, can you sense the difference between us? This universe doesn't look at connections, status, or background. What it looks at is strength. At this moment, Zhang Jian did not notice Lin Ling's hidden power. He laughed mockingly. Lin Ling had made all the gods on the 4th level side with him, but now, he wanted to defeat Lin Ling in front of everyone and turn Lin Ling into a joke. You're right. Unfortunately, the reason why I want them to give me face is not because of connections or background, but because of strength. At this moment, Lin Ling began to counterattack. The sword of faith in his hand burst out with a dazzling light, and countless chants sounded. In the entire Lin Ling universe, countless beliefs surged. At the divine mountain where the Yellow Emperor and the others were, countless beliefs were also surging towards them. Ka. The sword that was originally suppressing Lin Ling was now being suppressed instead. Zhang Jian sensed a powerful force attacking him, causing his wrist, which was holding the sword, to tremble slightly. His pupils constricted in disbelief. What's going on? Isn't my burial power able to suppress the world will's strength? His mind was filled with doubts. But at this moment, the force coming from the sword grew even stronger, and he was unable to control his sword. Swoosh! A dazzling sword light slashed over, and Zhang Jian's body was sent flying. A crack appeared in the void. Zhang Jian, who was floating behind him, had his pupils trembling non-stop. His disbelief became even stronger. How could this be? Ka. At the same time, cracks appeared on the sword in his hand, and then it shattered like glass. What? Seeing this scene, all the gods on the 4th level exclaimed. Weren't the 9 universe stars the nemesis of the world will's host? Could it be that the rumors were wrong? Of course, Zhang Jian was still in the most disbelief. His expression was ferocious, and the burial power from before condensed again, turning into a dazzling long sword. He did not say anything and pounced over, wanting to cut Lin Ling's sword. He did not believe that the world will's host could really fight against him, a universe star. What happened before might have been an accident. Elder Yunxing also inexplicably looked forward to it. He always felt that the legends could not be deceived. Clang. Under countless gazes, the 2 swords collided again, but this time, it was still Zhang Jian who was sent flying. Moreover, after he was sent flying, the sword in his hand shattered again. Why? This time Zhang Jian roared. Idiot! Lin Ling sneered and flew over. The sword of faith in his hand slashed out, and Zhang Jian once again condensed the power of burial to resist. However, just as the sword was formed, it collided with Lin Ling's sword. Crack! The sword broke again. Zhang Jian looked at his hand in a daze. This time, it broke even faster and more straightforwardly. Zhang Jian, in terms of strength, you're no match for me. Among the 9 universe stars, you're probably at the bottom. Lin Ling took advantage of the victory and pursued, slashing out again and again. Crack! The sword that Zhang Jian had just condensed collapsed again. Clang! It condensed and collapsed again and again. Under everyone's gazes, Zhang Jian was completely pressed to the ground by Lin Ling. He attacked from the left to the right and then from the right to the left. Haha, Zhang Jian is actually so weak. Yellow Emperor and the others laughed loudly on the divine mountain. They had always thought that Zhang Jian was very powerful and was invincible on the 4th level, but they did not expect him to be in such a sorry state. Of course, they knew that it was not that Zhang Jian was weak, but that Lin Ling's strength was beyond their imagination. It seems that after going to the Chaos Realm, Lord Lin Ling's strength has more than doubled. Shengyi was extremely happy. Every time he saw Lord Lin Ling's strength would increase. Other people cultivated for many years and made no progress, but this kind of bottleneck did not exist for Lord Lin Ling. Rumble. With another slash, Zhang Jian smashed into the ground. The ground shook and finally, a huge deep pit was revealed. Zhang Jian lay there like a Chinese character, and he no longer had the strength to stand up. His eyes stared at Lin Ling, filled with unwillingness and humiliation. What level is your world's willpower? He spat out with difficulty. Eternal level. Lin Ling floated 100 meters above Zhang Jian's head, looking down at the Zhang Jian path. When he heard Lin Ling's words, Zhang Jian's expression froze. Eternal level? He knew that the world's willpower was at the universe level, eternal level, and endless level. Having the universe level world's willpower was already extremely powerful, and it was also the most mainstream world's willpower today. As for the eternal level, it was extremely rare and was the top power of the world's willpower. There was no need to mention the endless level. It had never appeared in the current universe. Perhaps only the Grandmaster of Heaven had it. Many people even thought that with the endless level world's willpower, it would not be difficult to destroy the world. However, such a realm was very difficult to reach. If the difficulty of breaking through to the God realm was 1, then the increase of the world's willpower was 100. Chapter 5132. So that's how it is. Zhang Jian was completely enlightened. He closed his eyes and his eyes kept trembling. I came from the insignificant myriad worlds and was blessed by the heavens. I was invincible all the way. I thought I was the sun of the universe, the most dazzling star. However, after meeting you, I realized that there is always someone better than me. The 9 great stars of the universe. Perhaps they are stronger than me. I was too confident. Zhang Jian muttered to himself, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. On the 4th floor of the Dao Pagoda, I defeated everyone in the world and no one was my match. After knowing that you were Lin Ling, I had the intention to defeat you and raise my status in the stars of the universe. Unfortunately, in terms of connections, background, and even strength, I'm inferior to you. Lin Ling, the host of the world's will, is too strong. It could be seen that Zhang Jian had suffered a huge blow. Perhaps he had been born with a golden spoon in his mouth ever since he reincarnated. Everything had been smooth sailing, and no one had ever been able to surpass his potential until he met the true host of the world's will and the 9 great stars of the universe. This made him know that in this vast universe, there were actually more than 10 people who had potential that was not weaker than him or even surpassed him. He was not the only one. Just kill me. Thinking of this, Zhang Jian looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently, shook his head and turned to leave. I refuse. What? Zhang Jian was stunned. Why should I, Lin Ling, listen to you? I, Lin Ling, can make my own decisions and do whatever I want. Lin Ling flew toward the Yellow Emperor and the others. Zhang Jian looked at his back and his eyes trembled. He did not speak for a long time. Lin Ling did not kill him because he did not want to be manipulated by him and do as he pleased. Zhang Jian's heart rumbled. In the end, he stood up with difficulty and looked deeply at Lin Ling before staggering away. Lin Ling, you made me taste defeat today. In time I will definitely defeat you. Zhang Jian's weak voice also drifted over from afar. Lin Ling finally stopped, but he did not turn around to look at Zhang Jian. Instead, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Zhang Jian was one of the 9 stars of the universe, and his potential was extraordinary. The setback this time was just a trial and tribulation in his life. He believed that Zhang Jian would rise because he was one of the 9 stars of the universe. Lin Ling. When Lin Ling landed on the godly mountain, the Yellow Emperor and the others came to welcome him. There were more than 100,000 gods on the divine mountain, and all of them were overjoyed. It was as if they had found their backbone. Some of them were from Lei Gong's Great Hall and some were from the 5 monarchs. However, they had fought alongside Lin Ling for too long, and now they all secretly regarded Lin Ling as their leader. The Yellow Emperor was no exception. A middle-stage king-level universe giant god, but with such strength, I reckon there are few late-stage Saint Universe giant gods who can match him. After feeling happy, the Yellow Emperor thought to himself excitedly. The stronger Lin Ling was, the further they could go. Although Lin Ling was the host body of the world's will, and his mission was to destroy the world, they always believed that Lin Ling would not destroy the world. The one who would destroy the world would definitely be another host body of the world's will. After all, Lin Ling had saved them from the netherworld. This proved that Lin Ling was not a heartless person. Even if Lin Ling were to destroy the world in the future, they still owed Lin Ling their lives. If they were killed by Lin Ling, they would have no regrets. How is everyone? Lin Ling greeted everyone. The Yellow Emperor, Emperor Shun, Emperor Jun, Emperor Zhuansu, Lei Gong, Xingyi, Xiaoluan and too many others. Lin Ling also discovered that their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. They were even stronger than before they had died. The Yellow Emperor had reached the middle stage of the Saint Universe Giant God realm, while the other great emperors had stepped into the ranks of the Saint Universe Giant Gods. Xingyi, Lei Gong, and the others had reached the pinnacle of king-level Universe Giant Gods. It's fine. After we arrived at the 4th level, although we were suppressed, it wasn't fatal. Speaking of which, we don't have any enemies on the 4th level. That's why we didn't encounter any big trouble. The Yellow Emperor laughed. The biggest trouble is Zhang Jian. Hearing this, many gods below the godly mountain felt guilty. Many of them had met and bullied the Yellow Emperor's group before. It was just that they did not kill them. After all, the only problem on the 4th level was to find the exit. There were not many conflicts of interest, so it was not easy to take someone's life. If the Yellow Emperor and the others wanted to settle scores, they would be in trouble now. Lin Ling, why did you let Zhang Jian go? Lei Gong suddenly asked after chatting with Lin Ling previously. He had heard Zhang Jin say that he would find Lin Ling to fight sooner or later. Why not kill such an opponent? First, he did not attack you. He captured you just to force me out. Second, he is one of the 9 universe stars. In the future he will definitely have extraordinary potential. I also need an opponent who is on par with me to motivate me. Lin Ling explained. Zhang Jin is the most suitable opponent. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Lin Ling was probably the only one who could motivate himself with one of the 9 universe stars. After all, Lin Ling might be stronger today, but in the future, Zhang Jin might be even stronger. By the way, where is Yu? Nanwolf and Yu Treasure God asked. Of those who had died on the 3rd level, Yu was the only one who had not returned. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone began to look around. However, no matter where they looked, they did not see Yu. Sister Yu, where is Sister Guer? Bai Shui Sunu also frowned and asked. They were all a little uneasy. After all, they had not seen them for a long time. And Yuer and the others are still on the 3rd level. It won't be long before they come up to the 4th level. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. As for Yu, I could only sense that she was in the Chaos Realm. Unfortunately, I didn't see her after I went there. You haven't found her yet? Lin Ling, did you sense it wrongly? Lei Gong and the others immediately became worried. They had been in contact with Yu and the others for a long time and had long regarded them as family. I've already sensed it. I can only confirm that she is in the Chaos Realm. Lin Ling explained and sensed again. That's strange. Why do I feel like she has come to the Dao Tower and is on the 1st level? However, this feeling has disappeared again. Lin Ling's heart trembled. He wanted to find that feeling again, but unfortunately, it had disappeared without a trace. She came to the Dao Tower? If it's the 1st level, we have a way to go. Why don't we go to the 1st level and take a look? Lin Ling. Lei Gong and the others were a little excited. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know why, but my sense of Yu is sometimes good and sometimes not, so I'm not too sure. I guess it was an illusion before. After all, it was like this in the Chaos Realm. He was incomparably excited before, but on second thought, it was unlikely. In the end, he did not take it seriously. Chapter 51-33. Putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling once again chatted with the Yellow Emperor and the others. Old Man Yun Xing and the others also exchanged a few words with Lin Ling before politely leaving. For an entire day, Lin Ling accompanied them to reminisce. However, Lin Ling was somewhat absent-minded because the feeling of disappearing and reappearing from time to time was affecting him. It was as if Yu's reincarnation had indeed entered the Dao Pagoda. When he thought of this, Lin Ling could not control his thoughts. In the end, he constantly calmed down and ignored that feeling. In the following time, Lin Ling stabilized his realm. Unfortunately, there were no treasures on the 4th floor, causing Lin Ling's progress to be slow. It was said that the 4th floor of the Dao Pagoda actually had many treasures. However, they were divided among the powerful 12 god clans and forcibly taken away the treasures on this floor, causing the gods who entered later to cultivate very slowly. As for what treasures were taken away because of the long history, not many people knew about this. After learning all this from Old Man Yun Xing and the others, Lin Ling sighed inwardly. The 12 god clans were the first to enter the Dao Pagoda. Now that they had entered the latter half, all the cultivation resources had been plundered by them. If one wanted to reach the top of the Dao Pagoda and stand at the peak of the universe, fighting against the 12 god clans was inevitable. Without cultivation resources, Lin Ling could only comprehend his realm. His current powerful methods were divided. 1 Sword of Faith. 2 Lin Ling's Universe. 3 Universes 3 Extreme Break. 4 Innate Talent Fusion. 5 Panga's Body. On the other hand, Divine Embryo and other innate talents could only improve the foundation and strengthen divine power. They were not of much help. As for opening the 9 major danshians, this still seemed very far away. After all, the higher Lin Ling's realm, the more cultivation resources he would need. However, Lin Ling faced too many powerful enemies. He had no choice but to raise his realm. On this day, Yuer and the others all came to the 4th floor. Originally, as newcomers, it was inevitable that they would be given a hard time. However, after learning that they were Lin Ling's people, the gods of the entire 4th level were very polite to them. Yuer and the others were also very surprised. After all, what they had experienced on the 3rd level was actually the same on the 4th level. The most important thing was that Lin Ling didn't have much time to go from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer. Everyone had gathered on the sacred mountain. It was extremely lively. Just like that, a year passed by quietly. Everyone's strength had increased by a small margin, but Lin Ling's improvement was actually the smallest apart from some comprehension. Junior brother, the teleportation point of the 5th level seems to have appeared. On this day, Jianghu found Lin Ling and was incomparably happy. The path from the 4th level to the 5th level had always been difficult to find. This time, Jianghu finally received the news. Lin Ling. At the same time, the voice of the 12-winged sun god was heard. The path to the 5th level seems to have appeared. Let's go. Lin Ling hurriedly informed Yellow Emperor and the others, but they didn't plan to leave for the time being. At the very least, they believed that they had to have the strength to dominate the 4th level before they could go to the 5th level. Otherwise it would be very dangerous. Lin Ling could also understand. In addition, Yuer and the others had just arrived and indeed needed time to reorganize and cultivate. Therefore Lin Ling bid farewell to them and left with Jianghu. Lin Ling, be careful. Yuer and the others shouted worriedly, but they didn't stop Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at Yuer and the others gratefully. With these virtuous wives Lin Ling could go out and fight without restraint. To be able to marry them in this life was Lin Ling's blessing. Don't worry, I will often return to the Lin Ling universe. When the time comes we will meet in the Lin Ling universe. Lin Ling said as he left. This was also the benefit of the Lin Ling universe. Otherwise, if they got separated, Lin Ling would probably be worried to death. Second brother, we will soon go to the 5th level. Sir. Sakura, Xingyi and the others also shouted. Lei Gong, Yellow Emperor and the others had smiles on their faces. They didn't say anything but their eyes were filled with encouragement. Of course, they believed that Lin Ling would definitely be able to solve the second half of the Dao Pagoda. Yes. Lin Ling also nodded to them and finally disappeared into the distance. I have waited here for so many years and finally the path to the 5th level has appeared. Jianghu flew through the sky with Lin Ling. She was clearly excited. Is the path to the 5th level rarely seen? Lin Ling asked. Yes, the place where it appears has never been determined. Moreover, it appears for a very short time and disappears quickly. If you want to enter, it mostly depends on luck. In fact, I have heard of the passage to the 5th level no less than 100 times on the 4th level. When I arrived, the passage disappeared. Jianghu nodded. In that case it probably appears every year. It's just that it doesn't appear for a long time, so I missed it. Lin Ling somewhat understood. At the same time, the voices of Elder Yunxing and the others also sounded. Lin Ling, do you know the path to the 5th level? Elder Yunxing and the others had been here for 100,000 years, and they were also looking for the passage to the 5th level. Of course, in the early stages they had actually encountered it, but at that time they felt that their strength wasn't strong enough, so they didn't enter in the end. When they planned to enter, they didn't encounter it. It could only be said that fate was sometimes so wonderful. When you didn't want it, it would appear frequently, and when you wanted it, it wouldn't appear for a long time. Jianghu, do you know where it is? Lin Ling hurriedly asked. During this period of time, he had often been in contact with Elder Yunxing and the others, and they had a good relationship with each other. Naturally, he would help if he could. It's not far from here. You can reach it in half an incense stick's time. It's at the top of a purple divine mountain. Jianghu said. Lin Ling hurriedly told her the information he knew, and then sped up with Jianghu and flew into the distance. A moment later, a purple mountain appeared in front of them. Apart from the purple rocks on the mountain, everything else was ordinary, so there were no gods living there. When they looked up at the top of the mountain, everything was normal. However, there were still a few people on the top of the mountain. It was the 12-winged Yang god and the others. At this moment, they were looking at the top of the mountain with nervous expressions. Lin Ling, you're here. This is? The 12-winged Yang god looked at Jianghu with some curiosity. However, at this moment, a light suddenly appeared on the top of the mountain. It changed into a seed that was constantly growing, and the speed of its growth was extremely fast. It appeared. Seeing this light that was like a ring, the 12-winged Yang god didn't have time to ask about Jianghu. It appeared. At this moment, Jianghu's expression was joyful. She flew to the top of the mountain with Lin Ling. Is this the way to the 5th level? Lin Ling was full of curiosity and waited quietly. However, the ring appeared quickly and grew quickly. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire top of the mountain. Lin Ling, quickly, go from here to the 5th level. This passage will disappear soon. Jianghu hurriedly said to Lin Ling. At the same time she took out the Tao realm fragment and gave it to Lin Ling. The 12-winged Yang god and the others also took out the Tao realm fragment without delay. Chapter 5134. It's here. Almost at the same time, a rainbow light appeared in the distance. It was Elder Yun Xing and the others. They were incomparably excited as they all flew towards the purple divine mountain. However, some of them were far away and some were close, so it was difficult for them to rush over at the same time. Before Ling left, he glanced at them and knew that most of them would miss it because the circular halo appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. Then Ling felt as if he had experienced a life and death calamity, and everything became blank. At the same time, on the 5th floor of the Dao Pagoda, several rays of light suddenly appeared, as if the sun was reorganizing. After continuously condensing, several figures appeared on the ground. It was Ling and the others. The 5th floor of the Dao Pagoda. Some people exclaimed in unison. The Dao Pagoda had 9 floors and they had already reached the middle. He looked around and found that the sky on the 5th floor of the Dao Pagoda was very high. It was full of surging primordial energy, illuminating the earth. There was no sun, moon, or stars. It was like the sun never setting, only daytime. And moreover, the spiritual energy here was very dense. It floated around, making people feel as if their bodies were very heavy. The density of this spiritual energy is comparable to that of the chaos realm. Qing Zhu let out a cry of surprise. Ling stretched out his hand and condensed it slightly. A pool of clear water appeared in his palm. This was spiritual water, incomparably precious. If it was placed in the 9 regions, it would be enough to make an ordinary person instantly become a martial arts grandmaster. The spiritual energy here was indeed abnormal. The spiritual energy of the chaos realm seems to be similar to that of this place. Then Ling recalled. This is the current chaos realm. Back then, the gods were powerful, and the spiritual energy was even denser than it is now. Unfortunately, after the chaos realm grew old, it became weaker and weaker day by day. I don't think it will live for long. Qing Zhu said. The universe also has life. Ling's eyes lit up. Qing Zhu nodded. In fact, the master of the universe disappeared, causing the laws of the universe to constantly weaken. Otherwise, the universe would be immortal. The master of the universe? Ling suddenly thought of the god of creation. The god of creation created the largest universe, stabilized the laws and gave birth to countless creatures. These creatures cultivated with the help of the universe, and also comprehended their own universe. Unfortunately, no matter how strong these universes were, they could not surpass the first universe. After all, regardless of whether it was the living beings or the universes they comprehended, they were in fact formed from the laws of the first universe. Collect with this thought in mind, Ling looked around and discovered that other than the spiritual qi being denser on the 5th floor, everything else was similar to the 9 prefectures. Cause in the distance he saw great cities one after another. However, these great cities were clearly different. They were more like immortal realms. The 5th level is like the god world of yesteryear. There are god mountains, god palaces, and god cities everywhere. She seemed to be somewhat familiar with the shattered divine realm. Then she looked at Qing Zhu and asked politely, "Sister, may I know your name? I am the 12-winged sun god of the sun god race. I'm Ling's senior sister. My name is Qing Zhu." Qing Zhu smiled. The 2-winged sun god was secretly shocked. Ling's senior sister? Why hadn't she heard Ling mention it before? She was too embarrassed to ask more. Although Qing Zhu looked ordinary, Qing Zhu had a temperament that made her want to worship her. Although this temperament was hidden very deeply, she was from the sun god race, so she could keenly detect it. 12-winged Yang god, is the son of light still here? Ling looked at the 12-winged sun god and asked. The 12-winged sun god immediately checked and then shook her head. No, there aren't many gods left on the 5th floor of the sun god race. This is not our headquarters. After the son of light came here, he found the passage and went to the 6th floor. I'm so envious. That guy's strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. He can quickly enter the second half. Ling said with a smile. The son of light has obtained the inheritance of the former sun god and his strength has improved greatly. Of course, we can also find the way to the next floor and enter the 6th floor. However, I don't know if it's good for us to enter with our realm. The 12-winged sun god said. Ling nodded. The higher they went, the more experts there were. Not to mention there were also great enemies like the rotten race and the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Therefore it was better to increase their strength on the 5th floor before entering. Moreover, Master gave us a mission. Qingzhu said. Qingzhu also said. Speaking of this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up and he asked, Senior sister, have you found the whereabouts of Bai Yuxing? I have a rough idea of the direction, but he seems to be hiding. Therefore, before everything is confirmed, we shouldn't alert him. Qingzhu immediately said. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded in agreement. Although Patriarch Bodhi had asked him to help Bai Yuxing, he guessed that Senior Sister Qingzhu had also received this order. Therefore, he should follow Senior Sister Qingzhu. Lin Ling, since I have nothing to do, why don't I help you? My strength is not as good as yours, but it's not that bad. The two-winged sun god suggested. While Lin Ling glanced at his senior sister. Seeing that she did not object, Lin Ling immediately agreed. The two-winged sun god immediately let the other members of the sun god race leave and then followed Qingzhu. Qingzhu was very easy to talk to. While talking to Lin Ling, they walked towards a god city in front of them. After a long time, that huge god city appeared in front of them. There were many powerful gods here, and there were even god-level giant universe gods. Moreover, many powerful gods had backers, the 12 god races. Qingzhu quickly snuck into their midst and chatted with them, constantly inquiring for information. While Lin Ling and the 12-winged sun god waited quietly in the city, sighing at the strength of the gods in the city. This was because all the gods here had the strength of a saint giant universe god. The middle stage, the late stage, and the pinnacle stage were incomparably powerful. Saint early stage giant universe gods were rarer. Until king universe gods were needless to say. Even if there were, they were just passers-by with low status. By the way, where is the great god of Spirit Nation? Lin Ling suddenly looked at the 12-winged sun god while waiting quietly. After returning from the Chaos Realm, the great god of Spirit Nation followed the Son of Light. If he is not on the 5th level, then he should be on the 6th level. The two-winged sun god said. This guy's strength has improved so quickly. Lin Ling was shocked. For example, among the hosts of the worlds will today, other than the most mysterious being, Tong Tian, the most powerful one was Dipankara Buddha God, followed by Lin Ling and the great god of Spirit Nation. But now, it seemed that the great god of Spirit Nation was more powerful than him. It seemed that the great god of Spirit Nation's world will was not weak. Now, among the world will hosts, the great god of Spirit Nation is the furthest. However, Lei Gong, Xiaoluan, Longyang, and Taoist Master of Many Treasures will definitely work hard and reach the 5th level soon. After all, they are also world will hosts. Chapter 51-35. Lin Ling approved of the 12-winged sun's idea. Now, Lei Gong and the others had died once, so they could be considered to be recultivating. That was why their speed was a little slower, but it was only a little slower. After all, their potential was there. Junior brother. At this time, Qingzhu walked back with a smile on his face. I've asked around, this 5th floor has the strongest of the 4 great god clans. They are the Tooth Clan, the Myriad Sea Clan, the Nine Conch Clan, and the Mountain Pushing Gang. This is also their territory. 4 of the 12 god clans? Ling and the 12-winged sun god looked at each other in shock. Qingzhu nodded his head. Of course, this level does not mean that there are no other god clans such as the Rotten Race, the Silver Moon Race, and the Sun God Clan, but the strongest are only those 4 clans. After all, the powerful god clans have all migrated to a higher level, and these 4 clans for some reason still have many experts here. What about Bai Yuxing's whereabouts? Lin Ling asked. In the Taoist Divine City. Bamboo laughed. Before I left the Chaos Realm, Master gave me a pair of chopsticks, so I can use them to roughly know Bai Yuxing's whereabouts. Chopsticks? As expected of Patriarch Subhoodie, even a pair of chopsticks had such power. He asked, isn't he hiding from some pursuers? Why is he in the Divine City? I don't know about that, but I'm guessing that he must have his own reasons for going to the Taoist Divine City. Qingzhu led Lin Ling and the other 2 as they walked. They left the city and hurried on their way in the wilderness. Let's go to the Taoist Divine City now and make a decision when we get there. However, I reckon that Bai Yuxing must have offended one of the god clans on the 5th floor, or maybe 2, which is why he fled everywhere. Furthermore, Master calculated that it would be difficult for him to pass this tribulation by himself, so Master asked us to help him. Qingzhu said. Lin Ling immediately laughed. Don't tell me Master wants to take Bai Yuxing as a disciple. How can we know what Master is thinking? However, those who can be taken in as disciples by Master all have great backgrounds and will be important figures in the future. If Bai Yuxing is taken in, it means that he will definitely be extraordinary in the future. At that time, junior brother Lin Ling will have one more junior brother, and he won't be the youngest one. Qing Zhu spoke as if she were an elder sister. Lin instantly immediately. The 12-winged Yang god even giggled. They continued to move forward, and before long, they reached the Taoist divine city. Lin Ling Yuan saw that no matter how powerful the gods were, they all restrained their arrogance after arriving here. It was as if they were afraid of something. I don't know what the final strength of this 5th level is, but from the looks of it, even the deity realm giant gods here seem to be very courteous. Hence, the strongest here should be stronger than the deity realm giant gods or even the middle stage giant gods. Bamboo also saw the scene and analyzed. Lin Ling and the 12-winged sun god secretly clicked their tongues. With such strength, the two of them estimated that they wouldn't be able to win even if they went all out. The gap between the 5th and 4th floor was too big. Lin Ling suddenly recalled, I seem to have met Iya City in the Tao realm. They have a big ship in the Tao realm and ride the gods across the sea. 12 god clans. Some clans have many people while others have few people. Some clans have appeared in the eyes of the world very early, such as the Iya clan. They have many people and most people know about them. The 12-winged Yang god said, the Decaying clan, the Solar god clan, and the Silver Moon clan are also large clans with a large number of people. For example, the Giant god clan and the Divine Ox clan have very few people. However, although their numbers are small, their combat strength is not weaker than our Solar god clan. They talked as they walked and finally they entered the Taoist divine city. While Lin Ling's impression of this place was that it was big, incomparably big and looked very ancient. He estimated that when the Tao Pagoda was first opened, this divine city was built. Lin Ling did not dare to casually investigate others. After all, the gods here were all very strong and their backgrounds were not small. He could not afford to offend them. Now where are we going? Ling looked at Qing Zhu and asked. Follow me to the divine palace. Zhu smiled mysteriously and continued forward. Not long after, a huge divine palace appeared in front of them. This divine palace was so big that it actually occupied half of the area of Taoist divine city. It was probably the base of the Iya clan in Taoist divine city. While Lin Ling could clearly see that there was no one around the divine palace. The gods who passed by all avoided it as if they had seen a flood or a ferocious beast. Looking at Qing Zhu again, she was actually leading the two of them to the divine palace. The gate of the divine palace was very big. It was 50 meters tall and 30 meters wide. However, there were only 2 guards wearing divine armor. They said indifferently, Everyone, what is the matter? We are here to participate in the Destiny Martial Meet. Qing Zhu said with a smile. Hearing this, the 3 of them sized up Lin Ling and the other 2. They discovered that other than the woman in the lead, who was a divine giant universe god, the other 2 were only king universe gods. One of the women was still okay as she was only a pinnacle king universe god. As for the other youth, he was a middle stage king universe god. This kind of strength on the 5th floor of the Tao Pagoda was simply the lowest existence. What? Can't we enter? Qing Zhu saw that they were in a daze and asked. You can enter. There is no need for an examination. All 3 of you are qualified. Do you all want to sign up? Surprisingly, the 2 divine guards did not stop him. I will participate. My junior brother will also participate. Qing Zhu looked at the 12-winged Yang god and finally said, She will not participate. Okay, write down the names and you may enter. The 2 guards waved their right hands and a boundary array appeared. They let Lin Ling and Qing Zhu write down the names. Finally, they gave Lin Ling and Qing Zhu a jade card each. Throughout the whole process, Lin Ling was very confused. Were they not here to find Baiyusheng? Why were they suddenly participating in this stupid martial arts competition? No. Lin Ling did not ask any more questions. He knew that his senior sister would definitely not harm him. After receiving the jade cards, Qing Zhu led the 2 inside. On the way she began to explain. Baiyusheng is in this palace. He seems to be participating in the Destiny martial arts competition. I think he is here to improve his strength. I see. Lin Ling nodded and asked, What is a Destiny martial arts competition? On the 5th floor, because of the primordial energy, destiny is often born. If you want to obtain destiny, you must fight with gods of low realms and powerful strength to open up the destiny. This is because according to the legends on this floor, gods of low realms but powerful strength have very strong destinies. By stimulating them, you can see supreme destiny. In the end, the participants will obtain destiny and so will the palace. This is the goal of the Tooth Clan on the 5th floor. In fact, on the 5th floor, this kind of destiny martial arts competition is held many times. The location is different every time. Sometimes it is the Myriad Sea Clan, and sometimes it is the Mountain Push Gang. Listening to Qing Zhu's explanation, Lin Ling and the 12-winged Yang God were completely enlightened. Chapter 51-36. Senior sister, you're amazing. You've gathered so much information in such a short period of time. Lin Ling smiled at Qing Zhu. He had a cold personality. If he wanted to gather so much information in such a short period of time, he would probably have to use force. His senior sister was smooth and slick. Without offending others, she had easily obtained such information. Third, they walked along the main road and found that the divine palace was larger than they had imagined. There were road signs on the side of the road that could point them in the right direction. As it turned out, the divine palace was divided into 3 regions. One region was the location of the Fate Martial Assembly. What was strange was that the location of the Fate Martial Assembly was above an ancient pond, and those ancient ponds were very large, with a mysterious power surging out. Lin Ling had a feeling that the bottom of the ancient pool was connected to the primordial aura. If the participants fought, they would be able to stimulate the destiny at the bottom of the ancient pool. While the second region was a divine mountain. The spiritual energy on the divine mountain was 3 times denser than the outside world. It was for the participants to cultivate. Of course, this kind of cultivation only increased one's strength and not one's realm. The higher one's realm was, the harder it was to stimulate destiny. Third, the 3 regions were for leisure use. There were all kinds of restaurants and all kinds of food and drinks were free. How considerate. Lin Ling looked at the road signs and roughly knew the layout of the divine palace. The divine palace seems to be good to us, but in fact they're trying to gain something without risking anything. After all, they're the ones who obtained the greatest amount of destiny. Also, I just remembered that we have the Destined Martial competition here. The other divine cities also have theirs. They're competing for destiny. Qing Zhu suddenly said. Look, the Destined Martial competition seems to be in a month. At this moment, the 12-winged Yang God pointed at one of the road signs. A month was just the blink of an eye for gods, so Lin Ling and the others each found a cave to cultivate in. The cave was very bright. There were light stones at the top of the cave that could adjust the brightness. In the center of the cave, there was a Baotu spring that spewed out spiritual water from time to time. It could be used for cultivation. Ling Zichuan sat down and found that the spiritual water was rich. He immediately began to refine it. He did not increase his realm during this cultivation. After all, he might not be able to break through successfully. The time was too short. But Lin Ling planned to use it to increase his power of divinity and physical strength. These were 2 great foundations and they were related to the increase of his overall strength. Under Lin Ling's control, the spirit water floated up like mist and enveloped Lin Ling's entire body. With such powerful resources, Lin Ling's improvement was like a sponge absorbing water. It had to be known that on the 4th level, due to the lack of cultivation resources, Lin Ling had not been able to make any progress for many years. He had only been able to comprehend his realm. Now that his realm had reached the required level and he had access to cultivation resources, his cultivation speed was naturally much faster. After cultivating like crazy, Lin Ling's power of divinity had reached 500 billion. If his fusion talent could be doubled, it would be exactly 1 trillion. His physical strength had also reached 500 billion. If he activated Panga's true body, it would be 1 trillion. This meant that Lin Ling's overall strength was 2 trillion. 2 trillion. Most of the late-stage saint-level universe giant gods did not have this kind of strength. This was the reason why Lin Ling could fight across realms. This also included his 3 trump cards, Universe 3 Extremes Break, Lin Ling's Universe, and Sword of Faith. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Suddenly, a voice came and woke Lin Ling up. And he opened his eyes. For some reason he seemed to be immune to the spiritual water. Later on his cultivation speed became slower. He simply did not cultivate anymore. In contrast, it was precisely because he was already extremely satisfied with this cultivation. Go. Out of the cave Lin Ling saw the 12-winged sun god. She smiled and said, Your senior sister is looking for you. You finished cultivating so quickly? How long have I been cultivating? Lin Ling asked. 27 days. We only cultivated for 10 days. After that, our progress slowed down. So long. Lin was a little surprised. He followed the 12-winged sun god out of the divine mountain. What surprised Lin Ling was that they were going to the third region, which was a restaurant area. Could it be that his senior sister wanted to enjoy herself here? This way. The 12-winged sun god led Lin Ling into a restaurant. The restaurant's decoration was very simple and ancient. At this moment there were not many people drinking in the restaurant. Lin Ling saw Jianghu at a glance. She was drinking with a faint smile. Lin Ling's eyes swept over and could not help but be a little absent-minded. He saw Jianghu sitting by the window. Gentle light shone in from the window and fell on Jianghu's body, giving people an indescribable sense of beauty. Senior sister. Ling immediately smiled. Senior sister Jianghu looked very ordinary, but her temperament was indeed very special. If one had to give an example, she was like a green bamboo in the wind and snow. Lin Ling is here. Over here. Jianghu also greeted Lin Ling. Lin Ling immediately walked over and sat down. Are you curious why I asked you to drink? Jianghu asked. Jianghu was the first to speak. Lin Ling nodded. Jianghu immediately raised her chin at a man not far away, letting Lin Ling look over. On the other side of the restaurant, a lonely man was sitting there. He was wearing cotton clothes and had stubble on his face. Coupled with his square face, he looked very manly. Bai Yuxing? Lin Ling immediately asked. Jianghu smiled and nodded. Only then did Lin Ling roughly glance over and know that Bai Yuxing's realm was middle-stage universe giant god. His realm was not low. He did not know how strong he was. Should we go and greet him? Lin Ling asked. Senior sister had arranged everything. She must have a plan, so Lin Ling asked for her opinion. Just wait. Jianghu said. Jianghu suddenly smiled mysteriously. At this moment, a few more figures walked in. They glanced around and suddenly saw Bai Yuxing. Their eyes narrowed and then they walked over with sneers. These people were all middle-stage universe giant gods at the saint level. Bai Yuxing, I didn't expect you to escape here. They went straight to the point and sneered. And you actually came to participate in the fate meet? No wonder you dared to swagger here to drink. It's you, Wuxia. Bai Yuxing was drinking. Suddenly he looked up, and his eyes were filled with coldness. You, the loser, are really shameless. Now you've brought helpers? Hearing this, one of them clenched his teeth. He was completely enraged. He brought several people to Bai Yuxing's table and looked down at him. I dare you to say what you said before again. They seemed to be standing casually, but their angle was very good. They completely locked Bai Yuxing in place. And, although they did not seem to be attacking, they had used some unknown method to suppress Bai Yuxing. He could only grit his teeth. Say it. Why did you stop? The man called Wuxia said with disdain. In the God Palace, because there were many participants, they were not allowed to use force. Otherwise the price would be very high. Therefore they did not dare to use force openly. They used other methods to suppress Bai Yuxing. Let's see if he still dared to talk back. Bai Yuxing was suppressed to the point that he could not raise his head. He lowered his head and trembled. His lips were about to be torn and blood was flowing out. Chapter 51-37. The voice interrupted Bai Yuxing and the rest. They all turned around and realized that a white-haired man was standing behind them. This white-haired man was only a king-level universe giant god. Where did this idiot come from? Do you want to die? Do we, the Myriad Sea clan, need you to tell us what to do? Break one of your arms or we'll teach you a lesson. Wuxia said coldly. A king-level universe giant god dared to meddle in other people's business. He must be tired of living. Lin Ling sneered and raised his hand to strike. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. A palm print instantly appeared on Wuxia's face, and his face began to swell up like a balloon. His pupils constricted. This person dared to hit him? Wasn't it forbidden to fight in the deity palace? I dare you to repeat what you said before. Lin Ling looked at Wuxia indifferently. His eyes were icy cold. Wuxia's expression changed rapidly as he exchanged a glance with Lin Ling. His left cheek was stinging with pain and he wanted to act up several times. However, he managed to control himself in the end. It was true that fighting was forbidden in the deity palace, but this white-haired man still dared to hit him. This showed that he had nothing to fear. He was a saint universe giant god, but this white-haired man's slap could hurt him easily. He didn't know if it was the power of a god or something else. There were two reasons why he didn't dare to act rashly. The 5th level is the territory of our Myriad Sea clan. It's best to restrain yourself. Otherwise you'll get into trouble. Wuxia said coldly. Do you want to be hit again? Lin Ling said indifferently. Wuxia was furious. He looked at the people beside him, only to find that they were frowning and not saying anything. Let's go. Wuxia left with big strides. The people beside him were stronger, but they didn't say anything. This meant that his helpers couldn't see through this white-haired man. This friend, thank you for earlier. After Wuxia left, Baiyuxing looked at Lin Ling gratefully. He had no friends on the 5th level. This was the first time he met someone who was willing to help him. I just don't like them. Lin Ling smiled casually. No matter what, I still have to thank you. However, they are from the divine race. Now that you have offended them, it is as if you have provoked fire. You must be careful. Baiyuxing clasped his hands towards Lin Ling with an apologetic expression. After all, if it wasn't for Lin Ling standing up for him, he wouldn't have gotten into this mess. Lin Ling could tell from his expression that Baiyuxing was a man of principles. My name is Baiyuxing. May I know who you are? Baiyuxing said politely. Lin Ling. So it's your Excellency Lin Ling. I, Baiyuxing, will remember your kindness today and will definitely repay you in the future. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. All right. After talking for a while, Baiyuxing left. Lin Ling looked at his back, shook his head and walked back to Jianghu. Lin Ling, well done. Baiyuxing has a good impression of you now. Jianghu said with a smile as she watched Lin Ling walk over. Why do I feel like he's scheming? Lin Ling was a little depressed. Not really. Think about it. When Master asked someone to help you, didn't he ask them to get close to you slowly at the beginning? Humans are all wary. If we suddenly help him, he will definitely think that we are after something. It's best to start from a young age. Jianghu said. Senior sister is right. Lin Ling nodded. He didn't expect his senior sister to think so much. The two-winged yang god quietly listened to the conversation between the two. She was also very curious, but she didn't ask. She didn't even know who Lin Ling's master was, but she guessed that he must be someone important. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they left the inn. When they walked outside, they found that there were more and more people. It seemed that there were many gods who wanted to obtain luck. Get lost. At this time, on the vast street, several dragon gods glided across the ground, pulling a gorgeous bronze palace. These dragon gods were extremely powerful. As they charged along the street, they actually forced a large number of gods to retreat. And at this time, in front of the street, an old woman and an old man walked side by side. They looked around as they walked, talking and laughing. It was obvious that the two of them had a good relationship. They didn't realize that there were dragon gods gliding behind them. And these two old men were late-stage King Cosmos gods. Since they were able to enter the palace, they naturally wanted to participate in the fate martial competition and obtain some luck. Not good. Seeing this scene, Jianghu frowned. She disappeared from where she was and appeared behind the two old men. She stretched out her small white hand. Get lost. Her palm emitted a halo. Several dragon gods charging over were stimulated by this halo. They all stopped and lay on the ground, not daring to move at all. How dare you block my Yin Feng's path? The bronze palace crashed to the ground with a boom. Then a young man wearing silver armor walked out. Many other strong beings also walked out from the surroundings. The young man looked at Jianghu coldly, sizing her up. Suddenly he sneered. Interesting. There's a mysterious force in your body. Although your appearance is ordinary, your temperament is not bad. Bring her back. No one expected that other than messing around on the street, this young man actually dared to snatch a goddess on the street. Because they knew that violence was not allowed in the palace. Since they dared to be so unrestrained here, their background must be not small. Indeed. That young man shouted domineeringly. Let's see who will take who. Jianghu sneered and immediately made her move. The young man leaped up. In midair, he held a bright moon in his hand and slapped it toward Jianghu. This move contained incomparably powerful deity energy. Jianghu's palm also slapped out. Her deity energy gushed out and clashed with that young man in midair. A gust of wind exploded, and the entire palace seemed to be shaking. What a powerful ability. That one move made that young man realize how powerful Jianghu was. He shouted angrily, "Why aren't you making your move? Are you in a daze?" "Yes, young master." The surrounding gods all attacked Jianghu, wanting to join forces and take them down. But at this moment a fist arrived. It contained terrifying power as it fiercely landed on a god's body, sending him flying. He passed through countless buildings and disappeared into the distance. Ping ping ping. Following that, a large number of explosions sounded. The gods who wanted to help the young man were all sent flying. The entire street seemed to have collapsed. But the young man's eyes trembled fiercely when he saw this scene. He saw a white-haired man. Most importantly, he was familiar with this white-haired man. Who else could it be other than Lin Ling? Who's making a scene here? At this moment, the space rippled, and several men wearing standard robes appeared. There were old and young people, and they all looked dignified. However, they were incomparably powerful. All of them were middle-stage universe giant gods at the Saint Realm. I mean Feng from the Silver Moon clan. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.